the movers were loading something into the van, the system sent a notification that the good deed was completed, and therefore merit points were awarded. At the same time, the woman told Xiao Yun that if it wasn't for him, the shelter would have had to be closed long ago. And then she added that she had no idea how she could thank the guy for all that he had done. Smiling, the young man said that there was no need to worry about this, because he was doing everything that he could. Hearing how the system was still awarded an additional 500 points. Moving down the street, the young man heard another notification, reminding him that he already had over 11 million points in his account. After asking the computer to close the system window, the hero remembered that his name is Lin Guoyun. He has no home, no car, no parents because they died. A few minutes later, the young man was standing next to a fence and asking Uncle Lu to open the gate for him. Answering the guard's question about whether the young man did good deeds again, he hesitated, answering that this was the last will of his parents. But in reality, the reason was that the young man was attached to the system of good deeds. Opening the door, our hero said aloud that he was at home, if that was what the place could be called. 2 years ago, a teenager's mom and dad left the system in a single message before disappearing without a trace. It was about the blood-red ones they were watching. The great catastrophe was coming. It was not clear how to cross the sea of suffering, only receiving merit, and that was all. In the following years, our hero performed good deeds in order to receive more and more merits. However, the young man had no idea what this could do for him. The reason was that as the points accumulated, they were of no use at all since they were not spent. But the moment Lin Guoyun thought about it, he felt that something was amiss. Looking out the window, the guy saw the evening city, as well as a bright full moon. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened, as if he had seen something very scary. At that moment, the young man felt as if the city had turned bright red. After that, the system sent a notification that the player has passed the original sin qualification, and the first copy will open in a day. Looking at the floor, he felt as if it had started to move, although it was impossible to believe it. Pulling himself together, he told himself that it felt like it was actually happening. Despite this, the apartment was no longer the same as a minute earlier, and therefore our hero could not figure out how to act in this case. After a moment, the floor returned to its original appearance. Although there was a bright glow, the young man realized that this was a merit system, even though he didn't understand what he was learning. The computer notified that a low-level system plugin was detected, the original sin system was successfully integrated, and the consumption system was unblocked. Lin Guoyun was panicking because he had seen such a time, but he decided that this was not the time to turn on his emotions. The guy was asking about whether the game invitation system is still valid or not. Moreover, the countdown continues to go, and therefore the young man had nowhere to run. Picking up the phone, the teenager decided that it might be possible to find some information on the network. But there was only one warning, although again the hero did not understand what all this was leading to. The notification indicated that the player was trying to find some information on the original sin request. If the guy received the invitation, then he should visit the web archive where all the information is available. The young man understood that if there is an official website, then the game has existed for a very long time, and therefore there is no point in being afraid. The site said that first you need to believe that the game is not fiction. The Human Security Bureau exists to quickly respond to the situation. The game can have many monsters and events that contradict science and common sense, and therefore you should pay special attention to your own safety. But the most important thing is that you need to survive and complete the tasks. If you fail the tasks, then serious aftertaste awaits. Completing missions, the player can get various rewards, treasures, special abilities, and even the fulfillment of their innermost desires. Out loud, Lin Guoyun said that a game filled with monsters, supernatural phenomena, where failure entails serious consequences. But at the same time, successful completion of tasks brings rewards, which means that there are both risks and opportunities in it. To himself, our hero thought that he simply had to survive, and he didn't care what would happen the next day. The most important thing was that there was no way to die. At that moment, the young man thought that he had collected food, water, warm clothing, and basic medical supplies over the past few days. So all he had to do was dress like a real hero, which he did. Not much time passed, and the guy looked somewhere to the side because something indescribable was happening there. At some point, the room not only spun around, but also seemed to dissolve, which scared Lin Guoyun out of her wits. As he stumbled off, he heard the system notify him that there were only 15 minutes left before the game started, so he had to enter the preliminary data in advance. After a while, our hero was already sitting at a table, trying to figure out how to proceed. After looking around, the young man decided to assess the situation, because he was not alone in the room. There were strangers nearby who were completely silent, which was a little disconcerting. But suddenly, the elderly man fell from his chair to the floor and screamed very loudly. Lin Go-yun, who always helped people, tried to do something similar this time, so he asked what happened to Grandpa. The man didn't say anything, but our hero was lucky that he was able to pick up Tom without any problems. At that moment, a young man spoke up, stating the fact that there were only beginners in the room, although he wanted to know if anyone had even tried to play before. The girl sitting there asked if this stranger wasn't participating in the game for the first time. With longing in his voice, the man explained that everything that is written on the official website is true. If a person accepted the invitation, then he must take part once a week. Our hero and another girl listened carefully to what this experienced man knows. However, the other participants were struck by the fact that the game will take place so often. Suddenly, a man shouted that this was a life-and-death game, and it would be played once a week until the player died. Lin Go-yun was silent, but he thought to himself that at first it looked like this veteran was trying to intimidate everyone, but in reality, he just wanted to share his experience. And I decided that now the main task is to get the necessary information, at least in a small amount. Smiling, the young man began to compliment the bully, noting that such a strong person could not have problems with survival, and immediately asked if the man could teach all the guys something useful. It was obvious that the stranger liked this flattery, so he said that there was something. But then he said that the first thing to remember is that you don't need to interfere in the lives of others. Life is the most valuable thing you have. Second, you need to forget about the existence of common sense, because there are demons, spirits, and ghosts in the game. And raising a finger, he said that there was something else important. There were some special rules in this place. If they were broken, they would lead to an even faster death than from the clutches of monsters. At this time, our hero was thinking that the site indicated that the rules were changing, and they should not be violated. All of a sudden, a blonde woman spoke up and said that she had received a notification saying that the newbie shop had been unblocked, although she didn't understand what that meant. At that moment, everyone present proudly declared that they had now received similar messages. Seasoned with annoyance in his voice, said that players need achievement points to buy things, but they can only get them after completing the first round. The brunette, who had been listening intently, now couldn't understand anything, and an irritated teenager shouted, "Why do they even need this store if you can't buy anything in it anyway?" Another elderly gentleman wanted to know if they could get paid for these glasses, but Season said that the old man has a strong imagination. Achievement points can only be exchanged for ancient artifacts that have spiritual energy. Lin Go-yun was smiling as the system suggested that he exchange virtue points for achievement points at a rate of 1 to 10. The guy was happy as a child because he had over 11 million points in his account. This meant that the young man became rich in this game. But it was too early to be happy, because I wanted to know first what the store offered for beginners. The list included some potion, common poison, invisibility talisman, basic healing, and some other things. Looking at the screen, our hero understood that, judging by the exchange rate, it is enough for him to spend only a few thousand, and the store will be empty on this. On the one hand, this was good, because you could buy everything. But on the other hand, what to do when there was nothing left in the store? Even so, Lin Go-yun still decided to make the exchange after seeing how instant the purchases were made. As for the stranger, he said it was the time of year for a ghostly wedding. Many of the people gathered were startled because they heard someone singing outside. But the man didn't like that the guys were constantly distracted, so he yelled at everyone to behave very carefully because the game was about to start. At the same time, a strange girl was sitting in one of the local houses. Suddenly, the system sent a notification that the main task of the players is to survive until the end of the wedding in the mountains. It seemed to everyone that this was a fairly peaceful and fun action that could not pose a danger. One of the participants looked around and saw a crowd of people behind her. Although after a moment she was afraid, because now they looked more like some kind of zombie. So the blonde didn't hesitate to ask what had happened to these people who had changed so much. Getting up from his seat, the man said that it was better not to know about it, because the more curiosity, the closer the end. At that moment, another person appeared, who turned to the players and asked why they didn't even touch their chopsticks. "Because you need to eat." The youth thought that this stranger had such a bad aura, as if he was a dead man. The bespectacled girl clutched the bully's arm with shaking hands, asking what they should do now. But the man said in an indifferent tone that the guys should just ignore this zombie man. However, he did not give up, wondering why on such a wonderful day the guests were disrespectful and did not eat, and then ordered someone to pour wine for the young people. It was impossible not to pay attention to this, so the players froze in anticipation of what would happen next. As Lin Go-yun walked over to the table, he thought that the residents were so pale, but the dishes on the table looked very luxurious, so he decided that there was a catch. Approaching the guy, the locals offered him a little drink and food. The young man carefully looked at the meat that was being offered to him, realizing that the decision must be made very quickly. The crowd swirling around the table continued to shout that the guests should drink and eat. The old man immediately shouted that there was no need to walk around him. He was ready to try some alcohol. A moment later, the gentleman picked up the saucer and tipped it into his mouth, trying to taste what was offered to him. Showing that there was nothing in the container, the man asked if the residents of this city were satisfied that the guest had drunk everything. Suddenly, the player turned green and changed his face. Everyone realized that something bad had happened to him. After that, the old man fell to the ground and started coughing, but no one in the audience helped him. They in turn said that this man was drunk, although it is unclear how he was going to last the entire banquet. The blonde, who still dared to approach, stated the fact that the unfortunate man had dilated pupils and blackened veins, and therefore it is possible to say for sure that he was poisoned. The guy thought to himself that he was sure that poison is in all food and in all drinks, so this game is not a joke. At this moment, the system sent a notification that the teenager had launched a special mission to save lives. If Lin Guoyun helped other players, then his points would increase. The young man looked carefully at the crowd, thinking about what he should do. It was also strange that many players just cried and shouted, asking how to save the old man, but did nothing about it. But suddenly an experienced man jumped up from his seat, who hit the girl, saying that the man himself was to blame, because a little earlier, everyone was told to sit and be silent. Saving this player can put everyone else in danger. If the brunette is so brave, she can try to risk herself. As Lin Guoyun stepped forward, he proudly announced that he would help their colleague. Holding a small pill in his hands, the young man understood that it was created to purify the mind, contains stamens of glowing grass and refined sugar, removes toxins, and is effective against poisoning. Inwardly, he thought that the medicine from the beginner shop was much more useful than it seemed. The young man knew that he could not delay, so he immediately went to the unfortunate man to give him a pill. The audience immediately noticed that the smell of the pill was surprisingly very pleasant. As for the experienced one, it was unclear to him how the boy had such a potion. At this moment, something began to happen to the old man, and the man gradually came to his senses. Seeing that the man was slightly raised up, one of the girls was surprised to note that our hero was able to heal this man. Still weak, but still alive, the player thanked Lin Guoyun, saying that without his help, he would definitely have died already. The young man was pleased that he was able to do such a big and good job. A moment later, the system notified the guy that he had completed the mission to save Chen Yu, and therefore received a reward of 7,777 points. Lin Guoyun was pleased that not only was he able to save a player's life, but he also got extra points for it. But despite the end of the mission, the scoreboard for some reason did not disappear. Suddenly, our hero realized that he had received some other notification that he needed to pay attention to. There were a number of new tasks, including not only survival, but also stealing some ghost statue, rescuing the bride, and finding out the truth about the wedding. Basic missions are the simplest, but the rewards are not so big. To get big rewards, you need to look for hidden missions. And while the young man was trying to figure out what to do next, the other players just stood there and looked at each other. Our hero really understood that he did not lack points, but the store's assortment could help him a lot. Moreover, all these missions are worth working on. The crowd was watching something intently, but they didn't say anything. At that moment, the silence was broken by the blonde, who asked everyone if they had noticed where the villagers had gone. It seemed that the players were so lost in their own thoughts that they didn't even notice that they were alone now. Lin Guoyun made his guess, saying that they all ran away when the old man got sick. But the dangerous thing is that the plans of these zombies are still unknown. Running away somewhere? One of the players noted that they can't just sit and wait for something. The experienced man knew that this was stupid, and therefore asked the young man to stop, since he did not know at all what might happen next. Trying to break into one of the rooms, the boy swore, saying that the door was locked. But he didn't have time to do anything, because the next thing he knew, the goon's hand was on his shoulder. After that, the man said that he asked not to act rashly. In this place, such a thing is very dangerous. It seemed to the old man that they hadn't heard him, so he shouted about it again, so that the young man would finally understand. Sitting on the floor, the player carefully looked at the person in front of him, but remained silent. Coming closer, our hero decided to intervene, and therefore said that it was all true. The villagers were unfriendly to them, and therefore we should act. The man did not agree and immediately asked why the guy decided that there were no traps on the street. Pointing to something, the young man assured them that they had an ally who could help. The surprised girls had no idea who they were talking about, so they looked at the speaker in surprise. The bride who was sitting in one of the rooms was most likely imprisoned because, according to the mission, it was necessary to save her. Given this nuance, it was possible to assume that it will definitely help. So the young man went on to explain that since Braz was locked up with a ghost, the girl was probably a victim, and therefore wanted to help the players as much as possible. But the experienced man did not like this idea. He said that the bride could also be a ghost. Therefore, the bravest can go, he stays here. The boy, getting up from the floor, said that he wanted to go with Lin Guoyun. The blonde thought to herself that the guy was being too determined, so he was hiding something, and said out loud that she would go too. Hearing that the old man wanted to go with the guys, our hero politely said that it was desirable for him to rest and recuperate. There was a moment of complete silence which allowed everyone else to think about what to do next. At that moment, the bespectacled girl grabbed the bully's arm, noting that she was afraid to go anywhere. Putting his hand on the shoulder of this big man, our hero asked him to take care of the remaining ones, explaining that they would return soon. After a while, the three of them set off, knowing that their adventures were beginning. Suddenly, the children opened the door of the house, although they did not know what might be waiting for them there. The room was bright enough, and in addition to the girl who was sitting in the far corner, there was also a security guard. The frightened boy immediately noted with dismay that their case was bad because he did not understand what the strange figures were doing there. But our hero replied that these are all mandatory attributes, otherwise the wedding would not be called ghostly. As Lin Guoyun approached, he noticed that they were random travelers who were caught up in the celebration, so he asked her if she wanted to escape with them and if she would help. To the young man's surprise, there was no response. Moreover, the beauty did not move. Realizing that nothing was happening, the young man decided to take off his hood to look into the eyes of this unknown woman. But what the young man saw surprised him greatly, because there was no person in the room. It was just an ordinary sculpture. The guy himself was afraid, and therefore said that in this room there are only figures. But it is not clear where then there are real people. Once again, the blonde thought to herself that Lin Guoyun was sure that the girl existed. It was clear to everyone that our hero is a novice, but it is not clear how he knows more than others. As he was lost in his thoughts, he thought that Bai Ling must be a real person, because the system wouldn't have asked him to save an ordinary figurine. The blonde suddenly spoke up and suggested that they search the room, hoping that there was some hidden door or something similar. The beauty clearly had experience in such things, because she did not miss a single detail in the room. And finally, after a while, luck smiled on the player, because she screamed that the middle of the bed was empty. The beauty noted that now they can move on, because the puzzle began to add up. Folding his hands, the young man again thought that when the old man was poisoned, this beauty was the first to understand what was wrong, and therefore we can conclude that she is smart, brave, and able. Moreover, not as simple as it may seem at first glance. The guys immediately went where the player told them to go, because it was necessary to act quickly. The boy who was standing in the way of the doll immediately began to move it. Realizing that he couldn't do anything, he simply threw her to the floor. After some time, the young people tried to lift the top of the bed, hoping that there was something under it. Once again, the guesses were correct, because after a moment, the players' eyes turned to some kind of basement, which led to a staircase. Lin Guoyun was worried. He didn't know what was waiting for them at the bottom, but he immediately ordered everyone to follow him down. At first glance, the guys actually found themselves in a spacious but empty cellar. Although, after looking around, the girl said that she sees only one road, and therefore there is no other way. The players understood what it all meant, so they slowly but surely moved forward. Suddenly, one of the guys felt something strange and atypical under his foot. The boy looked down to see what might be there. However, after shouting, the player immediately fell down, because it seemed to him that a hand or someone's hand was lying in front of him. The girl wasn't going to let it go, so she immediately stopped to pick it up. The beauty immediately explained that it wasn't a real hand. It was made of wood and exactly the same as those figurines they had seen in the house. The blonde thought for a moment, because something was bothering her. The reason was that the figures themselves were a little further away, but without limbs. Holding the wooden leg in his hands, the youth wanted to know why someone would need to take apart these large puppets. Now our hero was already thinking, and there was a real fright on his face, and all because these figures were unusual. At one point, the guy asked his travelers if all these puppets looked like them, and he said that in ancient times there was a custom according to which a bride from a rich family was accompanied with a dowry when entering into marriage. It included not only jewelry and paintings, but also people. It turns out that all 6 players who ended up in this place are now dowries at this ghost wedding. The bride is not real. The room where she was located is fake, not to mention the dowry. If our hero's assumptions are correct, then the real room is located below, and these figures hint at the future of young people. After saying this, Lin Guoyun shouted loudly, saying that their time was now more precious than ever, so they should move on. We need to find a real bride soon, otherwise the remaining three will have a very difficult time. After a while, the boy pointed to the light ahead and said that there must be something there. Sure enough, it wasn't long before she stopped at a large door. Looking through the crack, the guy said that he definitely sees the real bride. As they entered, the three of them saw Bai Ling lying on a sort of altar in front of them. The girl's face was covered, she did not move, and therefore the guys were in no hurry to do anything. Suddenly, the bride was approached by a blonde who took off her cape and said that the girl was alive, and this is already pleasing. The beauty was still breathing. There was no damage to her body, but Bai Ling was still unconscious. The young man knew that they needed to move on, so he asked if they could wake up the bride. Hearing the blonde say that she can't even guess what's wrong with this unfortunate woman, our hero has already turned to a colleague, asking him to help raise this girl. The young man didn't need to be asked twice, so after a few seconds, the three of them started to remove the beauty from the altar. At the same time, our hero told travelers that they should be extremely careful. After catching their breath, the young people were going to talk about how they should act in the future. But all of a sudden, the boys heard some kind of footsteps. It seemed to them that someone was approaching very quickly. Lin Guoyun was aware that there was a lot to expect in this place, and even the most unpleasant, so he immediately became wary. However, in the next instant, the young people noticed the players who ran into the room exhausted. The boys did not explain anything, but shouted that they were in danger, and therefore they came running here to try to escape. The guy could not understand anything from this incoherent speech, so he asked to tell us more about what had happened. The girl with glasses said that the locals are going to kill them. These zombie people are armed with hoes and sickles, they attack everyone they see, and the experienced one is trying to do everything to stop them. He paused for a moment, knowing that he had to think carefully about everything. Turning to the blonde, our hero noted that she should definitely take the bride, and he would go upstairs and look around there. At this time, the bully tried to stand up to the residents who were looking at him. The man said that if they even took a step closer, his ghostly servant would start acting. But the rabid people, who were hardly such anymore, were hard to stop with such words, and therefore they immediately attacked the uninvited guest. The experienced man understood that he had only one hope for an assistant who coped well with his task. Lin Guoyun, who was watching carefully, understood that this ghostly servant was some kind of special force in the game. But after a moment, something unusual began to happen, because this servant was hurting his master. He didn't know what was going on, but he could see the scars on the old man's back, so he decided that maybe this was a special price to pay for the ghost power. Suddenly, a panel appeared in front of our hero. Thanks to this teenager, he managed to find out that the ghostly servant of pain is a fragment of the echo level. The ghost is born and exists thanks to pain. This creature takes pleasure in tormenting others by attacking with a long whip, each attack dealing a fixed amount of damage. The bespectacled girl didn't seem to fully understand what was going on, so she simply admired the warrior. And only the guy understood that using a ghost servant is expensive, and therefore this player will not last long. Taking Chen Yu by the shoulders, he asked him if they had managed to look around the courtyard. After the three of them entered the house, they might have found some way out. The frightened old man shouted that there was a low wall on the west side that could be easily climbed over. Waving to his companions who had already left the dungeon, our hero ordered them to run to the backyard. Zombies who realized that their prey was about to escape said that the humans needed to be stopped immediately. At that time, every second was precious, so players ran as fast as they could. Suddenly, a formidable local resident appeared in front of the bespectacled girl, blocking her way. But the blonde reacted so quickly that she immediately attacked this villain, dealing him a powerful blow. The beauty was aware that there was danger from all sides, but she did not plan to give up. The player's speed was lightning fast, and besides, the girl was full of composure, which helped her doubly. After a while, the beauty threw another villain over herself. But there was no time to rest, so the player decided to take care of another local resident who was not far from her. One powerful move, and another zombie lay on the ground. Watching what was happening, the guys realized with horror that this girl was a real monster in her business, and it was better not to cross the road. Realizing that the men froze in place, the blonde immediately ordered that they should move on, because soon help might arrive to the locals. And so the crowd immediately took off from their seats and ran away. But I couldn't get very far because exactly what the girl had warned me about just a few seconds ago had happened. The bully, startled, informed his companions that he would not be able to hold out any longer. The servant had only 3 strikes left. Holding a card in his hands, Lin Guoyun said that in this case, we should take desperate measures. Turning around, the veteran wanted to see what the young man had in his hands, but he was only surprised, not understanding where the novice got such a talisman. And the guy already said that the three heavenly masters who owned it in the past burned the evil spirits that walk at night, and therefore asked them to do the same now. The young man stated that he was ordering the demons and monsters to immediately flee. The zombies couldn't understand anything, as fireballs started falling out of nowhere, right next to where they were standing. With each passing minute, the fire captured a larger and larger area. And very soon, this powerful flame engulfed local residents, hiding them from our heroes. It was the first time Lin Guoyun had ever been praised by a seasoned person. Moreover, he said that if a guy could use something like this, he should do it since it actually works. But the teenager replied that the talisman allows you to exorcise demons, but all those who stand in front of it are still people, and therefore it will not affect them. The man didn't understand what they should do next, although the young man replied that they would stick to their original plan. And as he ran away with great speed, he shouted to the others to follow his example, because the fire would soon be dispelled. And it was true. Soon the locals with tools in their hands continued to explore the area in order to find their fugitives. They understood that the guys could not hide anywhere, and therefore they were extremely attentive. At this point, the players ran out of their hiding places and began to stun the villains who might have noticed them. The heroes understood that they should act quickly, since it is not known how many people live in this place. This was also voiced by the blonde, saying that there are more residents every minute, and therefore it is necessary to think about where to run next. But the biggest problem was that no one knew exactly where they could go to be safe. Looking down, our hero thought that the banquet was ruined, the bride was saved, but the ceremony was not over yet. It turns out that they missed something. At this moment, Bai Ling gradually began to recover. The bespectacled girl immediately shouted to everyone that she thought that this wretch had finally woken up. After a moment, the beauty opened her eyes, even though she didn't seem to understand where she was or what was happening to her. Kneeling down, the young man asked if the lady remembered her name and also what had happened. Rubbing her head, the girl said that her name was Bai Ling. There was no doubt about it, but she didn't recognize the people around her. With sarcasm in his voice, our hero explained that they were a bunch of losers who got to the wedding ceremony, but he was interested in whether the bride knew anything about the ghost marriage. Thinking about it, the beauty could not really answer anything, except that a couple of days ago, she was kidnapped. She remembers how a small group of people, having destroyed others, simply grabbed her and carried her somewhere. Lin Guoyun honestly told the girl that they should put an end to this ceremony because everyone would die, moreover, and the beauty would not have a happy ending. So I once again asked my new friend to remember at least something that could help them. She thought for a moment, as if she was trying to catch at least some detail that she hadn't noticed. Suddenly, the beauty screamed that something had actually happened. As she was being led away, one man asked another if the path to the Nianyang temple was cleared, and when he heard that it wasn't, he said that the ceremony couldn't be postponed anyway. When the young man heard about it, he asked if there was a statue of the goddess of the underworld. But when there was no response, he told his colleagues that he thought he knew how to put an end to the ceremony. When the boy realized what Lin Guoyun was suggesting, he screamed like never before. He didn't understand how anyone could go to a place that was crawling with ghosts. Holding a map in his hands, the guy replied that there was no need to worry because there was already a solution to this problem. It was an invisibility talisman. It hides the body, transforms it. The effect is excellent because it grants invisibility to everyone within a 5-meter radius for the duration of the incense sticks. If a person touches someone while using the spell, they will immediately become visible, so you should be especially careful. Opening the door, our hero carefully looked at what was happening outside the gate. As he walked back to the house, he explained that they only had 3 wands, so it was important to stick together and act quickly. After a while, the players noticed a ghost that was heading in their direction. The boy was glad that no one could actually see them, but Lin Guoyun asked him to be as quiet as possible. As they advanced, the heroes realized that if it wasn't for the invisibility effect, they would never have been able to reach their destination safely. As it was, after a while, the players were standing in front of the entrance to the ancestral hall. The young people did not understand what they would do in the future, but decided to open the doors first. Looking inside, the guy realized that everything was clean, and therefore, at first glance, nothing threatens the players. When they were all in the hall, Lin Guoyun closed the doors so that no one would notice them, because he didn't want to use the invisibility incense sticks again. At that moment, the blonde announced that there was a path leading to the top of the mountain behind the hall. Realizing that there was no other way out, the young man said, "In this case, we must move out." But suddenly their plans changed because they saw a book lying right in front of them. It was a chronicle of the village, which meant that the document might contain something extremely important. The young man who took on the role of senior and this time decided to personally look at the notebook. The young man looked through it in silence, although the others didn't understand why the player was silent. The reason was that the story began in the 17th year of Emperor Long's reign. On that day, a black torrential rain covered the land. In the same year, there was a great famine. People began to devour other individuals. Moreover, evil spirits descended on the city. Despite the interesting story, the guy still set off in a few minutes. Lin Guowon gave his hand to the bride, telling her to be careful and hold on to him. Realizing that everyone was still silent, the guy asked the girl if she knew anything about the black rain that was written in the diary. Lowering her gaze, Bai Ling admitted that no one could answer that question for sure. There are a lot of rumors surrounding this situation. They say that the emperor was angry and killed even the most worthy of the officials. The heavens became angry and a black rain fell from the sky. The beauty had heard that it was raining the same way in Guangzhou, but she stopped talking. The boy who jumped out from behind and scared Bai Ling assumed that no one expected the mountain to be crawling with monsters and ghosts. The blonde standing next to him immediately hit the guy on the head, telling him to stop talking nonsense already. Looking at the hill, our hero thought that, judging by the chronicles, it was the temple that protected the village from the black rain. The problem, though, was that all the villagers had become monsters for some reason. Suddenly, Experience shouted, pointing at something, although the guys did not immediately understand what he wanted. The bespectacled girl anxiously asked what the man was pointing at, thinking that someone was chasing them again. Coldly, the man noted that they had nowhere else to go because they were still there. Time passed very quickly, and the journey was not as far as it might seem. Therefore, after a while, the travelers carefully looked at the temple, which looked creepy and frightening. It seemed to the children that this structure was made in the form of some kind of animal. At that moment, the experienced man shouted again, and he explained to everyone that they should leave this place as soon as possible. The players could not understand anything, so they continued to stand in their seats and carefully looked at the temple door. But a moment later, a hand appeared outside the door, which didn't bode well. After that, the players saw a man standing in the doorway, who had already started to say something. The stranger explained that since the travelers dared to come to this place, they must understand that they will not return. The veteran understood that something had to be done. They couldn't just die when victory was so close. The man didn't have any other options, so he immediately summoned a ghostly servant to help him. The ill-wisher smiled maliciously and asked if it was true that the uninvited guest belonged to the reincarnation sect. But the player shouted loudly that he had no idea what the madman in front of him was talking about. After that, the resident of the temple noted that he sees a wild ghost in front of him, with which he is already familiar. So she wasn't going to be polite to him and would do her best to get him down as soon as possible. Within a minute, the ill-wisher began to spin a powerful energy ball. The man understood what this meant, but there was nowhere to retreat, so he waited for what would happen next. But Lin Guowon understood this very well, saying that their companion was now defenseless, since the villain had subdued the ghost servant with just one move. Sitting down on the floor, the man covered his head. It was clear that something was wrong with him. At the same time, the ill-wisher continued to hide the ghostly assistant in his heart, rejoicing that everything turned out to be done so quickly. The enemy stated that it was very rare to take such a spirit, and therefore wants to be blessed by the ghost mother for this. The big man was getting worse by the minute, even though his companions didn't understand what was happening to him. The most unpleasant thing was that suddenly the man fell to the ground. The villain then pointed at Bai Ling, saying that judging from her outfit, the girl was the bride of a ghost wedding. The terrified beauty was sitting on the ground, trying to say something, but she couldn't get a word out. Realizing that the resident of the temple is approaching, the brunette said that he did not dare to approach her. Evaluating the girl, the villain maliciously noted that his subordinates found just a beauty, and therefore the ghostly mother will definitely be satisfied. And while our hero came forward, the blonde asked why the goddess of the underworld needed a bride. When he heard that someone was interrupting the temple resident, he asked how any trifle had the right to contradict him. Inwardly, the young man thought that in no case should he show his fear. Now it was best to stall for time. Summoning all his fortitude, the young man humorously declared that they, accompanying the bride, still did not have much left, and therefore there was no point in being silent. The villain immediately noted that this is actually a very interesting theory, and then he added that Lin Guoyun looked very strange in an unusual suit. The young man looked carefully in front of him because he didn't understand what these hints were about. Suddenly, our hero was approached by an ill-wisher who took him by the shoulder. The enemy said how the young man dares to snap back because his death is inevitable. And then he asked who the boy even thinks he is because he is an ordinary mortal. The player, as before, decided to be bold and therefore said that he was only a wandering traveler. According to tradition, if they do not know the cause of death, then after death, they become wandering spirits. It seemed that our hero succeeded in what he intended, as the villain asked if it was true that the young man did not want to become a spirit, but instead wanted to learn more about the wedding. After turning around, Lin Guoyun carefully looked back, not understanding what this meant. At this time, the ill-wisher explained that he was in a good mood, and therefore he will tell about what the young man asked. And I started by saying that, of course, it's not the mother who needs marriage at all. During the ghost wedding, the bride gets married to Vajrasada. As for the children, they are a common part of the ritual of sacrifice. After showing the sword, the villain said that players should not worry about anything, because he will make sure that even a wandering spirit does not remain from them. After these words, some entities, similar to spirits, went in the direction where the travelers were standing. Young people realized that this did not bode well, and therefore it was necessary to think about how to save themselves. The resident of the temple was glad that his plan was a success, and it would all end very quickly. But it was not so easy, because in a moment a flash of fire appeared behind the enemy's back. After that, behind the guys was a huge fire tiger, which was heading in the direction of the villain. It could be seen that this animal was completely subordinate to Lin Guoyun, who knew exactly what he was going to do next. Sitting on the floor, the boy said that he thought he was going to die, but the young man saved his life again. In the hands of our hero was a statuette of a white tiger, which helped him restore spiritual strength. Unexpectedly, the guy shouted for all players to leave this place immediately. Blocking one attack consumes 16% of the spiritual power. You need to buy some time. The blonde watched with horror at everything that was happening. She did not want to leave her colleague. Although she immediately decided that the young man knew what to do, and therefore said that you do not need to get in the way, you should run. Looking at the artifact of spiritual transformation, a medium-grade weapon, the villain did not feel like something like this happened to an ordinary teenager. So he asked a question about who Lin Guoyun really was. Laughing, our hero cordially said that he had already reported that he was an ordinary traveler who likes to talk. The resident of the temple did not like that the young man behaved so arrogantly, and therefore he began to swear. Directing his ghostly servant in the direction of the player, the villain shouted that now is the time to show who is capable of what. The guy knew that he couldn't do without the ghost flame, so he decided to call on it to help him. A minute later, ice and flame met, though it was hard to tell which would be stronger. Laughing, the villain said that it was absolutely useless for a young man to rely on his weapon, which would not help him. And he added that when the traveler has exhausted his spiritual energy, he will remove the skin from him and then tear him apart. At that moment, the young man decided that perhaps his plan had failed. Realizing that the situation was escalating to the limit, the teenager decided that it was best to escape. The villain liked having the weak Lin Guoyun in front of him, who was now afraid of him. However, after sitting down on the floor, the young man decided that if he continued to dodge like this, nothing would come of it. It was best to seize the initiative and try to turn everything in the best direction for himself. Suddenly, he summoned the white tiger to help him, knowing what he would do next. While controlling the internal energy, the youth saw that the fire beast immediately headed towards the enemy. The flames were so powerful that they could burn anyone who stood in their way. But the resident of the temple was smart and therefore immediately put up a defense, saying that the young man could not do anything to him. Without the support of spiritual power, relying only on weapons, Lin Guoyun would not be able to break through the soul banner. Raising his hand, the villain who hadn't won yet rejoiced as if the opponent had already been defeated. Therefore, he stated that after the death of the young man, he would use the ghost fire of the vengeful spirits and improve this magical weapon. But suddenly, something happened that no one expected, because magic attributes were used. The energy was so powerful that it was difficult for the villain to hide from such an onslaught. The blonde, who was holding important artifacts in her hand, was watching the ill-wisher closely. The first time, the girl did not succeed, and therefore the opponent shouted that another traveler had come in search of her demise. However, the villain's joy was short-lived. At that moment, he still did not know that his protective dome had already begun to crack. Looking in front of him, the resident of the temple could not believe that some teenagers could break through his defense. Realizing that the effect will be cumulative, our hero shouted to his companion, as well as to the white tiger, so that they acted in unison. As if on cue, an active attack began, which was bound to bear fruit. A moment later, the heroes saw a huge explosion, although they could not understand what had happened because of the dust. Trying to leave this place, the villain immediately began to pick up speed. Although I suddenly stopped to ask the young people what they were doing and what they had done. Wiping the dust from his face, the happy young man said that it seemed to them that the spiritual energy of the ill-wisher was exhausted earlier than his own. But the opponent did not believe that this was possible, since the whole thing was in the statue of the mother. Raising his hand, the youth continued to say that as long as the mother statue was intact, the spiritual power couldn't be depleted. The opponent did not believe that the guy could find out about it, since it was something impossible. But our hero remembered that in the 12th year of Emperor Long's reign, a sudden mountain flood caused the loss of the mother statue. Then the villagers went out to search and literally picked in the mud to find the missing person. Despite this, 3 months passed, but all was in vain, and therefore the poor people were flogged 30 times. But after the statue returned, there was a great famine, and the villagers quickly died one by one. When Lin Guoyun was still reading the diary, he still thought that the only punishment was to beat people with a whip. And when I closed the book, I realized that people used to just kill people, although it was unclear what it all meant. Once in this temple, the young man realized that the statue was taken by the person who is now in front of him. The villain was angry that he was faced with such a reasonable traveler who managed to defeat him. Therefore, the resident of the temple immediately rushed in the direction where the young man was standing. Surrounded by his colleagues, the guy wanted to know where the ill-wisher was going this time, who he was going to ask for help from now. Pausing for a moment, the opponent tried to figure out how best to do everything in this situation in order to still take revenge. So he shouted that from the very beginning, the teenager had a plan because he wanted to distract him. Lin Guoyun honestly admitted that there was nothing to hide because they had planned every step as a team, since there was no margin for error. And he explained that villains should not keep diaries and reveal their plans. It is too easy to identify all the weaknesses. After that, the young man threw the notebook at the feet of the owner, who watched in horror. Rubbing his hands together, the boy who came forward said that he had waited too long for this moment. While some travelers were guarding an ill-wisher who might have escaped, our hero carefully looked at the statue of the ghostly mother. The young man understood that, most likely, it was on this statue that everything should end, because they had fulfilled all the other conditions. While holding on to this figurine, Chen Yu's voice trembled as he asked if it was true that everything was already over. Lin Guowen took the old man's hand and reassured him once again that he had just received a notification that the game was over. However, for some reason, the girl with glasses was not happy at all. She was crying and shouting. The boy, putting on his cap, asked a colleague in the game what was wrong with it, because it all ended very well, and therefore, you should not worry. But the girl didn't seem to understand what was going on, so she just stood there and stared straight ahead. The blonde immediately came over and hugged the unfortunate girl. At the same time, the player, for some reason, raised his hands up. A minute later, the guys approached the experienced man, who continued to lie on the ground. Not understanding what was wrong with this man, the guy asked the blonde what she thought about this, and heard that this man was not in any danger. He just lost consciousness. With fatigue in his voice, the young man stated the fact that the game was over, and therefore you can relax. Even so, he doesn't know how much longer they'll be staying in this place, as this is his first time playing. But the blonde immediately answered the question, stating that the estimated time is between 5 and 15 minutes, after which the players will be teleported to the starting zone. Our hero wanted to turn his head, but only slightly turned around, although he was silent. Although Lin Guoyun suddenly asked with anger in his voice how the beauty knew about such details. That only yawned that secrets can be not only at men. After that, the blonde asked Bai Ling what she was planning to do. Perhaps she had some plan in mind. The frightened brunette asked a counter question about whether her rescuers really planned to leave so easily. The girl didn't know what she could say in this case, knowing that the teleportation would start very soon. However, she didn't need to answer, because the blonde heard a strange sound ahead of her. Unknown horsemen were approaching the heroes at high speed. The men looked menacing enough, though it was hard to tell what their real plans were. The young people knew that the game was over, but they were still in a dangerous place, so anything could happen, so everyone tensed up. Unexpectedly, Bai Ling shouted that the benefactors had nothing to fear since they were people from her family. The beauty said that there was no need to worry about her. She was fine, and then asked if it was true that her father had sent the knights. One of the guards jumped down from his horse but didn't answer immediately. After catching his breath for a while, he said that they were all greeting the young lady, and immediately declared that he deserved to die because he didn't make it in time to save Miss. Seeing the elderly man kneeling at the feet of the brunette, our hero did not understand what would happen next. Although after a moment he smiled, telling everyone that now they could not worry about this girl because she is in good hands. All of a sudden, he felt as if his hands were dissolving. Moreover, he couldn't control it. Something similar was happening to the blonde, so she told Bai Ling in a soft tone that they would have to say goodbye since the boys were going home. A bright light illuminated the clearing where the players had been standing just a second ago, which now merged with the pillars of light that went straight up into the sky. The surprised security guard asked who these people were, of whom not even a trace remained, but the brunette explained that she did not know herself because they did not really meet. In this flood of light and energy, Lin Guoyun stared at the system window, thinking that the store was still open until the next task, so he could take a closer look at what was being offered. Although the guy was a little upset, all the missions were completed, but the reward was only 500 points. It wouldn't even cover the cost of the items used. At some point, the teenager remembered the words of an experienced person that if you only perform basic missions, you need several games to exchange points for one thing in the store. For this reason, that person did not interfere once again, but Lin Guoyun has a different problem. There are a lot of points, and the goods in the store are not enough. At the last stage, the system suggested that the young man return to the real world, because he had already explored everything. After a while, the young man found himself in the room from which he had disappeared. After a careful examination of himself, the guy came to the conclusion that he had returned exactly to the place where he had started. Looking at the clock, our hero was surprised to realize that in the real world, only a couple of minutes had passed since his disappearance. But the most unpleasant thing was that the young man felt as if his head was about to fall apart. As Lin Guoyun fell on the bed, he decided that the most important thing to do now was to rest. Everything else could be dealt with later. When he opened his eyes, he couldn't believe that the sun was shining outside the window, because it seemed that he had just laid down. Getting up from the bed, the young man tried to recover, although he was not very good at it. As Lin Guoyun moved down the corridor, he was annoyed that someone was banging on his door so early in the morning, not knowing who would want him. Opening the door, our hero was surprised as never before, because there was a blonde from the game standing in the corridor. She stated that she represented the Bureau of Human Security and therefore asked for cooperation in the investigation of certain cases. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened, and he suddenly remembered that he had heard the name of this organization before. Lin Guoyun didn't want to give in to panic, although he said that it turns out that the girl didn't just appear in the game, just as she didn't just stand on his doorstep, but she just didn't understand why she needed him. The beauty explained that the game Original Sin chooses players randomly. Their meeting was just a coincidence. As for the second question, she immediately stopped talking because she was looking somewhere else. Then she added that if the young man cooperates with them, he will get answers to all his questions. For a moment, the guy stood rooted to the spot because he didn't know what he could and should say in this case. Suddenly inspired, the young man asked if the case the blonde had mentioned had anything to do with killing people or experimenting on them. In a calm tone, the employee explained that there was nothing wrong. As long as the guy cooperates with them, they will not threaten his personal safety. Pointing at the shadow that Lin Guoyun immediately noticed, he asked if that was the case, then why were there armed men hiding around the corner? Looking carefully at the terrified young man, the girl repeated what she had said a minute earlier, hoping that he would understand everything. After a while, the beauty reached for her belt to show that she also had a weapon. Raising his hands, stammering, the teenager said that in this case he agreed to cooperate with the organization. He immediately asked if he would have a few minutes to clean up. Still standing in the doorway, the blonde informed him with a kind of indifference that they were leaving in 15 minutes. This time was enough for the guy to wash, change clothes, and go outside. After looking at the young man, the bureau employee ordered him to get in the car. Moving along the highway, the girl explained that yesterday's mission was classified as the most difficult, and the reason they survived is because of Lin Guoyun, so he was told to pass on his thanks. Although the organization did not find the teenager immediately after the game, however, there is one caveat. Only the admission of its level can reveal information. Suddenly, the beauty braked, and so much so that she almost crashed into a neighboring car. The blonde didn't say anything, but she was confused by the strange clouds that were gathering over the building. In order not to show any sign, the employee simply said that they had arrived. Arriving at the checkpoint, the security guard asked the employee to provide a pass, which she immediately did, and allowed. The man stated that the identification of Jixinglin's identity and team leader had been successfully completed. Then he immediately asked her to go to the headquarters, where she was always welcome. Sitting in the conference room, the guy tried to understand why he was called, although the girl said that everything has its time. After a moment, our hero thought that someone was walking down the corridor. Entering the office, a man turned to the young man, asking how he was feeling, and adding that they had not seen each other for a long time. It was Uncle Bai that the guy had already forgotten about, but now he didn't understand what the professor, a famous folklorist, historian, and archaeologist, was doing in this place. Smiling, the man explained that he worked in this bureau. Moreover, he is the same player as his nephew, although age sometimes makes itself felt. The department head explained that Professor Bai, the main and most important member of the organization's research team, was also one of the honorary deputy directors of the Bureau. After some thought, the scholar explained that if it wasn't for the disappearance of Feng Meng and his wife, the position wouldn't have passed to him. Jumping up from his seat, the frightened young man asked if his parents were also related to this organization. With a certain wistfulness in his voice, the professor noted that he felt as if his nephew didn't really know anything. Professor Lin Fengmen and Zheng Hongli are considered the founders and oldies of the Security Bureau. They were the first to discover anomalies and predict the appearance of original sin. But unfortunately, the way it happened, there's nothing they can do about it. Grabbing his uncle, the boy screamed in fright that he wanted to know what really happened to his parents. With a heavy sigh, the professor started to say something, but then looked sideways. At that moment, Ji Qinglin spoke up and explained that this information was classified, so no one was allowed to talk about it. The young man was furious because he didn't understand what was wrong, because he just wants to know what happened to the people close to him. Passing a folder to the young man, the manager said that for this purpose, the participant must join their organization and sign a number of documents. Our hero had no idea what he was getting himself into, so he looked at the papers suspiciously. And while Lin Guoyun was pondering his decision, the girl had already started to say something about their work. She noted that sometimes it will not be easy at all, sometimes even frightening. The guy must understand that signing the contract means that the young man will become part of the battle against distortion. He will face oddities and madness, perhaps even death. The document stated that the organization deliberately does not send people on a mission from which they will not be able to return. With some longing in her voice, the girl said that she had already noted that every player is important to them. They will not sacrifice someone for nothing. Although she immediately added that there are exceptions to the rules, but only if this sacrifice will save as many lives as possible. Our hero understood that since his parents were part of the team, then he should try it. Therefore, he said that he would definitely find out the whole truth about what happened and what is now. At this time, some strangers were carefully watching what was happening in the conference room on the screen. One of the men said that Lin Guoyun, in his opinion, is impulsive, confident, hot-tempered, and arrogant. Although the other did not understand what was wrong with this, because these are excellent features and will help in many situations. Not wanting to escalate the situation, the man went to the light switch to turn on the light because they had no one to hide from. And again, the man firmly stated that everyone has their own responsibilities. He is responsible for doubts, someone for faith. Clutching the paper in his hand, the professor said that his nephew would become one of them as soon as he was busy. He immediately added that he had a few other projects to complete, and as for the young man, Ji Qinglin would take over his training. After that, the door closed behind the man, and the guys were left alone. Our hero wanted to learn all the subtleties and details of the work as soon as possible, so he sat back to listen. The guy was smiling because he was sure that he was already part of the team, so all the doors were open for him. Standing up from her seat, the blonde said that Ji Qinglin, the former head of the Special Analysis Group of the Human Security Bureau, was now the head of the 2nd Special Operations Group. Then she passed her hand to the young man to shake. Scratching his head, the young man wanted to say something, but didn't immediately find the right words. However, the words were picked up by the manager, who said that Lin Guoyun was standing in front of her. He was 20 years old, and he was unemployed. Although there was a person in front of her who was the founder son of this bureau, but even so, the young man didn't even graduate from university. He just dropped out. The guy did not deny anything until the beauty said that he is not in a romantic relationship with anyone, and therefore there are questions about his orientation. After a while, in a calm atmosphere, Ji Qinglin explained that they knew a lot about the guy. As for the Bureau, they are the official organization responsible for investigating all unusual incidents, including original sin. The young man did not understand what the phrase about including meant, and therefore clarified this point. The girl was silent, so the guy once again asked if there were any other anomalies. Putting a folder in front of the young man, the blonde said that there are a lot more of them than you can imagine at all. Taking out a document, the young man only glanced out of the corner of his eye, but immediately realized that there were strange incidents about the lady with the cat face, about the fall of the dragon and the like. And Ji Qinglin had already said that such incidents had literally erupted in flames from the mysterious cave before, so they couldn't be allowed to happen again. But now the monsters from the cave have crawled out. One of them is related to original sin. The young man believed that with the advent of the game, other anomalies disappeared, but the manager said that according to the research of the guy's father, they all became like small worlds. They act in the same way as black holes. When a very large anomaly appears, all the others are absorbed. The employee was silent for a moment, lost in her own thoughts. But then she went on to say that working with original sin and its derivative incidents is now the main task of their organization. Lin Guoyun didn't understand what the girl was trying to say, so he asked for clarification. While drawing something on the blackboard, the supervisor explained that there are two categories of derived incidents. The first is out-of-control players who have started behaving very strangely. All of them accidentally gain powerful powers, and some of them start doing evil. The organization closely monitors these guys and restricts them. The young man had dealt with this a bit, but now he was interested in the second group. After that, the blonde started drawing something on the blackboard again, although she was in no hurry to give an explanation. The teenager could see that something was written about dungeons, although he couldn't get the gist of it. Leaning over the table, the girl stated that the term did not refer to the dungeons of their missions in the game, as one might think. The reason is that some of them have appeared in real life and can be observed. Now the guy was silent because he was carefully looking at some document, but as he put it down on the table, he asked with some trepidation if such people might appear here. Ji Qinglin asked a counter question about whether the player remembers what was written on the official website, so indicated that the failure of the mission would have serious consequences. Hearing this, the young man's eyes widened greatly. After these words, our hero imagined that if the inscription game failed appears, it means that all participants will be considered dead. But the employee explained that when all players are eliminated, the mission is considered a failure, and then dungeons materialize in the real world. This is the second type of task they need to handle. Thinking about it, Lin Guoyun began to scold himself for not hearing about it earlier. Realizing that the guy was drooping, the blonde said that he should not worry about this yet, because usually veterans of past games deal with dungeons. After a few minutes, the superintendent threw a small suitcase to the new participant, saying that this was his entrance baggage. Opening it, the young man found some strange things, although he planned to find something more serious. However, Lin Guoyun was still impressed by something, and it was a weapon that he had never seen before. The beauty immediately picked up the gun, because to her it was just an ordinary item. The blonde explained that the participant already has a license for it, and therefore later she will teach you how to use this thing. After throwing the weapon to the young man, Ji Qinglin hoped that he would at least be able to catch it, let alone do more. And then she said that such things are not obtained just like that. Only trusted persons have the right to them. If a young man suddenly abuses his position, the Bureau will easily and quickly get rid of him, and therefore this should be remembered first of all. When handing over the phone, the boss said that it supports satellite communication, and all tasks and communication from the organization will be sent to it. The watch has a built-in special detector. When something unusual is detected, the indicator will light up. There are 6 colors in total: green, blue, purple, orange, red, and white. The lower the scale, the more dangerous the situation. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, so the guy immediately became alert. A moment later, a rather powerful figure of a man appeared in the doorway. Looking at her second-in-command, the girl asked why he had come here. Perhaps something had happened. In a stern tone, Shu Qixinyan, who was responsible for leading the special operations team to deal with emergency situations, asked how much longer the training would last. The girl replied that the main points have already been studied. It remains only to go to the shooting range for training, but the deputy immediately noted that now it should be postponed because there was an urgent task. Zhu Qinyan passed the documents to the children and waited for them to read what it said. And if our hero could not understand much, and therefore did not particularly delve, then the blonde read it so as to explain everything to her subordinates. Jumping up, the beauty did not believe that a dungeon had appeared, and then shouted that the guy had only completed the first mission. After looking at the teenager, the deputy said that there can be no objections. Because there is a task, it is either accepted or rejected. Lin Guoyun only knew that there was a task being assigned to him, so he wanted to know what would happen if he decided to refuse. The man said that nothing special would happen, just the signed document would be canceled, the memories of the Bureau would be erased, and the guy would be sent back to where he came from. Inwardly, he thought that he hadn't taken any entrance tests, which was very strange, but right now the most important thing was to find out what really happened to his parents. Smiling, our hero proudly announced that he agreed and therefore accepts this task. As he left, Shu Qinyan pointed out in a stern tone that this is fine. As for the nuances, the player will be told about it in the analytics department. The door closed behind the man, but it took him a moment to turn around and look at the blonde. Once again, the boys were left alone in the room, but none of them broke the silence that persisted. Grimacing, the guy honestly said that he thought that this man treats him somehow too wary. The girl immediately explained that the Bureau doesn't actually hire people who have only completed the game once, because they are mentally unstable, and the probability of their death in subsequent games is high. There are rumors in the organization that Professor Bai and other employees collected resumes on Lin Guoyun during the night. As for the deputy, he does not like it when anyone, even a true professional in his field, goes against the rules. The teenager immediately added that it turns out that they treat him as if he got to this place for the gang, adding that probably he became a burden for the blonde. But the beauty said that this is not the case at all. She has a task regarding the mission, and she will complete it. After that, she asked the young man to put on a headset, explaining that this way the intelligence team would contact him, adding that it was not so difficult to contain the dungeon, but it still requires a certain skill. Stretching, the young man once again reminded that the contract clearly stated that no one would intentionally send a player to his death. And warming up, he said that the deputy is actually a man of rules, although this is not always a bad thing. Just a moment later, Ji Qinglin walked out of the office and walked away. The young man followed the boss to her car, not knowing what to do now. Such an operation was the first for the hero, and therefore he asked how to behave when he heard that first, you need to get in the car. The girl saw that our hero did not have time to put on a headset, so she reminded him about it and immediately asked for information about the hut in the forest. Beauty heard that some assistants are being connected who will supervise the group during the task. Yuanwei suddenly spoke up and explained that she was working her shift today, so she would provide whatever support she needed. It turned out that the hut in the forest appeared 36 hours ago. The scale of pollution is over 1,000 square meters. Currently, the area is blocked. So far, the temporary team consists of 3 people, a supervisor, a rookie, and Li Xuan. Hearing that the assistant was interested in additional questions, Ji Qinglin noted that at the moment, while they were still in place, everything was clear. After hearing the conversation, the guy said that the team leader would be a veteran, which means that he was included in the group just to check whether he would refuse or not. But it turned out that everything was not quite as simple as it might seem. The girl honestly said that the newcomer should not rely on this participant and not expect too much from him. The frightened teenager did not understand what was going on, because he definitely would not have been sent if there were no experienced people around. However, the beauty knew that she didn't want to waste time talking, saying that Lin Guoyun would understand everything on the spot. And she added that the most important thing now is to make sure that all the equipment is in place and there are no problems. After a while, the guy was standing not far from the person who was hugging the bucket because he was very sick. Covering his nose with his hand, the player tried to figure out if this was really the vaunted veteran in front of them. There was no doubt about it because Li Xuan was a disciple who had dropped out of the Heavenly Master's palace. The experience of completing the game was about 5 times. Despite this, the young man was a regular alcoholic with a low percentage of completing tasks. Taking a deep breath, the girl noted that now our hero understands why she didn't want to talk about this person before. The soldiers who were standing behind the guys immediately asked for a bucket of ice water to be brought to them. They didn't want to look at the drunk man, so they immediately doused him with a bucket to sober him up a little. But the young man was so drunk that he did not even understand what had happened because he was sure that it was just raining. The supervisor understood that they simply had to take this person with them, so she explained that they were currently on a mission. However, Li Xuan didn't care who said what, and after a moment, he fell back on the grass to rest for a while. Closing his eyes, he muttered something about a blue bird that he could only dream about, so it was just a dream. Covering her nose with her hand, Ji Qinglin ordered the military to douse this employee once more, adding that if he still didn't come to, then he should be taken away from this place. After that, she asked the young guys to follow her to the scene, because there was no time to lose. Moving behind the girl, our hero asked why that drunkard called her a bluebird. The blonde explained that she used to have a code name like that, but that was back when she was part of a killer whale intelligence unit. And she immediately added that many things were completely different before. Probably the young man remembered those times well, but the boys couldn't finish, because at that moment the commander stopped and pointed somewhere in front of him. The young men were standing in front of a beautiful structure that was shrouded in a strange red mist. The young man had a strange feeling when he got close to the house, thinking that it was a sense of imbalance. It's like a piece of reality squeezed in, so this is an out-of-control dungeon. But there was no time to think about it, because in the next instant, Lin Guoyun's indicator light turned yellow. The guy didn't understand why the warning was activated here. Perhaps it was due to the fact that something had already escaped from the dungeon. But the boss coldly stated that this was not an anomaly, but a distortion. Then she immediately ordered everyone to put on protective suits and immediately asked the assistant to determine the location to find out if the distortion was spreading. The youth, who had never heard such words before, immediately started asking what distortion was, as well as what kind of equipment it was all about. Ji Qinglin explained that they didn't need anything. Moreover, she was going to tell the guy about it when he learned how to use weapons, but after real experience, the player would figure it out for himself. It turned out that anomaly is a general term for all types of supernatural. It can be monsters, it can be terrain, and more. A distortion is an abnormal appendage, something like a virus or radiation. They infect ordinary people, distorting and turning all of them into monsters, which leads to bad consequences. A protective suit is able to slow down the speed with which it spreads to people. Inwardly, the young man thought that since anomalies distort ordinary people, why don't they need a protective suit? But all of a sudden, our hero seemed to get an electric shock when he realized the last phrase about ordinary people. So he asked aloud if it was true that they didn't need a suit, since they were players even here. Folding her hands, the blonde confirmed that this was indeed the case, because they had already been subjected to the largest anomalous distortion before. After that, she said that the assistant announced that the radius of the distorted territory in a couple of hours, therefore, the danger level became higher, although it was unclear how long it would take to mobilize resources. The dispatcher said that it was already too late. There were no special operations officers left in the city who were on standby. The village was 800 meters away. Ji Qinglin asked to prioritize the evacuation, and then noted that it was worth applying for support. Smiling, Lin Guoyun said with delight that there was no need to worry. He thought that he would be able to save the day. A cabin in the forest qualifies as a night level, which indicates the presence of at least one or more supernatural phenomena or rules, and therefore you should not take this lightly. The girl continued to say that their goal is to conduct an investigation, to be ready to evacuate at any time when there is danger. Therefore, I suggested that we try to work together so that everything would be normal. Walking inside, Ji Qinglin once again reminded them not to split up. But suddenly the manager turned around. She realized that she did not see behind her the guy who had been nearby until recently. At the same time, our hero, who was holding Li Xuan's shoulder, didn't understand why the door slammed so suddenly in front of him. The young people tried to understand what was happening, although they did not immediately figure out what to do now. At some point, the guy realized that he could contact the dispatcher and therefore reported that the boss disappeared before their eyes. They do not understand what is happening in this place. The girl immediately stated that Ji Qinglin's position was actually lost. She couldn't contact her. Picking up the phone, the young man said with some irritation in his voice, "Can't you really come up with some other means of communication?" Finally, the veteran spoke up, noting that something like this had happened when they were on the ground. And then, entering the room, I assumed that the girl was moved to another place. Obviously, that it would not be possible to get in touch with her. After that, the young man began to greedily drink water from a canteen, while simultaneously saying something about the advanced group. Something similar happened when the group encountered the phenomenon of spatial folding. The length of the corridor exceeded the length of the building, and after opening the doors, the situation became chaotic. But there has never been a situation of forced movement in space before. There have been changes in the rules of the dungeon, and the intelligence team recommends that you abandon the operation and wait for reinforcements. After that, Li Xuan once again said that the rules of space were the most troublesome thing and asked if the young man still wanted to stay. For a moment, our hero closed his eyes because he needed to collect his thoughts. And then he proudly declared that he wanted to be given literally 1 minute. Lin Guowen immediately asked the system to open a store for him to exchange rewards. At the same time, everything started to spin and spin around, and the guy already began to mature some kind of plan. At the same time, the blonde, who did not understand what had happened, tried to contact the dispatcher, hoping that she would still receive her message. But having carefully looked at the phone, the beauty understood that nothing comes out because there is no connection. Ji Qinglin said that the signal was missing, so she must have gotten into some kind of trouble, even though it looked normal. Looking at the open door behind her, the supervisor decided that she needed to leave this place. So she decided to do it as quickly as possible and immediately began to run. But after a while, the girl was out of breath, so she stopped. She couldn't believe what she was seeing because the doorway was still there. Looking around, the beauty realized that, most likely, she had fallen into a spatial fold. It was frustrating, but the bureau employee wasn't going to give up so easily, so she ran toward the door again. After a while, Ji Qinglin stopped again, realizing that she was once again standing in front of the window. Turning around, the girl looked at him as if trying to see something. Realizing that panic in such a case is not the best advisor, the friend of our hero stopped for a while. But then she finally admitted to herself that wherever she went, she kept coming back to the same place. Of course, if you can't get out of this house, then you can explore the place to understand how to proceed in the future. As for the boys, they were still looking at the closed door, just as they had a few minutes before. The young man heard the question of the companion, who asked if the newcomer was going to come in, and realizing that this was actually the case. Lin Guoyun knew that he didn't know what would be waiting for him inside, but he still took this step. The interesting thing was that the employees were in the same room, but as if in parallel realities. Realizing that each piece of information was important, the young man asked the dispatcher to repeat the information about the key and the solution. The girl immediately said that the advanced team had received 3 clues so far. The art museum is run by a family of 3, and some of the members of the group were given a spiritual vision and saw a picture from their life. The second clue is that each statue contains remains, which indicates a large number of people killed. Finally, the advanced team is confronted with a rogue assassin whose firearms have little effect on him. Thinking about it, the guy realized that this person probably serves as the core of the mutation. Suddenly, a voice started talking about how the heroes had really come. The young people turned their heads in horror, not knowing what they would see. And there was the ghost of some young girl who looked very creepy. The boys didn't expect anything like this, so they immediately retreated to the wall so as not to interfere with the ghost. For a while, the characters couldn't say anything because they had no idea what they were dealing with, so they needed time to think things through. After a moment, the ghost came as close as possible to our hero, who was not even able to move. But suddenly the ghost turned around and said in a commanding tone that the boys should follow her. Li Xuan had never seen such a thing, so he asked a colleague what they should do and heard that they would follow this girl. The young men didn't want to show that they were going to follow orders so easily, so they hid around the corner. Looking at the teenager, his colleague said that he was a Taoist, and therefore it was his job to deal with such things. And then he said that there are no ghosts in this world, he is a convinced materialist. But Lin Guoyun calmly pointed at the ghost, noting that the next time she spoke to them, that was exactly what he should tell her. Approaching the painting, the young man touched it, explaining that it was all just an anomaly. This is an anomaly associated with a powerful distortion, only here it appears in the form of a ghost. According to the data, anomalies often appear in the image of legends or monsters from classical literature. Currently, it is believed that people's thoughts influence their generation. Scratching his head, our hero asked that he did not understand what the difference was. The satellite explained that it was as if someone had been killed by lightning. In ancient times, it would have been believed that lightning punished a person for his bad deeds, but now it is believed that this is due to the fact that he stood under a tall tree during a heavy rain. Sipping his water, the happy young man continued to say that, in the first case, it was superstition, but in the second case, it was science. Lin Guoyun looked at the painting and asked what the ghost who had called them here had wanted to say. The drawing showed a house with a young girl leaning out of the window, waving to a passerby. And while they were thinking, they saw the ghost pop out of one of the paintings again. The players decided that once they got involved in this, they must definitely finish the job. So this time, they quickly ran to another picture. This drawing was radically different from the previous one because a girl was crying on it and a man was beating a man lying down. Lin Guoyun explained that the ghost was warning them to be careful of their father. And while our heroes were discussing their guesses, they did not even suspect that behind them was a powerful figure with an axe. The unknown man's eyes were burning as he watched the intruders for a while. But in the next instant, this figure swung to hit the guys with great force. At some point, the players sensed something was wrong and therefore managed to jump out of the way, watching as the axe hit the concrete floor. The terrified children did not immediately understand what had happened, but the main problem was that they did not know what to do next. For a moment, the ill-wisher stopped, but it was clear that he was unlikely to disappear after that. After that, there was an explosion, during which Li Xuan shouted in surprise that his colleague also uses talismans, so it turns out that he also belongs to the Taoists. Stopping, the young man asked why the young man had said this, since he had recently declared that he was a hardened materialist. And while the guy was saying something about vocational training, our hero carefully looked at the floor. He was very much surprised by the stones lying on the ground, although they seemed completely normal. But suddenly, the remnants of the stone monster began to fly in different directions, and therefore the teenager noted that this was not the end of the battle. Indeed, the creature that had only recently fallen apart was now recovering very quickly. Before the players knew it, this huge animated statue had gathered into a pile and was ready to go into battle. Swinging, this stone monster ran after our heroes, who at that moment had no idea what to do best. At the same time, Ji Xinglin was lighting her way with her phone's flashlight, looking around, hoping to get out of this time crease. She thought to herself that she didn't know how far she had already walked, maybe 300 meters, maybe a lot more. The question was also whether this space is distorted, expanded, or circulates somewhere. Suddenly, the supervisor froze in place. She was sure that someone was ahead of her, so she asked who was hiding in the room. A young blonde in a nurse's uniform said in surprise that she had run into someone again, but hoped it wasn't the uncle's drinking buddy. Ji Qinglin knew that someone was here and immediately found out that not so long ago, there was a handsome guy and a second alcoholic in this room. They were looking for their comrade. It was quite possible that it was a girl. The boss in a commanding tone asked who the stranger was, and then added that those guys were actually her acquaintances. She thought to herself that the advance team had sealed off the cabin in the forest as soon as it appeared, so that no civilians could enter it. Hence, there was something wrong with this case, and Ji Qinglin wanted to know what it was. The nurse was silent, looking around as if she'd never been in this place before. But after a moment, embarrassed, the beauty explained that she is a streamer, and therefore conducts a broadcast about the supernatural. It was strange, so the supervisor looked at the stranger carefully again. Posing, the girl said. Really, the beauty did not hear anything about Super Mile Aiyijang. Hearing the negative answer, the blogger immediately began to whimper, saying that it's a pity that the beauty is not sitting on the internet, because there are so many interesting things. Even take her video. Leaving, Aiyijang said that not only did she not find anything, but she was also warned that she had entered a forbidden territory, and therefore leaves, but wishes the beauty to find her friends. However, Ji Qinglin didn't want the stranger to leave, as she still had some questions left. Turning around, the manager noted that if the blogger is going to leave through the main entrance, then she still will not succeed. A confused blonde in a nurse's suit couldn't understand why she was being told about this, what the problem was. The anomaly specialist said honestly that there was a spatial crease in this run, and if you don't solve the problem in the bud, the people who entered here will never be able to get out of here. Heading for the door, the girl shouted that this was all not true. They just wanted to intimidate her, as many people do. Aijing ran again and again, knowing that she was about to leave this dark and gloomy place as well. But after a while, the beauty realized that something very strange was actually happening. So she stopped and looked at the supervisor, who had already done this trick dozens of times. Looking at the blogger who couldn't do anything, Ji Qinglin coldly stated that it was necessary to listen to her, since she understood such things. Sitting on the ground, the blogger finally began to realize that getting out of this hall is not really possible, although the door is very close. The specialist in the anomalous was not going to become a hostage of this place, and therefore asked the stranger at what point she encountered her friends. Hearing that it was in the studio behind the corridor, the boss noted that, in fact, they were in an oceanarium, from which they could not get out. After these words, the girl, whose face was filled with real horror, explained that everything was happening just like in that story. Turning around, Ji Qinglin wanted to know what kind of story she was talking about, knowing that any information carried considerable weight right now. The blonde said that this story is about a ghost killer from an art museum. Legend has it that the owner of this museum once went mad, killed his entire family, and then disappeared. And those who then enter this room are forever lost and cannot find a way out. This happens until they meet that crazy father. Given how defenseless people are, they become victims of this person. The friend of our hero not only heard such stories, she saw them, and therefore with indifference in her voice, said that perhaps her companion would still tell something interesting. And she added that the blonde did not tell at all about the man who was killed by his father and became a ghost, constantly looking for a scapegoat. Then she asked again, because that was how it really was, she hadn't missed anything. Aijing wanted to take the supervisor's hand, but she immediately pulled it away because somehow the girl started to get electrocuted. After that, something unusual started happening to the blogger, who wasn't really a blogger. Although in a moment she turned into the ghost that the guys met. Screaming, the ghost asked when the uninvited guest found out the whole truth, because it was something impossible. Raising her hand, Ji Qinglin noted that the liar's acting skills were terrible. They were all in the same space, and therefore the ghost couldn't possibly intersect with Lin Guoyun and that alcoholic. Another nuance is that not only did they know about this, but only ghosts could see everything. With lightning speed, the leader moved from her seat and ran somewhere. It seemed that she had some kind of plan. It was to fight this ghost, and it had to be done very quickly. The ghost didn't like what was going on since a human had set foot in its territory, but for the bold Ji Qinglin, it wasn't a big deal. During her work at the bureau, the beauty had encountered many things and knew exactly what she was doing. At the same time, the ghost continued to scream and threaten, saying that the uninvited guest would not be able to escape because someone would come for her. The girl herself knew a lot, but right now her task was to defeat the ghost and then think about how to get out. Not much time has passed, and the beauty has already managed to finish her job. After such events, it seems as if the whole space is ringing and changing, and therefore the friend of our hero was just waiting for it to pass. After a while, the ringing in her ears subsided, so Ji Qinglin gradually opened her eyes. The manager knew that it was not so easy to get rid of ghosts. They can be stopped for a while, but if they want to, they can escape, which is what happened to the real blogger. But suddenly there was another problem. Without even turning around, the beauty could hear heavy footsteps and the sound of dragging object. At this time, in the parallel of the same room, the guys who were hiding around the corner realized that it was somehow quiet. Li Xuan cautiously announced that there was no one else in the hall, which was confirmed by his colleague. A man who recently sobered up said he now feels like he's seen a similar scene often in a horror movie. There, the two main characters were almost convinced that they had managed to escape. And the moment they breathed a sigh of relief and immediately took a short pause. Then he shouted that the killer came around the corner and said that he had found his victims. Suddenly, this villain starts waving a knife, and the story ends there, because there is no one else to fight. Realizing that something needed to be done, Lin Guoyun glanced around the hall, announcing that the statue of his father was missing from its place, so they had no time to lose. The companion did not understand where the young man was in such a hurry and asked him to wait for him because one was still a little afraid. But the player explained that he was in a hurry to investigate. They broke the statue a total of 11 times. Of these, 3 times it was done with a money sword, then 7 with a magic talisman, and once a combination was used. Using different attack methods, the cooldown time of the statue was the same, although it seemed somewhat unusual to Li Xuan. But our hero again said that the statue resurrects too completely, and so much so that it does not correspond to its own combat power, and therefore the young man decided to carefully observe this process. Moreover, the teenager noticed that with each new resurrection, this stone monster receives energy from the outside. Li Xuan, who didn't seem to see anything even around him, didn't understand how a colleague managed to be so attentive. The others simply noted that he was watching everything as closely as possible in order to track every movement. For a moment, our hero froze, the reason being that he was adjusting the yin pupil, an ability from the store that helped to recognize a lot of things. After that, Lin Guoyun explained that he was confused about the third room on the second floor, because it was from this room that the energy for resurrecting the statue was supplied. The guys didn't waste any time, so they went to the place where this whole problem could have started. After entering the hall, the players didn't notice anything strange. At first glance, it was an ordinary room with many different paintings hanging on the wall. A veteran gamer who was walking behind was asking why it was so cold in this place, but the young man did not want to be distracted by trifles. His special look could not work all the time, so he was looking for something specific and found it. Approaching the painting, the young man decided to tap on it to see what to expect. But since nothing terrible happened, the guys decided to remove the picture from the wall in order to proceed further. The most interesting thing was not the drawing, but the fact that behind it was a hole in the wall that led somewhere. The surprised heroes looked at the strange altar that had been well hidden for a long time. And again our hero spoke, who said that the pacifying talismans contain fire and explosions, so they are not suitable for such a small space, and therefore waited for what his colleague would suggest. Concentrating, the young man said something about the retreat of evil spirits and evil spirits. Then he said that now they will see all the evil spirits that are in this room. But suddenly something went wrong, and they knew that this was just a projection, but there must be an entity somewhere else. At the same moment, the young people heard something strange, although they did not understand what it was. But then in unison, the players thought of Ji Qinglin, who might be related to this. Looking in the mirror, Li Xuan noticed that something was showing up there, and therefore it was necessary to monitor it very carefully. And sure enough, there was a picture on the screen from a room that is parallel, where a stone statue is standing next to the supervisor, who is about to attack the blonde. The young man asked to contact the girl, but the operator replied that communication is still difficult. Currently receiving information from the boss is available only unilaterally. Our hero was angry, realizing that they must find a way to contact the familiar. At least the essence of the altar is on her side. Closing his eyes, Li Xuan revealed that he had a method, and in the dungeon, he obtained a skill called the drunken sleep mechanism. But to show the skill, he needs to drink a lot of strong wine and fall asleep. Only here, he has already finished his alcohol. And holding the bottle in his hands, he asked where he could find at least some more wine in such a short time. After putting down the jug, Lin Guoyun heard a notification from the system that the conversion price for drunk immortal wine was 1,200 achievement points per container. This was followed by another jug with a more expensive conversion, but it was impossible to make a drink without it. At the last stage, the guy requested some important concoction, which also cost a lot of points. The veteran of the game froze for a while, as if he didn't quite believe what he was seeing in front of him. Answering a teenager's question about whether this is enough to get drunk, the young man said that it is enough for him to die 3 times from drunkenness. And before he started drinking, Li Xuan asked if the newbie wanted the senior to tell him about this technique. But our hero answered with indifference that he had a lot of achievement points, and therefore it would be possible to come up with something with them. At the same time, Ji Qinglin struggled desperately with the sculpture, noting to herself that the attacks didn't have any effect because the stone monster was regenerating over and over again. Suddenly, the blonde froze, as if she could hear Li Xuan's voice even though she couldn't see him. Floating up behind the beauty in the form of a small image, the guy explained that they are in different spaces. He came to suggest a solution to deal with the anomaly. The manager realized that her strength was running out, and therefore it was time to end it. The veteran of the game explained that this statue is an immortal body. No matter how much you destroy it, everything is useless. To overcome this anomaly, it is necessary to destroy the altar that feeds the stone monster with energy. This altar is hidden behind a painting on the 2nd floor in the 3rd room on the left. Only in this space can it be destroyed. The beauty said that she understood everything, especially since this huge statue was almost restored. Picking up speed, Ji Qinglin ran as fast as she could, knowing that there was no margin for error. Watching everything in the mirror, our hero did not understand whether everything would go smoothly, because the situation was at its limit. Suddenly, Lin Guoyun's attention was caught by something that he hadn't noticed before. It was a small painting sitting on a shelf, showing a warrior with an axe. As he tugged on the holes, the young man spoke to himself under his breath, as if the puzzles of this puzzle were beginning to form in his head. At the same time, the girl ran to the right door, where Lin Guoyun's projection indicated. This place was actually very strange, because the ghost that Ji Qinglin had encountered earlier was shouting into the room. The supervisor paused for a moment because she could see that the veteran's projection was trying to do something, so it didn't interfere. After that, something unusual began to happen because it felt as if everything was mixed up and connected in one place. Clutching his head, Li Xuan, who had already regained consciousness, was trying to figure out what had happened to him. And only our hero, who continued to look at the pictures, said aloud that everything was not as simple as it seemed to them. The young man told a colleague that if he had already managed to sober up, he should get up and start helping to eliminate the consequences of the anomaly. Coming closer, the young man didn't understand what the newcomer was doing. After all the anomalies had already been delayed by Ji Qinglin. The guy noted that he knows this, although he asked his colleague to look at the painting that lies next to him. Looking at the creepy drawing, the image full of fear and terror, Li Xuan tried to figure out what was wrong. The teenager shouted that he found the original, and therefore it turns out that the fault is not the father, but his daughter. Addicted to rituals, she turned her own father into a monster. In the picture they had seen before, the girl did not ask for help, but lured passers-by to the museum. And it was no wonder that she was the one who kept the intruders out of the study, even though the young man still didn't understand what his companion was doing. Looking at the paintings, Lin Guoyun tried to find the essence of this demoness. After she was reborn as an evil spirit, her essence remained in the self-portrait. If you destroy the painting, they will succeed. If not completely destroy this girl, then cause serious damage to her. Their main task is to outwit her, to show that everything is not as simple as she thought. This ghost thought she was smart, splitting up the guys to break them down one by one. But at the same time, it can only be on one side of all of them, and this is what will cause its defeat. Therefore, at the same moment, the young people began to search for the right picture and tore up everything that came to hand. Ji Qinglin didn't know about the guy's plan, so she carefully looked at the ghosts in front of her. The beauty knew that something was wrong in this case because they did not disappear anywhere, although everything was done as it should be. But suddenly, something strange started happening to the girl's ghost. She felt as if someone was impaling her with a powerful spear that couldn't be dealt with. This happened because our heroes found the right picture, which they cut into small pieces. The supervisor didn't do anything, just stood rooted to the spot, watching what was going to happen next. And then what happened was that somehow the other statues and ghosts started to gradually disappear. Holding the right picture in their hands, the guys asked if it was true that the entity now came to them because it sensed something was wrong. If that's the case, they'll do absolutely anything to have fun with her, just like she did. After that, the players who stood shoulder to shoulder began to use their techniques, realizing that the result will definitely be there. The opponents who were on the other side were not used to seeing someone resist them, but they also planned to do something. After a short period of time, there was no trace of the stone statue because it was lying at the feet of our heroes. As Li Xuan struggled to his feet, he asked his colleague how he was still holding up, noting that his spiritual strength would soon run out. Passing something to his friend, our hero noted that in this case he should use the talisman. Holding a figurine in his hands, the young man wondered what it was, since he had never seen anything like it. Seeing the bright light coming from the talisman, the veteran of the game realized that it was an artifact of average quality, although he did not understand where the novice got such a thing. The young man explained with a kind of longing in his voice that it was his inheritance from his parents. And then he shouted to his companion to be careful, because the opponents are recovering again. Young people realized that the fight was not over yet, and therefore again focused on their opponents. The ghosts looked very strange. It was not obvious that they were set up for something serious. The strange thing was that the stone thugs seemed to be falling apart, even though there wasn't much reason to. That was why Lin Guoyun, who was as surprised as possible, stood still and didn't move. He tried to process what was happening, but all he could do was notice that the stone statue was all cracked. The guys were still standing there, each of them silent, thinking about something different. A few minutes later, our hero breathed a sigh of relief, noting that their manager had done her part perfectly. The blonde actually managed to break the mirror, which shattered into small pieces. Although the girl was still wary, because she knew that you can expect anything. The ghost of a woman who was hovering over the stone man kept shouting at Tom that this was not the time to rest, but he had to get up, but he didn't hear her. As Li Xuan stepped onto the stone floor, he was relieved to say that this was the last time they had managed to defeat this person. Then looking at the ghost, he asked her if she had any other tricks in store, and if so, he would like to see them. The ghost was angry, but it couldn't say anything because the players had done their job perfectly, knowing what to do in time. Suddenly, the apparition, which at that moment looked more like a flash of light, quickly rushed to the opposite side of the room. But the young man was angry, shouting that no one had ever run away from him like this before, and therefore asked not to do it. However, there was a colleague ahead who understood what was going to happen and was going to prevent it. Somehow, the young man had a golden bag in his hands, in which he was going to plant this essence. After a moment, Lin Guoyun tied the bundle as tightly as possible so that the ghost couldn't get out again. Approaching our hero, an experienced player asked if a colleague really managed to do the almost impossible. When Li Xuan heard that this was the case, he said that this anomaly was capable of creating distortion. And according to the Bureau's rules, you can't keep them for yourself. But at that moment, the teenager reminded him about one jug of Drunk Immortal's wine. The young man looked at his companion in surprise because his offer was tempting, and he did not want to refuse it. Smiling and scratching his head, the veteran said that it was according to the rules and, after a short pause, added that in this case, 2 pitchers. Suddenly, the youth said that his last price was 2 jars of Drunken Immortal and 3 jars of Emperor Stream Pulp. Otherwise, he would let go of this essence. In the next second, the teammates shook hands as a sign that they both agreed on the right option and survived this fight. The joyful Li Xuan was saying that the soul of the anomaly was completely destroyed. It had died completely, so you can forget about it. Suddenly, our hero turned his head to the side because he thought he heard footsteps. Despite this, the guys still held hands because, until quite recently, they did not know if they would be able to get out of this place. Ji Qinglin asked in an indifferent tone, "It turns out that the employees have such strange hobbies holding hands. Running in different directions." The confused guy said that this was just an accident and you should not think out what really does not exist. At that moment, the girl turned to the dispatcher, noting that the spatial anomaly had disappeared, but she would like to know the level of energy distortion. The employee explained that a rapid decrease in the distortion area and its energy level was detected, and a preliminary assessment indicates that the incident has been resolved. Realizing that the mission was completed, the manager said that now they can go back. They still need to report on everything that happened. The guys were happy that they managed to work so well together. After a while, the young people were already moving along the path that led from the museum to the highway. Sitting in the chair, the boss said that in this task, mostly only our hero showed himself well. Some people said that this young man is very strong and smart. He is much better than the players who passed the game only once. Moreover, the guy has a sense of justice and is willing to take risks for the sake of ordinary people and teammates. In addition, the young man is savvy, carefully observes everything, has great potential, but he also hides a lot. After thinking about it, the man decided that perhaps it was all inherited from his parents. A moment later, he thanked Li Xuan for his hard work, adding that it was actually a great job. Pressed against the wall, the veteran gamer was glad that he was able to work with such an interesting teenager. Although he said out loud that it was a pleasure to help, especially since it was all for the sake of the Bureau. The next morning, Lin Guoyun leisurely got out of bed, realizing that he had finally managed to rest after 2 difficult tasks. Once in the bathroom, the guy carefully looked at his reflection in the mirror, making sure that he was home and everything was fine with him. A moment later, the young man opened the water and put his hands under it, enjoying the warmth. Our hero washed with such pleasure, as if he had not done it for a very long time. When Lin Guoyun finished with all the procedures, he sat down in a large chair and simply closed his eyes, realizing that the fatigue was still making itself felt. All this work required a lot of energy, effort, and expenditure, so the young man picked up his mid-level artifact. In the next instant, a powerful stream of energy enveloped the young man like a large and strong beast. At that moment, the teenager told himself that all this was true. If we take into account the reality, then only 2 days have passed since the young man got acquainted with all this. And so he decided that now was the time to think carefully and summarize everything, because it was so important for him to know the fate of his parents. At that time, Lin Guoyun knew that the game was only held once a week, and therefore there were only 5 days left before the start of a new round. But there was another nuance in the form of a guiding link, which did not give rest. The fact is that Deputy Director Xu Qinyan has clearly made it clear that he doesn't like it when the young man enjoys privileges, and now it seems that his attitude is somehow very hostile. Although the man might be too wary, there was something else, and that was that his parents' personal files were classified, so it wouldn't be easy to find out. The young man came up with another idea, but he couldn't think about it because his phone rang. Taking the mobile phone in his hand, the guy tried to understand who was bothering him, but the number was hidden. As Lin Guoyun answered the phone, he could hear someone asking if he was really our hero. The girl clarified that her name is Feng Xinzi. She is an assistant and dispatcher in one person. After that, the beauty said that she believes that they will be able to get along and agree if it suddenly comes to this. The young man, who had not yet fully recovered, did not understand who was talking to him, so he clarified this nuance again. The beauty once again explained that so far the player has not been assigned a permanent assistant, and therefore it is temporary. But the young man was surprised not by this, but by the fact that for some reason this dispatcher does not call the manager by name. Stretching in her chair, Feng Xinzi confirmed that this was indeed the case, but she couldn't say what the reason for such a moment was. And then she added that the Bureau often uses code names during missions to ensure the safety of its employees, although the newcomer himself should know about this, because he was trained in a training class. But our hero honestly admitted that he had not yet finished his training, although he thought to himself that in fact he had not even started it yet. The girl continued to say that it was strange that the young man knew the real name of the boss. Moreover, it was unclear why he did not have a code name, because the system had to enter it. The surprised young man did not understand how this could have happened, and therefore was a little afraid. Feng Xinzi immediately started checking something on her computer to make sure that everything was correct. After that, the employee stated that she had found a dossier on Novichok. When he heard that our hero's code name was Zhu Long, he was overjoyed, realizing that he had not been forgotten. But suddenly the girl said that something is wrong with the system, because the code name is used by 2 people at once, although this cannot be. The employee tried to find out something, but said that the other user was classified for some reason. However, she immediately asked the young man to wait a little while until she managed to crack some files in order to understand everything. In less than a few minutes, the assistant was already reading the information that the other user's name was Lin Fenyan, and he was a deserter. Hearing about this, the guy could not express all the emotions that were raging in his soul at that time. Suddenly, a red warning flashed on the employee's screens. Feng Xinzi was trying to understand what was wrong, so she told the young man that she needed to understand why the connection was broken, and then she would call him back and explain everything. But the young man asked the assistant not to switch off, because it was most important for him to know where his father had gone and what was happening to him now. Holding the phone in his hands, the young man saw that there was some error indicated, so he decided to think a little and switch over. Lin Guoyun understood that his dad was supposed to be an elder, although it wasn't entirely clear why he had deserted. But if it was true, it was no wonder why the information was classified. After a while, the guy's phone rang again, so he looked at it carefully. Shouting into the phone, the teenager said that he immediately needs an explanation. He wants to know everything that is known. However, our hero was called not by an assistant, but by the boss, who did not understand why the player was so surprised that it was her. The guy decided to explain that he had spoken to another person before, but the girl was not interested in this. She only said that the badge and training materials were already ready and would be delivered by courier right to the door. Ji Qinglin immediately hung up after that, even though the teenager was still looking at the phone for a while. After that, the young man went to the door, hoping to see the person who would pass him the box from the bureau. The young man did everything slowly, continuing to think about the recent conversation with the dispatcher. To the surprise of our hero, a young man was already standing in the corridor, who addressed the guy as Zhu Long and asked him to carefully check the contents. Lin Guowen took the box and looked at it carefully, not quite believing that this was really happening to him. The young man looked away and heaved a sigh of relief. When the messenger left, the guy noted aloud that he didn't even have the strength to be angry. Picking up one of the folders, the teenager decided that since Feng Xinzi wasn't answering his calls, then it was time to familiarize himself with the contents. In the first document, it was written that depending on the level of strength, oddities are divided into 7 levels. Reverb level, these are monsters that are slightly distorted by their energy, but can actively use abilities that pose a great threat to people. There is also a level of knights that are difficult to destroy. Bishop-level monsters include monsters that can use multiple abilities and simultaneously carry a powerful distorted energy that can instantly injure or easily kill 1,000 people. At the deity level, the highest level monsters have the ability to control at least one rule and cannot be defeated without breaking the restrictions. It is a monster that can shake the civilized system. The highest levels of disaster, extinction, and end of life, these are monsters that exist only in theory. Enemies will pose a serious threat to the survival of the entire world. The young man understood that the player's level corresponds to a certain level of the monster. So far, our hero has a silver level. Although the talisman statuette is not so much an ability, but just auxiliary things. To be safe, you need to learn something else, some ability. Suddenly, the newcomer's phone rang, and luckily for him, it was Feng Xinzi. The happy girl said that she finally finished, although she did not think that it would be something so difficult. The guy immediately asked if the assistant managed to get some other important information, but she replied in a lazy tone that there was no such thing because she valued her own life. After that, she explained that she had said only a few words, as it immediately began to block about 30 viruses. And this is a real crisis for a working person. Fortunately, Feng Xinzi is very smart, otherwise she would definitely be caught. After that, the beauty waited for the young man to tell her at least something. But realizing that the newcomer was silent, she asked if he knew this Lin Fengmian. The guy was not going to hide anything from the assistant, and therefore said that it was her father. From surprise, the beauty even dropped the candy from her hands. And then, in a sly tone, she joked about the fact that she was probably the witness who would be removed after such a thing. However, the young man asked if it was true that Feng Xinzi was his assistant. And when he heard a satisfactory answer, he added that she took the initiative to check the code name. Moreover, the girl read confidential documents and therefore escaped from punishment. Then he abruptly stated that this is the end, it's all over. He will definitely be considered an accomplice and expelled from the organization. This is his payment for what happened, and therefore everything is lost. Lin Guoyun knew that he had scared the girl out of her wits, so he explained in a gentle tone that she wasn't worried about that at all. He added that his father was just a suspected deserter, but they didn't have anything on him, so everything would be fine. And besides, no one else knew that the dispatcher was digging into the information, and he wouldn't tell anyone. After recovering a little, Feng Xinzi stated that this was actually true, although the guy said that he needs the girl's help in something else, because friends should help each other. The beauty did not understand what else she could do, and the young man asked how to get a new ability that he really needed. This information was not secret, and therefore the beauty noted that she knows everything about it. And then she added that now she will send all the necessary data. In fact, it's not just about spiritual power, magical power, vengeance, and mind power, but it's all just energy by nature, and their methods of awakening are special. The basic principle is that distortion changes the human body and allows you to create and use energy, exercises, spiritual stones and treasures, all sources of power. The young man liked that everything was so simple, so he asked what was the safest way to wake up. Feng Xinzi said that these are the rewards received from the game. There are many of them. They can be used to awaken, and most people use these methods. With determination in his voice, our hero asked what would best help awaken the ability, and heard that the assistant would send everything. Our hero was so excited that he couldn't wait for what the girl was talking about to arrive. But after a while, Lin Guoyun continued to pace back and forth, unable to make the right decision. Finally, the guy stood next to the table and shouted that now he definitely decided everything. There were fruits in front of the young man, and in the center was a large crystal. This was the eternal flame tribulation crystal, a stone shrouded in the light of the tribulation fire that could withstand his suffering and burn his body or awaken the power of fate and creation. Holding the stone in his hands, the young man thought that according to the information from his assistant, this thing will help him in awakening. But the main nuance was that this crystal had to be swallowed, although the whole process could be painful. Opening his mouth, the young man brought the stone to his lips, wondering what would happen next. The young man decided that first he would complete the task, and then he would activate his power. Lin Guoyun smiled and said that it didn't taste too bad anymore. It was quite edible. Although after a moment, the player began to feel confused, although he did not immediately understand what was wrong with him. As he fell to the floor, he realized that this stone was not so simple because his health was only getting worse. Folded in half, the young man shouted that he was hot. It felt as if a fire was burning from the inside. At this time, the system sent a notification that the Eternal Flame Tribulation Crystal had changed the owner's physical state. Therefore, the activation of spiritual power began, although it was a very unpleasant process. Suddenly, the guy shouted that he now understood how it was used. Once again, the computer notified that the spiritual transformation was completed. The power of fire increased. Holding his head, our hero noted that it is not surprising that the probability of obtaining a fire ability is low. It is probably impossible to achieve 100% progress at all. Even though the transformation was complete, Lin Guoyun didn't feel any better. He slammed his hand down on the table again and again, a hand that was burning, hoping it would make him feel better. And this moment has come, so the young man carefully looked at the table where the fruit was still lying. The guy didn't know what was waiting for him next, so he didn't immediately decide whether it was all there or not. But suddenly the young man grabbed a peach and began to eat it as greedily as if he had been starving for a whole month. And the result was not long in coming, as the system notified that the owner's physical condition had improved and stamina had increased. The current progress was already at the level of 21%. The guy immediately asked the computer to put all the things into improving the physique. At some point, all the products and other attributes began to literally envelop in fire. After that, the young man drank and ate everything that was on the table with great speed. Sitting down on the chair, the young man breathed a sigh of relief because at this point the activation was completed. But it was too early to stop, so the young man asked the system to open his bag and show him what was in it. The young man was smiling, although he didn't say anything, but it was clear that he was pleased. All Lin Guoyun said out loud was that he had received almost all the rewards for completing the first task, and he also asked a rhetorical question about how he does all this for a reason. At that moment, congratulations on completing the hidden task appeared on the scoreboard. The surprised hero did not understand what was being said because no one suggested that he do anything. But the assignment meant a task one step ahead that opened up the Help Center reward. Only the guy had no idea what that meant. It turned out that the Help Center opens before each task, where each owner of the system can exchange their points for the purchase of props that can help during the task. Our hero understood that this was very useful, although he didn't know what to do for a few days before the game. Suddenly, the young man had a brilliant idea. Lin Guoyun immediately picked up a large box and started moving it somewhere. After a while, the statue that he had taken from his first test was standing in front of the guy. Looking at the small figure, the young man decided that he would deal with it first. The system immediately announced that it was impossible to track the power of the statue of Empress Sanquan Mingmu. Although such statues have demonic energy, there is an assumption that this is the incarnation of some god. Touching the figure, the guy said that it doesn't matter to him what it was before, because now it will only go on the bright side and there will be no problems in the sacrifice. Putting a small bag next to it, the system again notified that it was something strange and sealed. Although in reality, these two attributes that the teenager brought with him from the task looked very strange. As for our hero, he said out loud that in any case, these things need to be put somewhere. After a while, the pouch began to glow with a golden light, as if the young man was planning to make the essence in the form of a sacrifice. It is also interesting that this light was getting brighter and brighter by the minute. Thanks to his new occupation, Lin Guoyun didn't even notice that a few more days had passed, so there was absolutely no time left before the game. Perhaps that's why the young man was contacted by his supervisor, although he didn't know for sure. Ji Hinglin explained that it was time to open the second copy of the game, adding that the Bureau had sent task force members. They were about to arrive. As he headed for the door, the young man was interested in the fact that the next round would start today. When he put on the suit that the guy had worn to the game for the first time, he told himself that everything was almost ready, and he hoped that he hadn't missed anything. Although, of course, the most important thing was to complete the task. Lin Guoyun suddenly became alert, even though he didn't say a word. The reason was that there were some strangers in the room who were standing on all sides. The teenager understood who these people were, but it was unpleasant for him that they were looking at him so intently. But suddenly there was a voice in the earpiece that explained that there was nothing strange about this, and that very soon the bureau employee would get used to it. The young man looked around as he didn't understand how anyone could know what he had just said. And Feng Xinzi continued to say that after all, it was necessary to carefully monitor everything so that there would be no problems in the copy. Our hero said that in this case, it is necessary to hurry, although he immediately asked if the copy would be dangerous. The assistant, eating something, slowly noted that there was nothing else to expect. Then she went on to explain that if all these people ended up in a copy, then the survival rate would only be about 10%. The girl stated that there is still something that needs to be done. These strangers will always be around. The young man replied with a sad expression that he understood everything, although in fact he had not yet understood the essence of the matter. Lin Guoyun hoped that he would always be able to contact his assistant, but she replied that it was impossible to do this in the game. She would only be available on a task. The young man was upset by this fact, and therefore he asked if this was so, then why would he even spend time talking to the girl? Not knowing what to say, the brunette quickly came up with on the go that she needed to make it easier for the guy to cope with his emotions. And smiling, she continued to say that the player can chat with her to relieve stress and tension, thereby increasing their chances of completing the copy. Our hero expected something else, but still said that there was nothing wrong with this. They would at least chat. In the next minute, the young man noticed that everything was blurring around him, and the system immediately notified him that there were 15 minutes left before the game started, and therefore he should go to the training area. After that, just like the first time, only a shining light remained on the carpet, indicating that the game had started and the person had teleported. Suddenly, one of the people standing in the living room reported to someone that Lin Guoyun had entered the game and entered a state of alert. The guy noticed that the picture around him began to change, so he was about to be in the game. Another moment, and our hero realized that he was sitting in a bus that goes through picturesque places. At first glance, everything was very peaceful because there was a driver sitting in front who was slowly driving the vehicle. Looking around, the young man was a little surprised that this time he started the game on the bus. The reason was that it was rare for public transport to cause any trouble. Suddenly, a man spoke up and told all the passengers to calm down. Then he asked if it was true that everyone would behave well and obediently. Suddenly, one of the passengers dropped a handkerchief on the floor, although she did not pick it up. The frightened girl immediately asked what this strange place was. Standing next to the beauty, the ill-wisher asked if she was new and added that she should have at least some information. The stranger immediately began to justify herself, explaining that she had already learned everything that was necessary, although she did not fully understand the question. And the man continued to frighten the beauty, saying that for sure her death will be fascinating, and not only for her. The girl did not know what to do. She realized that the tone of this rude man does not bode well, and therefore said that he did not even think to approach her. Sitting very close, our hero thought about what this villain was going to do. Although he immediately scolded himself for thinking this, since Lin Guoyun still didn't know the purpose of the mission, so he should at least look around first and then decide how to behave. Although the situation was getting worse by the minute, it was getting harder to just sit there and say nothing. The villain, meanwhile, was telling the brunette not to stare back because he wasn't as scary as he might seem. The teenager realized that if no one interfered with this person, then the murders would start before anyone realized what their main task was. That's why the young man jumped up from his seat and grabbed the villain's hand. The man did not like this behavior, and therefore he asked our hero what he was doing at all. The guy didn't say anything. Instead, he put so much pressure on his hand that the ill-wisher couldn't stand it. He thought to himself that he had never encountered such a force before. So this boy wasn't as simple as he looked. After that, Lin Guoyun carefully looked at the stranger, showing that it was better not to argue with him or cling to him. And he said out loud that first you need to complete the task, and only after that you need to think about all sorts of nonsense. The player was standing in his place. It was obvious that he didn't want to get involved, so he didn't say anything. But our hero was not going to back down, wanting to show this man that he should not be treated like this. The man looked at the teenager with indescribable anger, although, as before, he remained silent. But a moment later, the stranger took off from his seat and ran to where the young man was standing to take revenge on him. However, Lin Guoyun wasn't intimidated by this at all. He had improved so much in these days that his energy could be enough for many battles, and in many cases the guy wouldn't even have to strain. It seems that the player also understood this, and therefore he pretended that he was not afraid and said that he would rather save his strength for the game, because no one knows what lies ahead for them all. Our hero immediately began to calm down. realizing that there would definitely not be a fight on the bus. A minute later, the system sent a notification that a special task was completed, according to which the hero saves the beauty. The reward for the task is equal to 300 merit points. Of course, this was very small. Despite this, the young man was happy because the points will never be superfluous. He wanted to think about something else, but he felt someone tugging at the edge of his jacket. Embarrassed and blushing, the unfortunate woman tried to squeeze out words of gratitude. Turning around, the young man said with joy in his voice that there was no need for these words because he had done what he had to do. At that moment, another man got up from his seat and began to move around the cabin. The man was looking very carefully at our hero's watch, although he was in no hurry to say anything. Although, as he came closer, the fellow traveler noted that, judging by the young man's clothes, it can be concluded that he is from the bureau, and therefore I would like to know his name. Lin Guoyun did not know who was standing in front of him, and he was not going to deny or lie, so he introduced himself with his code name, especially since it was officially assigned to him. The man immediately said that his name was Zhu Geguang, although his friends only called him Zhu Ge. As for the person behind him, that person's name was Xiao Dao. They were from the same Tianya club. The ill-wisher, when he heard about the name of the club, suddenly turned his head and asked about it again. The young man thought to himself that according to the information he received, this is an early organization of players, and since 2 people are from there, it turns out that there is an opportunity to choose even a team game. Returning to his seat, the teenager's new acquaintance proudly declared that he could safely rely on him. And he added that, given that others know about this club, it's best for the boy to keep a low profile at all. Touching the ill-wisher's shoulder, Juga noted that he also believes that it is necessary to think exclusively about the task at this time. After that, I asked what the man thinks about this, because he is also a member of the team. Realizing that a certain coalition has already been formed, the ill-wisher decided not to argue, saying that he fully agrees with this. But before leaving, he offered to apologize for his inappropriate act. Rising from his seat, the man bowed and said that he was really ashamed of his behavior, and therefore he apologizes. Clapping his hands, the young man said that he was glad that everything was quickly settled, because only by working together will they be able to complete this mission. At this time, our hero thought that this was a good move, since an experienced player confirmed his place as a leader in team. And then I decided that this man should be treated as carefully as possible, because he was definitely hiding something. Approaching the guy, the shy girl asked if she could take a seat next to him. The young man didn't mind it, but at that moment he was interested in other things, so he asked the system to open a help center for him. After taking a look at all the items in the store, Lin Guoyun decided that now was the time to make an exchange, especially since the time was right, since the bus continued to go along the road without turning anywhere. Although immediately the computer reported that 1 guy will die and the corpses will rise, no one will go against, 1 will die, and there will be a lot of monsters, everyone will burn. Just after the message was delivered, the bus stopped on the road. All the players were standing outside, although none of them were in a hurry to say anything. After some time, the bus drove on, and the players, looking around, realized that they were dropped off near a small town. In addition, everyone raised their heads and stared intently at the glowing board. It turned out that according to the backstory, all the players are spies from the organization for the containment of the supernatural, located in Zone X in a small town where a strange murder occurred. The guys pretended to be important employees and came to find out what forces are behind it. At the same time, Juga reached into his pocket because he realized that there was something that wasn't there before. Taking out the ID of the organization specified by the system, the young man said that the complexity of the copy does not look high. The guys didn't understand what this man was talking about because they didn't even understand the essence of the question. Moreover, his colleague Xiao Dao did not realize this either and immediately asked what his colleague meant. The man explained that for previous copies, the condition for completion was to live to see a certain event. Although the survival mission is dangerous, but at least the conditions are known there. Regardless of the actions, the most important thing is to live to the end. But now everything is different, because if you do not meet certain conditions, the copy will not complete. And if the player needs to take the initiative to investigate, then they will most likely encounter some unknown dangers and rules. Putting his hand on the shoulder of a colleague, the player said that this is his 3rd game, and therefore you should be more careful than ever. After that, Juga sighed heavily, even though he was in no hurry to say anything else. The boys knew that this man knew more than they did, so they listened carefully. This was not for nothing, as after thinking for a while, Zhuge also announced that the difficulty of this game had been increased. Our hero listened carefully to this man, of course. He is used to making important decisions himself, But information is very valuable, and therefore he listened to every word. And a moment later, the speaker announced that it was best for them to work together in order to successfully complete this copy, and in the shortest possible time. Having finished speaking, the group decided to move to the city, which was located nearby. But after a while, the unnamed leader spoke up again, saying that their only clue was a strange murder mentioned in the mission's backstory, and therefore suggested starting with this. Holding his head, the bald man offered to go to the police, especially since they had identification cards, so there would be no problem. But Xiao Dao explained that this should not be done because it was written that Zone X is a special organization and the outside world does not know about it, the documents are fake, the locals will understand this, and the police will immediately check the serial number. Lin Guoyun wasn't going to do as he was told, so he immediately had an idea of what he told the guys. At this time, on the porch of one of the houses sat a local resident who exactly resembled a cowboy. Coming as close to him as possible, the young man lightly hit the back of the chair. Smiling, the young man introduced himself as a reporter from the newspaper and immediately went on to say that he wanted to see the scene of the recent murder in the city, so he asked if you could show him the way. The resident did not like that he was prevented from sleeping, and therefore he was already ready to start swearing. But suddenly the guy took out a wad of money from his pocket, which he showed to the man. He stared at the $100 bills as if he'd never seen anything like them in his life. Our hero was silent, but he smiled. He knew for sure that this cowboy would not refuse such a sum because the money could be offered to someone else. And this was true because, after a couple of seconds, the local resident changed his anger to mercy, saying that he would be happy to show this place. Standing in a small clearing, the man pointed ahead and said that John's house was there. The players were in no hurry, hoping that they might be told something, although the cowboy only added that the man's estate was right in front of them. Something about the house made him uneasy, though he thought about it for a while. However, he looked around and asked why this John lived in such a remote place, because the valley is so much better. It turned out that since the man's wife and children had run away, he had gone a little crazy himself, so he had moved into this abandoned house. Then he added that it was rumored that this man believed in all sorts of strange things, which of course do not exist. Sometimes John would lock himself up at home and spend hours looking at the bones of some animal or something like that. The daughter did not understand what was happening to her father, and neither did his wife, so after a while these people left the city. After listening to the story to the end, the players immediately began to remove the police tape that was wrapped around everything. Jugi invited all the kids to enter the house to find something interesting. Although the villager was not happy about this news, he was worried that he might have some problems. But the young man assured the man that nothing serious would happen. If the police came, they would sort it out. Then he turned the subject back to John, wanting to know exactly what the man believed, because he'd gone mad for a reason. The cowboy thought for a while, remembering something that might be useful to the heroes. But then he said that he didn't really know the man very well, but he remembers that he moved here about 10 years ago. Upon arrival, John and his wife were enthusiastic, very kind people. Even though they were not local, they were accepted without problems, and 5 years later, they had a child. Although he was a little strange, the girl always stayed away, never playing with other local children. And this was noticed not only by strangers, but also by their own, since the child was kept apart from everyone else. John believed that the devil lived in his daughter, and therefore found various exorcists to exorcise evil spirits. However, this strange approach did not please my wife, who was angry and did not understand what was happening. In the family, which previously seemed friendly and cohesive, constant quarrels began. So the woman decided that it was impossible to continue living like this. The couple divorced, and soon the ex-wife left John and went away. After a while, the man moved into this house where he closed himself off from everyone and then completely lost his mind. After hearing that the local resident didn't know anything else, Lin Guoyun asked if there were any special features in the background of this dead man. Perhaps there were rumors. Raising his hands, the cowboy honestly admitted that he did not understand such moments and therefore could not say anything about it. But the men didn't finish because the guy, as well as his assistant, turned in the direction of the head. The guy saw that his colleague was looking at him strangely, so he asked what was wrong. Closing his eyes, the colleague explained that Xiao Dao had just heard the sound of a police car approaching. And indeed, the car was already behind the backs of people who were so carried away by history that they did not hear it. A moment later, the policeman asked in a stern voice who the uninvited guests were, and also who allowed them to establish their own rules. The employee, who had only one donut in his hands, ordered everyone to immediately raise their hands and stand still. Hearing a local man tell Officer Max that they were journalists, he said that reporters were forbidden to go behind the yellow tape that was wrapped around the whole house. It was simply illegal. The policeman needed an explanation, so he stood in front of our hero and looked at him carefully. The young man was smiling, knowing that he needed to behave naturally first. The young man immediately showed the law enforcement officer his ID card, although the other guys did not understand where it came from at all. As for Officer Max, he knew that some very strange package had been handed to him, but he planned to open it anyway. Seeing that there was money inside, the man's eyes widened as never before. Laughing, the policeman said that this is a very good ID card, but the guy should understand that he still can't just go where you can't do it. Hugging the officer, our hero explained that he and his team were only here to take some photos for a colorful report. This case is very complex and strange, so they would not refuse to give details. The man said that until the case was closed, the evidence could not be shown to outsiders, but Lin Guoyun gently insisted that they were no longer outsiders. They were almost friends and hinted about the 3 bundles. When Officer Max heard about this, he immediately noted that he was satisfied with everything. He wanted to know the guest's name. Watching this boy, Xiao Dao didn't even think it was possible, so he decided that they should save some money in the future. A colleague immediately asked about how to attract third-party money to the game, which made the colleague wary because he did not understand how the newcomer managed to do this. Leaving, a local resident waved to our hero as a sign that they managed to agree. Juga, who understood how easy it was for the player to negotiate with both the resident and the policeman, decided that Lin Guoyun was not easy at all. Entering the house, the teenager explained that the officer went to help them collect evidence at the police station, and therefore I wonder if the guys found anything in the house. The young man said that the deceased was supposed to commit suicide, but he had some problems with weapons. The young man wondered what had bothered his colleague so much. Aju Ge immediately stated that it was completely incomprehensible how a person could cut himself into 7 or even 8 pieces. Hearing such news, our hero thought, while the girl was horrified, because she did not expect to hear anything like this. It seemed that the young man was worried about something in this case, so he asked the system to show the full task. Privately, the guy decided that there were no clues, but apparently, suicide is not the true cause of death. At this time, the police officer who promised to help the guys secretly sneaked into the evidence room. For a while, the man held a folder in his hands, which he was going to give to the people who arrived in the city. Lin Guoyun, who was drinking tea, said that all they had to do now was wait for the officer because without knowing the nuances of the case, it was useless to go any further. Suddenly, the guy looked at the girl who made him tea and immediately remembered that he forgot to thank her for it. The bald man, realizing that the guys were behaving quite calmly, asked if they were not afraid, given what kind of house they were in. Continuing to drink hot tea, the guy said that he had carefully checked everything. This room is clean, and therefore you can relax a little. While sitting at the table, Juga asked our hero if he knew anything else besides what everyone knows. The young man said that at some point the late John moved to this city. Judging by the rumors, everyone here believes in sex. He is not surprised that the mission fell out in this place. The girl thought that they should go to a nearby city, but Lin Guoyun pointed out that first they should collect evidence and then decide on the best course of action. Without finishing the sentence, the young man got up because he saw a police car and therefore said with hope in his voice that he hoped for new information. Given that the young man most communicated with the officer, it was he who went to meet him halfway. Passing the box to the teenager, the man said in a frightened voice that the guy should hurry up because he was taking a big risk when he took it all out. The guy gratefully accepted everything that was given to him. Considering that it was necessary to hurry, the players decided to divide the evidence that was handed over. Looking at the policeman, Lin Guoyun quickly reassured him, saying that they understood everything perfectly and therefore they would hurry. And since the contract was completely based on money, our hero decided to throw some more cash to the employee. At the same time, the young man assured the man that they would never offend their friends. After a short period of time, the players gathered in the house to carefully read each document and each report. Suddenly, the bald man held his head as if he had found something interesting. And so jumping up from his seat, he said that he had something. Pointing to the photo, the player said that this guy died under mysterious circumstances, and his name was Tom Soros. Turning around, our hero asked the officer what their year was. Max didn't know how it was that young people didn't know the year, although he immediately replied that it was 1957. Hearing about this, the guy decided that the date of the article about the experimental incident at the medical center was 1927, so it turns out that their task is to deal with the spirit of a person who died 30 years ago. A minute later, the girl raised her hand, shouting that she was holding John's diary. It turned out that in the diary, the man wrote that he became interested in different religions after some kind of spirit began to haunt him. The resident also mentioned that even when he escaped from that city, this spirit wouldn't leave him alone. Moreover, all those who took part in those experiments all died. For some reason, the man couldn't get rid of the thought that death was bound to overtake him as well. John described that he had already repented of all his sins and therefore asked the Almighty to have mercy on him. Realizing that there was no more information, she closed the notebook and slammed it down on the table. At this moment, Lin Guoyun spoke up and explained that he had understood something. The police officer had heard everything the boys were saying, and even though they had introduced themselves as reporters, Max was now interested in what the guy had managed to understand, since this case was a dead end for them. Holding the box in his hands, the young man said that it was nothing special, just a few clues from the news came to mind. Going to hand over the evidence to the officer, the young man once again thanked him for his help, asked him to be careful so that no one would notice what had happened. After a while, the young man went outside to relax and think a little. The boys saw the police car driving away from the house, but they continued to stand still. After a moment, the guy coughed, letting the players know that he actually understood something. On the way up to the porch, the teenager explained that he had an idea. But before that, I asked if the children remembered the children's song that was played before the start of this game. The girl immediately said that there are words that one person died, the body was closed in the grave, but the soul was never found. There was something else about the death of a person and the appearance of an evil spirit, and then the whole city disappeared. All of a sudden, the young man announced that it was all right, that Tom Saram had died 30 years ago at the Fetleo Medical Center as a result of some experiment and had turned into an evil spirit. Juga didn't understand how the beginning of the song could be a clue, but the young man noted that it was exactly like that. Clutching his head, the bald man asked not to speak in riddles anymore because he couldn't understand anything. So Lin Guoyun calmly explained that the first line of the song alludes to John, and the phrase that souls were never found has the opposite meaning. If they can find a person's soul, they might get other clues. Xiaodo immediately stated that he could try to trace the last moments of John's life, but he needed more information related to him. Again, the guy thought about something, but this time he came up with another idea. The young man didn't say anything to his colleague. He just happily said that now he understood everything and therefore asked the guys to follow him. In a short period of time, the teenager was already handing out shovels to all the players. The terrified Xiao Dao didn't understand why they would suddenly take up this gardening tool if they needed to find a soul. But Lin Guoyun was smiling as he said that everyone wanted to get as many materials as possible so they would have them. A moment later, he added that they were going to dig up graves. Even standing in front of one of them, one of the players couldn't believe that such a thought had occurred to his teammate. But the young man was already digging hard, knowing that he should definitely test his theory. And he said out loud that it's best when there are fewer words and more things to do. If someone comes, it will be too late. The players didn't reread or say anything because everyone wanted to complete this mission. After a while, the bald man who had dug a sufficient hole stopped to rest for a while. Suddenly, the participant looked up. He was startled to tell everyone that it was dark until recently, and now the sun is shining again. At that moment, a girl also ran to the children, shouting that something was wrong in this place. Our hero thought that someone might have come to stop them, but the beauty was talking about some fish. I couldn't really explain this phenomenon because I'd never seen anything like it before. But explanations were superfluous because all the participants saw some strange projections of waterfowl in the sky. The frightened girl noted that somehow these fish themselves appeared from one of the graves. Lin Guoyun knew that it was necessary to scan this place to understand what they were dealing with. But then he realized that Yin's eyes weren't responding, so they weren't ghosts. All these entities did not react with objects, and therefore it could be hallucinations, which for such a place is not something strange. Holding the shovel at the ready, Xiao Dao shouted that there were more and more of these strange creatures, so something had to be done. Standing behind our hero's back, the girl said with a cold voice that she thought someone was laughing. The situation was getting worse by the minute, and the difficulty was that no one could even guess what kind of fish they were. Suddenly, one of the dolphins changed its color, and if it looked peaceful before, now something has changed. The fish slammed hard into the back of the bald man, who howled in savage pain. Suddenly, the man screamed, grabbed his head and fell to the ground, not understanding what was happening to him. The young man wanted to know what had happened to his companion, and Juga said that he didn't see any external damage, so it was probably some kind of psychic attack. Just one touch will be fine, but if there are several of them, the consequences can become very serious. Turning around, our hero said with determination in his voice that in this case they can only fight. There is still no other way out. Realizing that the most important thing now was to save their lives, the men immediately took up their weapons and stood in such a way that attacks came from all sides. Without waiting for anyone or anything, the players started what they had planned, but it wasn't very effective. So Juge assumed that the fish were just spirit projections, and talismans were useless here, and immediately asked if the guy had anything else in store. The guy took out another card saying that he didn't know if it would work, he wanted to try it. And after a moment, the young man threw this card in the direction of one of the nearest fish. A startled Xiaodao, who was standing nearby, noticed that that dolphin was already recovering. The girl also said that this attack did not help, because the waterfowl is becoming more numerous. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Guoyun guessed that this laughter was the key to everything. He should find the source and immediately destroy it, although it was unclear where it was hiding. At that moment, a girl screamed, claiming to know where to look. At first, it was just a vague feeling, but then it became clearer and clearer. Something was hiding in a tree that was very close by. The colleague said that now it remains to trust only the girl and make a bet. There is still no other choice. After that, all the players headed towards the tree that Beauty pointed out, hoping that they would succeed. And it seems that luck was smiling at the guys, because the girl noticed something that was on the extreme branch. The young man knew that it would take energy to destroy these evil spirits, and therefore prepared for this. Suddenly, the young man launched a fireball in the direction his colleague was pointing. The players' guesses were correct, as a ghost immediately appeared in front of them. It screamed so loudly that it seemed that even the inhabitants of the city could hear it. The guys immediately fell to the ground and clutched their heads, realizing that something was wrong with them. At some point, old black and white images appeared in front of our hero, as if he himself had come to the medical center where the experiments were conducted. Realizing that there was no way out of here at all, the youth immediately took out his power artifact from his pocket. Immediately, the entire cemetery was illuminated with a bright golden light, and Lin Guoyun felt much better. The ghost obviously hadn't expected anything like this, so it paused for a moment. After that, the entity rushed in the direction where the guy was, hoping to deal damage to him. As for the guy, he was shouting that he wouldn't give this creature a chance to harm anyone anymore. After a moment, the fish began to turn into nothing more than fireballs, and instead of them, an ordinary piece of paper appeared. Lin Guoyun immediately picked up the paper in order to understand what it was. After briefly reviewing the contents, the young man decided that absolutely everyone should know about it, and therefore ran up to his companions. The document stated that subject number 2, his abilities is an emotional resonance, mental shock. He can project his emotions on others, instantly causing the strongest mental attacks. The name of the organization, this is the Fataleo Center. This is the same place where the incident with Tom happened 30 years ago. Most likely the hospital was just a cover. In fact, it was a research center for the study of abnormal people. And while the guys were praising their colleague, the girl again shouted that there was still something behind that tree. The guy didn't know what it was, but he knew that he couldn't ignore it. After looking closely at the tree, the young man once again asked if there really was something there. And coming closer, he explained that in fact there is nothing there. Everything is quiet and peaceful. Although he immediately stopped and began to listen, because the girl could not have imagined anything. Therefore, the player decided to use the yin eyes, which could highlight all bad entities. And this gave its results because our hero seemed to see a human ghost, but it looked quite peaceful. Zhu Gei, who was already walking behind, asked if the teenager had managed to find anything. The young man explained that he can see John's residual soul, which can only be seen through the yin eyes. And passing the bull's eyes, he asked the guys to take it, explaining that the effect will not last long, but at least they will be able to see the ghost of this person. In just a moment, the two young men saw the same person as Lin Guoyun in front of them. The terrified Xiaodao was the first to shout that it was actually John, although it was hard to believe. The girl, grabbing the guy's hand, asked why she could even feel such things. The young man honestly explained that some people are subject to anomalies. Just being close to them, the beauty is one of them. He ruffled her hair and remarked that it was very good. It proved that she had an unusual talent. The confused player said that now everything is clear to her. She will not be afraid of this. Juga knew that the mission was still going on, so he asked his friend if he could somehow restore the man's memories. Xiaodao immediately extended his hand towards this entity, even though he was doing it very slowly. Without understanding what was going on, Juga explained to everyone else that a companion syncs with a residual soul. It's like mediumship, like communicating with spirits. This way, they may be able to learn something else interesting that will help them complete the mission. At this time, the young man did everything consistently and slowly. But a moment later, he fell to the ground, although no one could understand what was happening. At some point, the deceased started talking through the player. He asked who the guys who were standing in front of him were. Getting down on one knee, the guy explained to John that he actually died, but they want to deal with Tom Soros, so they called his soul. All players hope to get at least a little information that they need. The man said that this is a very evil spirit, and therefore the guys should not approach him. It was obvious that John's spirit was having a hard time with these memories, so he said that anyone who came into contact with Tom would die. Our hero asked if it was true that we were talking about the same Tom. If so, then it turns out that he did not die in an accident 30 years ago. According to the documents, there was an accident, but in fact, he turned into a test subject from that clinic. But John went on to explain that there was only one evil spirit from the very beginning, and it consumed the souls of the other subjects, gaining their abilities. And he cried out in terror that all these evil spirits, it's all one person. Juga and Lin Guo-wan exchanged glances, although they didn't know what to say in this case. But suddenly the young man with glasses said that if the other subjects were his shattered souls, then he already knew that they were trying to find him. He wanted to know more about why Tom had been following John for so long, why he'd even left a ghost here to follow the life of the man who'd hurt him. Then he put his hand on Tom's shoulder and asked him again what Tom's evil spirit was trying to achieve. Shaking, the spirit said that this is his revenge. He does not allow his soul to ascend. Tom wants everyone who participated in that experiment and their children to experience torment. This bad person recreated those experiments on everyone around them and then absorbed those who had awakened their abilities. Thinking about it, Lin Guoyun said that it turns out that the whole city might be part of this evil spirit. But John continued to point out that there aren't really that many awakened ones. This is only one of 100. The rest are just toys for him, and therefore he asked to save these unfortunate people. Stretching out his hand, the spirit with the last of his strength asked that some Anna be saved. A moment later, Xiao Dao returned to his previous appearance, slowly recovering. Rising from his knees, the young man explained that the soul was burned. Despite this, he saw the cause of the man's death. After much torment, his mind broke down, and Tom's evil spirit took over his bodies, which is why the unfortunate man died such a terrible death. At this moment, the system notified our hero that the task was completed. The investigation of the mysterious death of John was completed. The reward was 1,500 points, 50 concentration pills. By taking one pill every hour, you can increase the limit of your spiritual power by 1. A terrified Xiao Dao was telling his companion that if everything was as John said, the difficulty of this task would be very difficult. The evil spirit has already absorbed an unknown number of abilities and created many copies of itself. And even worse, it can take possession of ordinary people. In this city, it is impossible to distinguish enemy from ally. Raising his hand, Lin Guoyun said that he felt like he had found a way to solve this problem. After that, the guys gathered in a small circle to discuss all the important nuances. Surprised, Zhuge shouted, "Is the guy planning to do this? Because as far as he remembers, the Anomaly Office is absolutely against uncovering the supernatural?" But the young man with confidence in his voice said that this is reality, but they are now in the dungeon. Such a chance should not be missed. Standing at the police station, the officer said that it might be necessary to stop at the car dealership to see the cars. But suddenly Max looked away with some apprehension. At the very entrance, our hero was standing, who in a low voice told the precinct officer that they wanted to apply. The man did not understand what kind of application he was talking about, why travelers needed it. Waving his hand to the young man, the officer asked him what had happened, because when they last saw each other, everything was fine. With concern in his voice, the guy explained that they did have some difficulties, so they came for help. Max nervously put his hand on his pocket, thinking that there might be some gifts involved. However, Lin Guoyun quickly reassured the employee, saying that there was no need to worry, it had nothing to do with money. With a calm voice, the young man stated that they were not really journalists. At the same time, our hero took out of his pocket the identity card that they had previously decided not to show. Placing a hand on his chest, the teenager explained that they work for the National Agency for Research on Supernatural Forces, Sector X. Their task is to deal with all cases related to extraterrestrials, sex, monsters, and other things. Scratching his bald head, the policeman who didn't understand anything thought that this was just another joke. But the young man wasn't joking, so he immediately turned on the power so that it appeared on the tip of his finger. Moving to the side, the officer tried to figure out who was in front of him because he did not see anything like this. After recovering a little, the man thought that he was just being shown tricks. This is not really happening. Turning to Jin Gan, the teenager asked him to deal with all this. The man who walked into the police station with a firm step said that he would be fine with everything. After a moment, the player began to concentrate, which led to a significant increase in his strength. In less than a minute, Jin Gan had already transformed into a huge and powerful man. The man showing his muscles said that now his body consists of solid iron, Bullets do not take, fire and water are not afraid of him. Our hero went up to his companion and immediately scribbled on his hand with his powerful energy. The colleague did not understand what was going on. At the same time, the young man carefully looked at what was happening and thought about something. The guy saw that a small stain remained from his unpleasant manipulations. Raising his hand, Jingan shouted that he didn't understand what the teenager was up to, that he was going to burn everyone down. Scratching his head, Lin Guoyun apologized to his companion, saying that he was just a little curious, but this would never happen again. Sitting on the floor, the policeman now asked if it was true that the boys had come from Sector X. Our hero shook hands with Max and explained that there was a supernatural incident in the city. Their agent was killed. Now they can't contact the organization, so they came here for help. But the law enforcement official explained that he didn't know how to contact their organization. The young man explained that if the officer does not know, then he should go to the chief. If he does not know, then it is necessary to go to the governor, and so on. At some level, they will definitely know. The policeman was clear about everything, so he reported that he would immediately go to the chief. Juga asked if it was really a good idea to use this method, but the young man replied that it wasn't a bad thing to try. At that moment, a stranger reached for the door handle to open it. William, who was the head of supernatural affairs for Sector X, walked confidently into the office. The man who saw Lin Guoyun heard him introduce himself and call him by name. The person explained that they actually sent several people agents to investigate John's case, but these people did not contact them. So he slammed his fist down on the table and asked who these intruders were and how they knew about Sector X. But the guy kept his cool, saying that he shouldn't be nervous because they weren't enemies. The guy asked if William had sent people to check on the situation in the city. If so, they just wanted to offer their help. The blonde didn't understand why some strange guests were offering to help them. Lin Guoyun explained that eliminating the evil spirits in the city is also their task. In essence, it is a mutually beneficial cooperation. The man thought it was a deal, but the teenager explained that it was a great collaboration. William said that cooperation requires capital, but they already have the information that they provided, and therefore there is no reason to simply transfer their powers to some strangers. In the next instant, our hero reached for his watch and immediately began to unbutton it. The young man smiled and offered to exchange his watch for something more interesting. Lin Guoyun said that this is not a simple watch, as it may seem at first glance, because it has a built-in geyser counter. It can detect various levels of distortion, what William calls supernatural powers, and the guy is sure that the man understands how much value this represents. Taking the watch, the employee noted that he would like to conduct several checks first. Then he asked the young man to wait a bit before he returned. Returning to his seat, our hero asked him to return as quickly as possible. After a while, Lin Guoyun heard that someone was speaking to him, although he did not immediately understand who was in front of him. During the time that the employee of the organization went somewhere, the young man managed to take a little nap. The young man, like his colleagues, thought through everything to the smallest detail, and therefore the hero confidently asked if the decision was made. Blondin said that after a discussion, the organization agreed to work with the guys to solve problems in this small city together. The teenager stood up and stretched again, although he wasn't in a hurry to say anything. But after a moment, he said that in this case, there is no time to waste, and therefore it is best to discuss the details of their cooperation. At this time, very strange and unusual things were happening in Heishui. There were people wandering around the city that looked more like zombies than anything else. In the next minute, one of the men looked carefully at the leaflet that had fallen from somewhere above, but the stranger ignored her and instead wandered on. However, suddenly there were even more leaflets. They said that the government was preparing to launch an operation to rescue local residents and suppress the dangers that were in the village. A local resident said aloud that he did not believe that they would actually be able to leave this lost place. As they fell to the ground, people cheered that they would finally be saved, which was a miracle. Realizing that there was only 1 hour to leave the city, residents said that they should approach the border as soon as possible. At that time, one of the soldiers said that the first group of helicopters responsible for distributing leaflets had already returned to the base, and the second group was preparing to take off. And while the loudspeakers announced that people should leave the city, the employee reported that the security team was entering the city from different directions and coverage was guaranteed. William said that everything was going well, and therefore it was necessary to continue in this spirit. Suddenly, someone started clapping their hands very loudly. It was our hero who said that efficiency and professionalism, and therefore, as an ally, William is actually very reliable. The man said that a catastrophe capable of plunging an individual into despair is just a small thing for a state machine operating at full capacity. He paused for a moment, then looked around at the people who were making their way out of the city. And then he added that order should be maintained since they will still conduct further verification. According to the agreement, the task is to identify Tom's clones among the running people. But this is already the work of our heroes. Pointing at the girl, Lin Guoyun said that she was the right person to do the job perfectly. Standing behind the fence, a local resident asked why they continue to be kept behind the fence, because they said that they would all be able to leave the city. But the military man said that only the last step remained, and therefore asked everyone to remain silent. The players looked at the residents carefully, but were in no hurry to do anything. The young man looked at his colleague and asked with some concern if there would be any problems. The girl didn't say anything. She was completely focused on the unfortunate people in front of her. Closing her eyes, the beauty said that she felt something very strange. However, the brunette did not immediately begin to explain something, because she needs to carefully scan all those gathered. Suddenly, the player opened her eyes. She was carefully looking at all the locals, but she was still silent. And then the girl said that she was going to point out 3 problematic people. It was an old man, a young man, and an ant with one eye rewound. William knew what he was doing, so he didn't ask any questions, just signaled the soldier to act. The guys immediately started using special weapons against these residents, realizing that if they have a clone of Tom in them, then they are very dangerous. After that, the chief ordered to immediately pick up these people, restrict their freedom of movement, and the rest should be well guarded. The police immediately began to do as they were told, ignoring the resistance. When she heard that our hero completely relies on the girl, she noted that she was very pleased, but this is their task. In the next minute, the young man was walking away, realizing that he still had his own tasks. Entering the tent, the guy asked his colleagues if they were ready for what they decided to do. Lin Guoyun's eyes suddenly widened, and he couldn't say anything for a while. In front of the guy sat Jin Gan, who was about to take a large number of bullets for the machine gun. As for Zhuge, he was holding a revolver in his hands while practicing, realizing that a battle could be dangerous. As for Xiao Dao, this person was putting on a bulletproof vest while thinking about something else. Our hero understood that the guys took their mission as seriously as possible and therefore relaxed a little, noting that now is the time to start. And while the girl was busy with her task, the men in full uniforms walked across the field, knowing that something interesting was waiting for them. William immediately said that the evacuation is almost complete. 85% of civilians have already been evacuated. Now there are about 80 people left in the city who refuse to leave their homes. They sent 2 groups, 30 soldiers in all, to support the boys, but these soldiers don't have any supernatural resilience. Therefore, in the battle with Tom Soros, young people will have to rely solely on themselves. After some time, the system sent a notification that another part of the task was completed, and therefore our hero can receive his task. As a reward, the young man was offered to spin a roulette wheel, on which the item of the stage of the thundercloud fell. The young man understood that he was assigned a new skill. It is excellent for long-range rapid attacks and significantly increases the speed of straight movement. When he heard about this skill, he immediately wondered where he could use it. Suddenly, the teenager was approached by William, who asked what his colleague was thinking. Lin Guoyun smiled, saying that he was fine, just remembered something very interesting, and he honestly admitted that the situation is already better than he initially expected. Although after a while he noted that he had a plan, the guys and skills are enough, and therefore they will do everything as it should be. Leaving the military behind, the 4 players boldly set off in the direction of the city, knowing that they needed to finish the mission, and therefore they did not want to delay any longer. As for the brunette, she also had no time to relax. Her skills depend on the lives of not only her friends, but also local residents. At some point, the beauty opened her eyes and looked carefully in front of her again. Pointing at someone, the player explained to the military that there are 2 suspicious people in front. These people are hiding around the corner. The men knew that they had to listen to this girl, so they immediately set about the task. It is interesting that the strange locals realized that they were hunting for them and therefore carefully watched what would follow next. Although a moment later the military threw some loaded tools into the sky, which the unfortunate residents were looking at, the people who had been hiding around the corner until a short time ago were now tightly bound by magic chains. Frightened residents did not understand what was happening and therefore waited for what would happen to them next. As for the military, they kept a close eye on these suspicious individuals as instructed. Taking the radio, one of the soldiers reported that the target had been successfully captured and therefore the road was clear. The girl was glad that everything went quickly and smoothly, and therefore noted that she had completed her part of the work. Privately, the player thought that she needed to catch up with her teammates as quickly as possible because her skills would also be needed there. Young people at this time already entered the city and went to one of the publications. Adjusting his glasses, Juge sincerely admitted that he hadn't even thought that the task could be completed in this way before. Initially, the heroes were supposed to break into the city, face Tom's spiritual parasites. Although even if they managed to reach this volume, they might very well be exhausted in that time. If not for a complete defeat, then victory would have come at a huge cost. But in the end, he immediately stopped talking because his eyes became somehow strained. While the guys were busy with their own affairs, the military shouted to the residents, whom they had already managed to capture, not to run away in any case. As for the young man, he encouraged his colleague, noting that it was not his fault. For such public organizations as their end of the world, such limited thinking is common. You don't need to try to solve everything yourself. You should inform when you need it. Ask for help if it is required. The state will always be a reliable support. Smiling, the young man said that he understood everything, and he would definitely take these words into account. And while the young people were having a nice conversation, a girl had already managed to run up to them, who stopped for a moment. The soldier accompanying her announced that the road to the Fataleo Medical Center was cleared, and all parasitic entities along the way were suppressed. Moreover, the man had successfully completed the task of escorting Miss Su. But Lin Guo-won explained that there was no need for the brunette to come, because the camp is much safer. Although she explained that the identification of the residents is complete, and in this place the guys can wait for something very creepy. The guy was worried, knowing that the mission would be difficult, and therefore asked his colleague to stay close and in no case lag behind. Suddenly, the military man spoke up again, saying that all the soldiers were experiencing visual hallucinations and sensory distortion, and their intensity continued to increase. If this gets worse, it can affect their thoughts and actions, and this is very serious given the current situation in the city. The young man said aloud that everything was clear to him, but thought to himself that it was necessary to hurry. Realizing that it was impossible to stay in the city any longer, the soldier ordered his men to immediately retreat. The commander was already forming up soldiers to tell them that it was time to leave this place of destruction. After scratching his head, Jingan said that it was unexpected that they were left with a problem one-on-one. At the same time, some sense of duty was activated. Our hero said that this is not surprising. If they lose this battle, then serious problems will start in both worlds, and asked his colleagues to hurry up. Every minute was important. After a short period of time, the guys were already standing next to the medical center where it all started and where it was supposed to end. With horror looking at this terrible place, the girl asked if this is the center of Fataleo. The young man didn't say anything. He just asked Jingan to kick down the door as soon as possible. By using all of their strength and energy, the player was already ready to do what they were asked to do. Even though the doors were very powerful, it didn't seem to be a problem for the man. Only a few seconds had passed, and where the door had been, there was now a small opening that allowed access to the interior. As Lin Guoyun crossed the threshold, he reminded everyone that they were in a very scary place, and therefore they should remain extremely vigilant and carefully inspect everything around them. In turn, the colleague noted that he did not even think that they would be able to get to the enemy's lair so easily and quickly. Trying to look around, the girl said that it was very dark here, and therefore she could not really see anything. Connecting his yin vision, the teenager suddenly grabbed his colleague's arm and pulled her to the side, yelling at her to be careful. At the same moment, something large, heavy, and sharp fell near the boy's feet. Moreover, the young man thought that someone was in the room, and therefore he asked to stop hiding. He knew it was a spirit, but it was hard to tell if it had any plans for the travelers or not. Turning around, Xiao Dao noticed that he wasn't alone. There was someone else wandering around on the other side of the room. A moment later, ghosts began to appear from everywhere, filling the room very quickly. Having connected his artifact, the young man confidently said that these entities realized that they would quickly be killed alone, and therefore decided to join forces. At the same time, the ghosts were carefully looking at the intruders. So they said that no one would ever be able to stop them because they were the masters of this place and would destroy anyone who decided to stop them. Connecting his energy ball, our hero shouted that this idea is actually not bad. But the ghost forgot about one important nuance and then fell silent for a moment. The ghost did not understand where the teenager had gone, who was still standing in front of them for a second, so they tried to find him. Taking advantage of the momentary weakness, the guy immediately ran up to one of the ill-wishers and forcefully grabbed him. Lin Guoyun knew his task very well, so he was not going to give up for a moment, realizing how important this task was for everyone. The young man said that if you collect a pile of garbage, it will still not get better, and it will be garbage. After a moment, the teenager began to smile. It was clear that he was happy that everything was going according to a certain plan. Therefore, I asked those present who still wanted to feel all his strength and power. Perhaps our hero hoped that all the ghosts would run away, but this did not happen. On the contrary, the second ill-wisher was already ready for battle. The player knew that there was a corrosive slime in front of him, so he replied, "It's a pity that it's too slow." The guy was confident in himself. He quickly accelerated and ran in the direction where the entity was hovering. After a short period of time, our hero was already dealing damage to this creature with his powerful energy hand. Once again, it was all over. The young man saying with confidence in his voice that if you can't get in, then it doesn't make any sense at all. Realizing that the rest of the team members were also busy with their own business, Lin Guoyun started asking who needed help because he was already free. At that moment, Juga was preoccupied, and he didn't have time to turn away to say anything. If we talk about Jin Gang, this person was very strong because he also knew how to connect an energy assistant, which he was doing at that moment. Spreading his hands to the side, our hero noted with some joy that since everyone is silent, it means that everything is going well for them as it is. After a while, the players were already looking at the only entity left to deal with in order to complete this quest. 3 minutes later, Jin Gan was talking about how it was a good thing that the young man had an ancient artifact. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. After entering the room, Juga explained that all the examinees had been destroyed, but the task was still incomplete. Then he added that it looked like Tom's real body wasn't among the creatures, though it wasn't clear where it might have been. But after a moment, the heroes heard a strange sound, so they turned around. It was a girl, and she noted that since everything had turned out this way, she needed to focus again. Maybe this time she would be able to feel something else. The players watched what was happening with their companion, realizing that it was best not to interfere with her, since without help, they would hardly be able to find the ghost they needed. Pointing at something with her finger, the beauty said that she feels something strange. This is the last source of energy that is in this room. Young people, according to the girl, learned that this entity must be underground and therefore tried to listen to know for sure. After looking at a certain door, our hero informed everyone that he knew exactly where to look. Everyone in the room immediately stopped what they were doing and stared down the dark corridor that led to the morgue. The guys immediately noted that the guy was very smart because he quickly guessed where it was best to continue searching. Realizing that the players were afraid, Lin Guoyun said that there was nothing to be afraid of because the ghosts they met outside had already been destroyed. After a while, the players began to slowly descend into the gloomy and dark room. Moving down the corridor, the young man explained that the medical center on the surface is just a cover. The real laboratory is located here. Suddenly, the guys stopped, the reason being that there was another door in front of them, which the girl pointed out. After a moment, the young man cautiously reached for the door. He knew that there might be something extremely scary behind it. And this was partly true because the guys noticed the person lying on the cot and the ghost that was earlier. The ghost's voice said that this was where scientists had once experimented on Nimi, his family, his people, and all of them had been subjected to terrible tortures, and in the end, they had all been burned in a crematorium. People watched in horror because they didn't expect anything like this. Tom went on to say that later these Inhumans tied him to the operating table, and no one was able to survive even a third of the experiment. The ghost smiled, saying that it looked very funny because those who conducted experiments could not survive the consequences of their own experiments. When asked about revenge, the ghost said it wasn't revenge. It was a war of his people against all of humanity. The young man could not understand what was being said, so he asked if the subjects were not human. But Tom replied that they were not of this lower race, that their blood came from the depths of the seas and the stars, and that they were blessed by the ancient gods. And people are just jealous of this gift, so they started hunting for him and his relatives. Now, there is nothing surprising. This war began a long time ago. Unexpectedly, the system sent a notification that Lin Guoyun had completed his next task, and a fragment of the world of the descendants of the depths was now available. After that, there was another message about an abnormal condition, which surprised the guy a little, who thought that they had already completed everything. Meanwhile, the ghost continued to talk about how people are proud and arrogant. They consider themselves all-powerful and believe that everything is under their control. The children listened carefully to Tom, but they were beginning to worry about the green fog that was gradually enveloping the room. After a moment, something even more unusual began to happen, because the players suddenly sat down on the floor. One after another, the players complained that something was happening to their heads. Their legs suddenly felt wobbly, but the most unusual thing was that the spiritual power was also blocked. Only Lin Guoyun continued to stand there as if nothing affected him, which was why he said that the unfortunate man's emotions were going through the roof. It was understandable, but what would happen next? But Tom was silent for a moment, And now the ghost didn't understand why the same forces that had brought his companions to the floor weren't working on the boy. Holding a pill that cleanses the mind and neutralizes most toxins, the teenager calmly said that it was all thanks to his reserves. However, the ghost insisted on its own, saying that the paralyzing gas is in advanced development, and therefore there is no antidote against it. Again, the youth said that their Eastern cultivation methods were difficult to explain in terms of their mysterious science. Tom's ghost knew that if the young man could do that, then he had to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, the boy would come up with something else. Our hero understood that he could not let the ghost go, and therefore said what happened to him, because until recently he was so formidable and invincible, and now all the fervor has disappeared somewhere. Then he added that not only entities but also people can stall for time. Although our hero immediately noted that he had completely forgotten that in front of him is a spiritual being that can pass through walls and even fly. It was obvious that Lin Guoyun was feeling absolutely confident, so he immediately snapped his fingers. At the same time, Tom was trapped in some kind of energy grid that covered him completely. Inwardly, the young man thought that even though he hadn't knocked out a battle skill from the Wheel of Luck, being able to freely control spiritual power wasn't bad either. Ghost hadn't encountered anything like this before, and he had no idea what this dark energy network was made of. But when I reached out to touch it, I realized that it was something unpleasant that would be difficult to go through. The entity was not happy, so the prisoner shouted at the guy to let him go immediately. Otherwise, he would find out what real fear is. Lin Guoyun immediately counter-asked why such a powerful ghost would even need a human's help. And smiling, he added, "It's probably due to the fact that he can't just get out." The teenager said that he noticed something interesting. Tom controls the souls of these subjects, but they retain their abilities that were in life. This means that a ghost can't absorb other people's abilities because it's true. Most likely, the ghost's only skill is psychic parasitism or mental embedding, so its combat abilities are inferior even to these experimental samples. That was why Spirit wanted to use lab gas to deal with all the players. Tom didn't understand who was standing in front of him, although he knew that this was a very smart guy, but it was unclear why he was helping lower beings. The young man said wistfully that he was really sorry that the man's people had suffered, but Lin Guoyun and his team had their own mission. As Tom had said earlier, it was war. And squeezing the energy into a fist, he declared that he was born on the side of all mankind. The ghost was angry. He hadn't expected anything like this, so he didn't have any backup plan. With each passing second, the entity grew more angry, declaring that he would destroy this person. Tom was sure that the curse he was reciting would definitely work on this young man. After these words, something started to go wrong. It seemed that the ghost's words actually carried some weight. At this time, the entity continued to mutter something under its breath, something about revenge. The dead man shouted that the mortal should repent, because soon he would die. Compared to this curse, death is just an easy deliverance. A second later, the system sent a notification that chaos had entered the building. The computer then notified that the dungeon was being invaded, and there was also a high level of threat. A second later, a notification appeared about an extreme danger, from which it is necessary to immediately run. William could see some suspicious smog rising over the medical center, but he couldn't even imagine what it was. The soldier reported that the prototype geyser counter worked. According to the scale presented by our hero, the color is red. This is a catastrophic threat level. Peering into the distance, the manager tried to understand, or at least assume, what was happening in that place right now. This was also what the young man, who had never seen anything like this before, wanted to know. He did not even suspect that the task would be so dangerous. With each passing minute, the eerie crater that appeared above the young man was getting bigger and bigger. Looking at this strange phenomenon in surprise, Lin Guoyun wanted to know what it was. The guy suggested that before Tom died, he might have summoned some kind of god of darkness or something similar. The only thing the teenager could hope for was a white tiger, which he immediately connected to the task. The young man knew that a mid-level artifact was quite strong, so it could protect against this dark energy. So the player held his breath, knowing that something interesting was about to happen. But after a moment, our hero realized that all his light energy in the form of an animal was destroyed. The problem was that this dark energy now noticed a real victim in front of it. The guy tried to understand what was in front of him, to decide what to do, but it turned out very badly. All of a sudden, something similar to what happened to his colleagues started happening to the young man. Lin Guoyun felt as if he was about to fall down, losing consciousness, because this force was actually powerful. Sitting on the floor, the youth spoke out loud about how dangerous it was. He only glanced at the center of this vortex and almost lost consciousness. The player knew that a little more, and he would be noticed again. But after all, he would not be able to resist this entity for a long time. For a moment, our hero froze. as if he had come up with an idea. That is why the young man sat down on the floor again and began to spin the energy that previously held Tom. The guy thought that if you block the view of this entity, maybe you can avoid the attack, and then you can think about destroying it. Suddenly, the young man saw that this black energy was once again rushing towards him, and therefore he had to act very quickly. Rising from his seat, the young man immediately began to put up a defense, since there was no other choice. It was so powerful that the guy knew that the consumption of spiritual energy exceeds the norm by 10 or even more times. With this rate, you can only hold on for a few seconds. The system immediately sent a notification that the reconstruction of the underground energy barrier was in progress, although it was all very slow. Lin Goyun remembered that he still had some magic pills left, so he emptied them into his hand and decided to eat them all at the same time, even though the computer warned him not to use more than one per hour. But at that moment, there was no other choice. If you do not take the risk, you can lose it in just a few seconds. It seemed that very soon something began to happen, something that gave the player strength. The young man felt that something had changed in him globally, and now he was ready to act as he had never done before. Even though the negative energy had enveloped the entire room, he wasn't afraid of it now. However, there was no battle because the computer sent a new notification that the reconstruction of the protective barrier was finally completed. Tired, the guy asked himself if he really managed to survive this stage. In just a moment, something that looked like some kind of talisman appeared inside that fireball. It seemed to the young man that some subtle red energy was moving towards him. Despite the barrier, this force pierced through Lin Guoyun, who was barely able to stand up. But even this did not break our hero, because he carefully watched what was happening. Holding his shoulder, the player tried to understand what happened to him, because he felt quite good. Unexpectedly, the system sent a notification that the task was completed. The guy successfully prevented the revenge of Tom Soros. The game was successfully completed, and the reward is still being calculated. Putting a hand on his shoulder, he was surprised to see that the wound was no longer there. Everything had disappeared as quickly as if it had never appeared before. And then I decided to ask the system to open my personal information because I had to check something. He learned that the mark left by the Calamity Star would continuously draw calamities towards the wearer until their body, soul, and mind were completely destroyed. Lin Guoyun knew that this was a very unpleasant incident, and he would like to get rid of this mark somehow, but he couldn't think about it anymore because the participants began to recover. The young man immediately approached the girl to give her a pill to purify her heart and blood vessels. The boys had suffered quite a lot, and therefore it was necessary for them to recover properly. After a while, a frightened player asked if the young man managed to get rid of the evil spirit. Now it was the young man's turn to be surprised. He assumed that his colleague had seen what had happened, even though he didn't want to. But the beauty explained that after she fell to the ground, she immediately lost consciousness and only just woke up. Lin Guoyun said that it wasn't a big deal and asked her to rest for a while he planned to help the other guys. After a while, our hero went to each of them in turn to give them a pill and asked them how they were feeling. Even though everyone was exhausted, they were in good condition. Jin Gan was the fastest to recover, although he could be called one of the strongest in terms of spiritual endurance. The young people understood that the system had sent a notification that the evil spirit was finished, so the teenager somehow managed to defeat it on his own. The young man couldn't tell the truth, so he reported that Tom's true form was weak, and it was unlikely that he expected the player to have an antidote to his poison, so it was a simple matter to deal with. It seemed that the guys didn't really believe it, because it really looked terrifying. After looking around, Xiao Dao muttered something, knowing that the room looked terrible, which meant that the battle was not easy, but he didn't want to argue. Our hero did not understand what his colleague was dissatisfied with, but he smiled sharply, saying that in fact everything is fine. If a colleague says that it was easy, then it was so. Cupping his hands, Juga confessed that he and the guy were very lucky because they passed the task thanks to him. When he heard that the young man suggested that the teenager join the end of the world, he explained that he was already a member of another organization. But the player explained that there is nothing wrong with this, because these two bureaus do not conflict with each other. Among their members, there are those who work in the same bureau as Lin Guoyun. And he added that the World's End Society is, in fact, just a platform for players to communicate. All interactions between members are carried out exclusively in good faith, so membership in other organizations is not prohibited. Handing over the business card, the guy admitted that their strength is not comparable to the bureau, but they also have the necessary and interesting connections. Therefore, the young man once again suggested that his colleague think about it with a fresh head. And Lin Guoyun sincerely said that he would actually think things through. Smiling, Juga said that such a guy would always be a welcome guest who would be accepted and told about everything. Suddenly, the guy noticed that the card was starting to blur in his hands, which only meant that the game time was over. The guys also noted that the time for summing up the results is coming to an end. But suddenly, looking away, the young man said that he almost forgot about one thing. And running up to the girl, he said that he would like to know her real name, as well as her residential address. The beauty thought for a moment, then said that her name was Sue May, as for the address, and fell silent. In the same second, all the players turned into energy that was about to move backwards. Suddenly, the projection of our hero began to appear in his own apartment, where nothing has changed. Scratching his head, the young man decided that the girl was embarrassed, perhaps because she believes that the guy decided to molest her. But there was no time to think about it, because one of the guards said that they would then conduct several checks to make sure that Lin Guoyun didn't take any risk factors out of the dungeon. Walking closer to the bureau employee, the youth timidly said that he had completely forgotten about this procedure. And the man has already said that the mental state is stable, the physical condition is free of anomalies, there are no parasites, the identity is confirmed, and no distortions were found. And passing our hero some form, the guard asked him to sign. Taking the pen, the young man noted that this is not a problem, because after that he will be able to rest a little. But in the next instant, when the guy pressed the tip of the pen, it bounced off with a crash and flew somewhere. It was impossible because the plastic tip had landed in a nearby vase. Watching the object fall to the floor, the teenager was very surprised. But then there was something even more incredible, because the fragment from the vase, which also bounced off, was already flying in the direction of our hero. Just one movement, and the young man managed to swerve to the side. Thanks to this, a sharp shard went into the wall that was directly behind. It seemed that Lin Guoyun had never had such an expression before. Moreover, if it wasn't for the guard's dark glasses, one could definitely tell that his gaze was no less surprised. Still holding the pen, the guy noted that if he said that he had been unlucky lately, would the bureau employee believe it? A few days later, Lin Guoyun, who had regained his senses, decided to improve his physical abilities, so he studied. The guy understood that he would definitely need it, since spiritual strength is good, but no one canceled physical skills. After a few minutes, the guy allowed himself a little break. Our hero said that now he is in much better shape than a few weeks before. But a moment later, the teenager reached for his shoulder. As he stared at the mark, he reflected that it seemed to actually affect his luck. But the guy did not know how to get rid of it, and therefore decided to take up current affairs that could not be postponed. After taking a sip of water, Lin Guoyun decided that now was the time to open the system board and study it. Looking at the scoreboard, our hero was a little upset. He received only 5,000 points, but other awards could not be earned. In addition, the rating remained at level B. The young man knew that this game was much more difficult, although on the other hand, he still could not influence the past in any way, so he decided not to think about it. It is best to see what you can buy this time, because it is thanks to the store that you can pass difficult tasks. The player's attention was drawn to some new elixir, but it was struck by the fact that its price is many times higher than the previous ones, although on the other hand, it was written that the potion cures all physical ailments, and therefore costs its money. The young man decided that it would be better to buy more bottles in order to be practically unkillable in the game. But after a moment, the young man realized that there are always tricks, and of course, the system will not allow you to buy as many potions as you want, and therefore you will have to be content with just one. But after a few minutes, Lin Guoyun was once again happy like a child, because he was allowed to pick up any skill that could be used not only in the dungeon, but also in the real world. Inwardly, the teenager thought that even though he already had an almost infinite amount of achievement points, his combat abilities were still too low. The guy saw that the computer offers to choose the essence of the evil spirit, although its purpose was unknown, so it turns out that you had to figure out how it all works yourself. After a moment, the young man froze in place because he saw that this item contained a strange energy. Turning around, our hero carefully looked at the statuette that was standing on his dresser. Despite the ban, Lin Guoyun never got rid of this item, although of course no one knew about it. He decided that since he didn't know what to do with this stone, he would try to give it to the Mother of Hell. Therefore, the young man bought everything that the system offered him, because he did not know what else might be useful in the future. Holding the crystal in his hands, the young man decided that now was the time to make experiments. A few minutes later, the stone was already lying next to the statue. The guy moved a little further away to watch what was going to happen next. But in the first seconds, everything was as usual. These two objects did not interact with each other in any way. Holding his head, Lin Guoyun didn't understand why nothing was working now, whether he had made a mistake. Suddenly, Mother of Hell's eyes lit up, just like the last time. After that, the stone began to break apart. Moreover, it thinned out the very strong energy that was spreading out in different directions. The terrified young man carefully observed this process. But he did not understand what had changed now, why the energy was spreading out in space. With each passing second, the blue glow covered this room more and more. He thought that maybe this was the strange energy from the essence that was mentioned in the brief explanation. Although the young man was a little afraid of this powerful absorption, which did not get any smaller. It seemed that the power affected absolutely everything that came in its way, including the most banal items. And if in the first seconds our hero was a little scared, now he even woke up interest because I wanted to know what would happen next. Finally, with a smile on his face, the teenager said that such a huge amount of energy was completely absorbed, and therefore it can be said that the mother simply has an excellent appetite. Suddenly, the young man heard the word audacity, although he did not immediately understand what it meant. Falling to the floor, the young man felt as if the statue was talking to him, although this was something impossible. But she went on to say that the boy had brought her to this place, to this world without permission, and that she had not yet had time to punish him for his impudent sacrilege. Despite this, the guy still dares to complain that she absorbed all the energy, although there was no energy really, some grains of incense. He couldn't think of anything else to do but ask if it was true that this was the mother of hell. And then, raising his hands, he yelled that he believed it was true. There was no doubt about it. The statue spoke again and said that she could sense a strange dark energy in the boy, but now she had only partially regained her strength and could not waste it thoughtlessly. Then she added that the young man should bring her more offerings, then he can get help from her. Lin Guoyun said that he actually brought a deity to his house, but now he doesn't know if it's a good thing or not. But he didn't finish the thought because he heard the phone ring. The guy decided not to ignore him, so he answered right away. It was Ji Qinglin, who immediately asked why her colleague's voice sounded so tired. When she heard that it was okay, the girl immediately got down to business, noting that the report said that after completing the task, the employee encountered abnormal bad luck. The guy did not want to deceive, and therefore honestly answered that something unexpected really happened in the game itself. But he didn't want to go into details, so the young man idly noted that it was too long to tell. But the girl was not satisfied with this answer, and therefore she demanded to immediately write a report because the organization must know what happened in the game, because this can happen again. A couple of hours later, the report was already at the boss, who pressed for details, although the young man repeated again and again that he had already written everything in the report. Suddenly, Bailing ran into the office and asked about the location of our hero. Waving to Uncle Bai, the young man announced that he had just arrived at the bureau. The man didn't say anything. He just strode over to the table with a determined step. After looking at his nephew, the scientist said that the report said that the player had encountered some kind of anomaly. After a moment, the professor began to pace nervously around the room, but he didn't say anything. And then suddenly he said abruptly that he knew it. So it turns out that his guess was absolutely correct. But I couldn't finish because at the same moment, someone knocked on the door. One of the employees came into the room and handed the manager some papers. She then asked the professor to calm down, asking him to tell Lin Guoyun about his current condition first. Clearing his throat, the man immediately stated that, according to the data that the young man reported, they had conducted a check in the archive. It turned out that the entity that corresponds to the title, label, and appearance exists only one of its kind. This is a messenger of disaster, a messenger of chaos, although the guy probably already knows that. However, the professor clarified that chaos does not mean disorder, but an evil god. Half a year ago, a player encountered a cult that worships this chaos. Then it happened in one of the dungeons. This dungeon was styled after 18th century England. Then the cult of Calamity took over London and prepared a ritual to summon chaos. According to their teachings, anyone who falls under the gaze of this evil entity will be persecuted by catastrophes, and eventually the whole world will plunge into real chaos, after which they will perish. This ability to bring disasters coincides with the description of the disaster tag that our hero currently has. After cutting his finger on a piece of paper, something that had never happened to the young man, he asked if there was any information in the archive about how it could even be filmed. Bailing spread his hands and explained that there was no such thing. In that dungeon, the purpose of the quest was to disrupt the ritual, so the Star of Calamity never came down to Earth. The young man could not understand anything while the professor went up to his nephew and took him by the shoulders. The man said with enthusiasm in his voice that if the star had incarnated, its energy level would have been at least at the level of disaster, which is the maximum known level of threat. Therefore, Lin Guoyun is the only player who encountered an anomaly of this level and survived. But the guy was not happy with this news, and therefore he replied that if the professor does not figure out what to do with it, then he is unlikely to live long. Suddenly, Bailing placed something very strange on the table. Moving the item as close to her as possible, Ji Kinglin explained that it was a good luck charm that could be considered a temporary solution. It is sealed with luck, which will be able to compensate for the player's bad luck. At least it will not interfere with the young man's daily life. Our hero was happy with this gift because it really could serve him well until a solution is found. Suddenly, the girl said that you should not be happy ahead of time anyway, because there are two problems. The first is that bad luck will increase over time, and the supply of luck in the talisman is limited. The young man noted that it turns out that in any case, it is necessary to look for an opportunity to remove this label. But only the teenager didn't understand what other problem there could be. And the boss sharply stated that the second problem is money. Lin Guoyun didn't understand what this meant, so he closed his eyes and pointedly stated that he had no idea what it was about. But the beauty explained without a shadow of a doubt that the player will have to pay. He was given a very valuable item, and the organization cannot just give it away, and therefore the young man just needs to provide an equivalent artifact. After a while, there were a variety of items on the table that the guy was able to get. Lin Guoyun seemed to have realized the severity of the problem, so he said that if he needed to get something else, he would do it. Surprised, the professor said that he saw mind-cleansing pills, wound medicine, Ju fruit, water protection pills, fire protection pills, and more, but he didn't know where to get so many of them. The young man did not want to tell the whole truth, and therefore noted that he had changed his glasses for these items. If we talk about finances and everyone understands that it costs money, then in this case the inheritance of his parents helped him. Clearing his throat, Professor Bai pointed out that in this case, what he was trying to say was that there was some more information about his mom and dad for the young man. Because of the problems that were piling up, the guy completely forgot that this was the original case for him. And jumping up from his seat, he shouted if the bureau had found his parents. What was happening to them now? The man didn't like the fact that his nephew took it so personally, and so he noted that there was no need to be so nervous. And in order not to explain for a long time, he handed the young man a book. Our hero knew that he had an auction catalog in his hands, although he did not understand what he would do with it. Biling explained that in 3 days, Zhengcheng would host an auction organized by the largest black market of players, the Blackstone Trading House. In the hands of our hero is a list of products that will be put up for auction, but the most important thing is what is on the third page. The man asked the guy to pay special attention to the symbol that is in the corner. After that, Lin Guoyun was immersed in the memories of many years ago. Then after repairing the toy, the father gave it to the child, saying that now you can play with it. The kid immediately picked up his typewriter, declaring that his dad is the best person in the world. Although he immediately noticed the sign that was at the bottom of the toy, and therefore wanted to know why it is there, the father explained that this is his personal mark. He puts it on all his works, and this is very good, because the son will immediately be able to understand what his father had a hand in. Lin Guoyun told this story to the professor after hearing that the glass bottle was some kind of beacon. In the original Sin game, the standard start cycle is 7 days, but the beacon allows you to start the game at any time, as it gives you the opportunity to get additional power. This is a very rare and valuable artifact. Even so, the young man didn't understand how it was that the item bore the mark of his parent. With a heavy sigh, the professor explained that they didn't know this either. There was information that from time to time players would find artifacts with his mark and get some information from them. That is why in the personal file of the hero's father, there is a note that he is a possible defector. Answering his nephew's question, Bai Ling admitted that he knew that the personal file would get to the guy because it was not for nothing that Feng Xinzi became his assistant. Suddenly, the youth's eyes widened, as if he had realized something extremely important. The man replied that they deliberately revealed this information to the young man. Although the Bureau officially recognized Feng Mian as a traitor, many of the employees do not agree with this, so they need to get this lighthouse. In a determined tone, the young man asked if it was true that his uncle wanted Lin Guoyun to go to the auction. Snatching the book out of her subordinate's hands, the girl stated that Professor Bai had suggested that the two of them represent the organization at the auction, and the Bureau had agreed. Laughing, Bai Ling said that not only did he do this, but he also solved the problem of organizing a small team in housing, so now the guys are officially in the same squad. A moment later, the Bureau employee touched Ji Qinglin's shoulder. After that, he moved the guys to each other, saying that the young people will live together, and if something happens to the mascot, the guy will still be safe, because there is a talented player nearby. The young man clearly didn't like the idea, so he opened his mouth to protest. A few hours later, the train was speeding down the road, giving passengers a scenic view. Lin Guoyun and his companion were sitting together in the compartment, but each of them was lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, the guy said that the older generation simply adores pandering, and therefore, upon arrival home, he will definitely talk with his uncle. But the girl said that this is not necessary. Each team is allocated a 3-story building as a base. This is standard practice and not cohabitation, as they initially thought. The confused teenager said that if this is the case, then it's great. Not for nothing that the organization has a great reputation. Although when the young man heard the boss say that she didn't like Mr. Bai's decision initially either, he was very surprised. However, Ji Qinglin didn't plan to go into details, asking about why the orphan had funded the orphanage for 3 years. Scratching his head, the young man explained that it was necessary to increase his merits. In addition, he is an orphan himself, and therefore thought that he could help the destitute children. The beauty looked at her subordinate expressionlessly, but didn't say anything immediately. And after a while, deciding that it was not good to be silent, she noted in a low voice that the guy did a wonderful thing. At this time, Feng Xinzi was in the professor's office, saying that the man was going to marry their boss to his nephew, hinting that he would not be able to do it. When Bailing heard that their captain had been chased around by crowds before, but she didn't pay attention to anyone, he noticed that his colleague didn't understand anything, and Ji Qinglin was an orphan. But the employee found this answer strange, adding that most of their employees are destitute children. The man said something about strange young people, but Feng Xinzi remembered that she had come to hand over the documents, so she said that she had brought what was needed. The old man didn't want to waste time arguing, so he immediately started reading the information that was passed down. Closing his eyes, the professor said regretfully that the Apocalypse sect was causing trouble again. At this time, an unknown young man entered the office and asked the chief if he had been summoned. The man sitting in the chair ordered the Punisher to gather a group and go with it to Jiangcheng. The surprised guest asked if it was connected with the auction and immediately added that it was supposed to be handled by a man called Rotten Head. The boss said he needed backup because either they or the security bureau would get the lighthouse. The subordinate didn't understand why they were willing to give such a valuable item to the bureau so easily if necessary. The head immediately explained that the organization had sent the son of the prophet there. Moreover, the Punisher still had to check what this boy was capable of. Suddenly, a man was on his knees calling out to the captain, saying that he was the real one, that everyone else was a liar. Being in a circle, 2 identical people did everything possible to pay attention to them and believe them. The young man, who couldn't make up his mind, was frantically thinking that he couldn't figure out who was who. As for the men, they started wailing about being real again. Gritting his teeth, the guy tried to pull himself together to determine where the right person was. A moment later, the stranger began to draw his blade from its scabbard, watching the 2 young men closely. Pointing at a man with his sword, the warrior suddenly shouted that he was a fake, and therefore he did not believe him. Clutching his throat, the man wanted to say something else before he fell. As for the stranger with the blade, he was carefully observing the one who had just taken his life. Suddenly, the boy was paralyzed by some kind of horror, although it was difficult to say what the reason for this state was. The stranger lowered his head and stared intently at the other person who was standing in front of him. With anger in his voice, the young man in the suit sarcastically said that he was very sorry. And after a moment, he added that the boy had once again made the wrong decision. He had made a mistake. But the young man was not going to give up, so he gripped his weapon as tightly as possible in his hands. Brandishing the blade, the stranger shouted that he would not just give up and therefore destroy the deceiver. After a moment, the strange man seemed to fade and even evaporate. As he disappeared, he said that the boy's chance was over and that the best thing for him to do next time was to come back with reinforcements. Falling to his knees, the boy started crying and shouting furiously. He didn't believe that he was once again unable to sort out what was an illusion and what was true. Even though time passed, the young man couldn't stop. At this time, the employee gave someone information that the containment of the anomaly failed. Only one person from the 7th squad survived, adding that he wanted everyone to understand that the containment of the anomaly failed. The train was still quiet, but suddenly someone's phone rang. The guys simultaneously picked up their devices to check what had happened. Stretching his arms, our hero said that he planned to rest for a couple of days before the auction, but it seems that this can be forgotten. With sadness in her voice, Ji Qinglin said that if the mission cost almost the entire squad their lives, then it must be quite difficult. To make the best of it, the boss immediately asked her assistant to send her a full mission report. Closing her eyes, the girl lamented that the Bureau had assigned the Demon Squad to perform this task. The beauty was surprised that Lin Guoyun hadn't heard anything about them, but immediately said that they were just a small group of problem children. Their mission performance is high, but they do not care at all about losses and consequences, and this is unacceptable in such work. This is especially true for their captain, Li Cha. His call sign is Demon. This time he has lost all his men, so he will be even less cooperative than usual. The young man wanted to learn more about this group, but the train had already arrived at the station. The guys were met by a young man who explained that this was the latest information about the task that they were able to find out. The young man didn't say anything. Despite that, he looked askance at something. A moment later, he decided to connect his yin gaze to make sense of what was in front of him. Lin Guoyun's reaction was enviable, so he quickly pushed the employee aside. After that, the newly arrived young people began to be attacked literally from everywhere. And it was Li Cha who was in charge, holding his sword and carefully looking at those in front of him. Our hero was ready to protect his companion at any moment, realizing that they were facing a very strong person. The guard lying on the ground shouted to the boy that these two were reinforcements from the special squad, and therefore asked his colleague to pull himself together. But the guy couldn't control himself. He declared that he would personally avenge everyone. He didn't need some worthless people who had passed a couple of games, and therefore he would break their arms and legs so that they wouldn't do it in the dungeon. And accelerating, shouted on the move that the man cannot worry, he is not going to kill the newcomers. Our heroes understood that this man was driven by rage, and therefore he did not realize what he was doing. The youth swung in the hope that he would be able to injure Lin Guoyun. However, the speed of the teenager could be envied, so he moved away and sat down a little. The young man didn't like the idea of actually fighting his own, but there wasn't much choice. Li Cha was sure that this was an ordinary rookie, but when he realized how fast he was reacting, he realized that he was very much mistaken. Lin Guoyun was going to finish this as quickly as possible, knowing that there was still another dangerous job ahead. The young men fought as if they were each other's sworn enemies, no one willing to back down. Although after a moment, the representative of the group of devils realized that in front of him was a person who could perform tricks of the golden rank. And if a few minutes ago he considered himself almost the best and most brilliant player, now he did not understand what awaits him next. Our hero, coming close to the opponent, with anger in his voice, asked the one whom he had recently been going to deprive of his arms and legs. He wasn't going to stand on ceremony with a boy who thought too highly of himself. So he threw such a punch that it flew violently to the other side of the platform. It wasn't very pleasant, although the representative of the Devil's team had asked for it. Using the time to take a break, our hero thought that this guy is stubborn as a rock. Perhaps some other opponent has already given up or admitted that he is not so strong, not so in good shape. But that wasn't the case for Li Cha, who wanted to prove to someone that he was really strong and resilient. The boy was going to show his colleague that it was too early to write him off. The guards who were stationed nearby weren't going to watch it. They said the demon was out of control. That is why I asked my assistant not only to report everything to the organization, but also to call employees for cleaning. Suddenly, covering his face with his hand, the boy said that you don't need to think that he lost control, because he didn't. And then he shouted that he didn't want to see anyone, just wanted all the assistants to go back to where they came from. Lin Guoyun didn't understand anything, but the girl explained that Li Cha's abilities were the result of a demonic contract, and when he was injured or lost his temper, there was a high risk that he would fly into a rage. She added that this is why the 7th squad is called the Demon Squad. However, the young man who had heard everything perfectly suddenly declared that they weren't demons at all, they were a squad of heroes. Lin Guoyun said in a cold tone that real heroes don't attack new comrades, but Lin Guoyun said that newcomers are too weak, they will gladly go to the slaughter. And when he left, he said that his hand was very sore, and therefore he wanted someone to bandage it. A few minutes later, the guard was already apologizing for such an unpleasant incident, noting that it was time for them to be somewhere else. The guys didn't want to discuss what had happened recently, so they followed their colleague. Sitting in the office, the man explained that their main goal for today is the Mirror Ghost, which is very dangerous. He was last seen as Liu Gei, a former member of the 7th squad known as the Bird of Prey. Thinking about it, the young man asked if this person really knows how to copy the appearance of others. Suddenly, a voice began to say that the villain can copy more than just appearance. We are talking about abilities, voice, even memories, and those can be stolen. Li Cha added that an ill-wisher is like a mirror in which a person is reflected, and everything from the reflection is dragged into reality. Hence his nickname, the Mirror Demon, which is difficult to deal with. So if the guys are too weak and the villain copies Li Cha, then they definitely won't be able to survive. Pointing at himself, Lin Guoyun asked what the guy would do if this ill-wisher took on his appearance. Seeing that the conflict flared up with renewed vigor, the girl loudly shouted that now was not the time to sort things out. The most important thing was to complete the mission. Judging by the description, this monster is more suitable for solo hunting, and therefore it is not clear why they sent a squad. The player replied that if you go alone, this villain will simply disappear from the battlefield. He will teleport. The employee explained that this is actually true because bishop-level monsters often have multiple abilities. A mirror demon can copy people, teleport when encountering a single opponent, and arrange deadly riddles. Again, there was a thud in the room, a thump of a fist on the table. Lee Cha said that the mirror monster becomes one of your allies and makes you guess who is real and who is fake. If you make a mistake, then the worst thing happens, because the real person dies. Our hero said that it all sounds very confusing and immediately asked if he had found a way to recognize this monster. The employee who met the guys immediately thought about it and fell silent. At the same moment, the young gambler snatched up a stick that was lying at his feet. He shouted again that the solution is simple. If someone is copied, the others just kill both the copy and the original, then everything is under control. Licha pointed out that this is why he attacked his colleagues at the station, to make sure that they were ready to destroy him. He wanted to know if the organization was aware of what the plan was. The demon spoke again, claiming that the mirror demon had destroyed 4 of his friends and would do everything possible to deal with him once and for all. Our hero did not want to rush, so he asked if anyone had checked what would happen if someone got a new ability after copying it. At this time, the taxi driver was angry at the police officer for blocking the road for unknown reasons, and therefore now he will have to go around. Lin Guoyun didn't understand why it was impossible to tell people about the anomalies. If the residents knew about it, it would be possible to prevent some incidents. But the supervisor said that the more people who know about them, the more often they start to appear. It is better to ask Professor Bai, who knows the most about it, for details. One of the team members shouted that the mirror demon was in front, according to the observations. If there was no activation within 2 hours, it would disappear again. The guys didn't say anything, but they were carefully looking at the mirror that was in the middle of the road. Li Cha once again asked if his colleague was sure that his plan would work, but the young man replied that if he was wrong, then they would use the plan of a colleague. After that, the players went to the mirror, which was only a few meters away from them. Young people looked at themselves carefully. It seemed that they were trying to find or catch something new for themselves. At the same time, a purple glow appeared around the guys, indicating that the players had connected their energy and power. The employee announced that the formation of the mirror maze was detected and the second phase of isolation begins. At this moment, the young man thought that this space created by the mirror demon, this time he copied and immediately fell silent. The young man raised his weapon and placed it against the mirror plane. And then I heard the reflection offer our hero to choose which of these 2 guys is the real one. Smiling, the teenager said that he refused to make a choice because he would play by his own rules. At the same moment, 2 identical opponents began to run towards each other. They were copies of Li Cha who wanted to defeat each other, but it looked very strange. As for Lin Guoyun, he knew that there was one bureau employee in front of him, the devil, and the other was a villain who disguised himself perfectly. But the copy still had its flaws. It couldn't be completely the original. Since the pain possibilities are the same, the result will be mutual destruction. In the end, one of the participants will simply have to finish off. Of course, this also means that the copied person will die. People are afraid of death, so this option is almost impossible, but there is one drawback. Li Cha told the enemy that he shouldn't have run into a teenager, because for him now, the death of the enemy is more important than his own life. After that, the doppelganger started talking about some kind of ritual flag, although it wasn't entirely clear what it was about. Looking at his hands, the young man realized that the ill-wishers seemed to be trying to cheat. The security guard, who was monitoring the place where the colleagues were, said that the collapse of the mirror cocoon was detected. The internal state is unknown. As he rubbed his hand over his face, the demon realized that the rules of the game had changed, which surprised him greatly. Hearing our hero talk about how the opponent had turned into Lin Guoyun stated that he really wasn't willing to sacrifice himself to destroy the anomaly. Li Cha was not going to let go of the enemy. He knew that if everything was not resolved now, then he would do even more trouble, so he said that if his colleague did not prove where he was in a minute, then both of them would be destroyed. Spreading his hands to the sides, the guy said that it was best to do everything without haste. First, you need to understand whether the double can copy objects. In the next second, his golden artifact appeared in the young man's hands. It was interesting that the second person also connected with lightning speed, who also connected an energy assistant for himself. Not only the equipment, even the summoned entities are completely duplicated, which was very interesting. The demon, who continued to hold the sword in his hands, declared that our hero's plan had failed after all. Even so, the bureau employee continued to watch as one of the guys immediately called up the skill extraction system. Another thought about how he still could not copy absolutely everything. After a moment, the system notified our hero that he had received a number of new skills. Another person was talking about how 2 martial skills aren't bad luck. Taking a knife out of his pocket, one of the guys started talking about the fact that a colleague did not believe the imposter. He was deliberately bluffing so that the guy would think that he was actually real. He should not believe him. The opponent, about to strike, said that it was just ridiculous to watch. In just a moment, the copies were right next to each other, about to start a battle. When he got close, the young man thought to himself that how could he not copy this skill, and heard that the most important thing is to copy the donation system. At the same time, the system sent a notification that, thanks to the next attack, the player receives additional points for his skill. After that, the two young men started fighting, although it wasn't much use because they were both on equal terms. Lin Guoyun, or a copy of him, pointed out that there was no point in even starting because he did everything just perfectly. At this time, the colleague was carefully watching the people, thinking about something very important. And the guy turned to Li Cha and happily informed him that only a short time had passed, and they were already able to determine who was who. The young man didn't say anything. He just took out his sword in order to deliver a decisive blow. Standing next to that guy who was sitting on the floor, the bureau employee shouted that the hour of forgery had come. Now he couldn't escape. A moment later, the figure that had been a human before now began to spread out like snow that was rapidly melting in the sun. A little more, and this something turned into some incomprehensible mass lying on the ground. At the same time, Licha wasn't going to lower his weapon, as if expecting some trick. The young man was curious about what the villain really looked like, which is probably why he did everything very slowly. Lin Guoyun now walked up to this entity and ran his index finger along the copy's solar plexus. The guy said that this is really the true appearance of an ill-wisher who, after being exposed, loses his abilities, becomes completely defenseless. After the system sent a notification, the teenager said out loud that the ghost executioner, the father and daughter from the museum, Tom's spiritual body and now the mirror ghost, the task finally passed the middle. But with this complexity, it is not clear what they will give as a reward at all. Li Cha, who was still standing next to the villain, was tired of looking at him, so he forcefully cut him down. But to his regret, it was as if his body was beginning to pile up again. With sadness in his voice, the guy said that he had completely forgotten that this is a spiritual body, and therefore it is not so easy to get rid of it. Putting his hand on the shoulder of a colleague, our hero said, if he does not mind, then he will finish it himself, because he knows what needs to be done. And then he added that he promised his new friend that this villain will definitely regret being born into the world. Lin Guoyun remembered that he had a portal that could be used to collect personal items that were placed in a special compartment. One of them was the Mother of Hell statue, which could perfectly help in this situation. Still holding his sword in his hands, the bureau employee asked his colleague what it was all about. The young man did not plan to reveal his secrets. He just explained that there was nothing wrong with it. The statuette would not harm people. And then he turned to the subject, stating that it is possible to start a meal by eating energy. And then something unusual began to happen, at least unusual for Li Cha, who had no idea that something like this even existed. At the same time, the busy city was living its own life. People didn't realize that there were any portals and dungeons near them, so they went about their business. Suddenly, a stranger called out to a beautiful girl with a bright umbrella. The young man hinted that it was very dangerous to walk alone in the evenings, and therefore offered to take her home. The brunette clearly played along with these people, noting that she agreed and therefore was ready to go with them. After a while, these people found themselves on a deserted street and were already walking toward the turn. Having done all the work, the beauty asked about whether this is really all. Then she added that she thought they'd have a little more fun this time. She didn't want anyone to notice her, so she knew she had to hurry. Kneeling on one knee, the stranger turned to her insects, which were innumerable on the ground, and said in a soft tone that it was time to go back. At that moment, a figure appeared behind the girl. The snake, which was the best security guard, immediately jumped out and aimed at the person who wasn't named. The Punisher immediately intercepted the insect, saying that it was not necessary to give such an expensive gift at the first meeting. Addressing the man as a slaughterhouse, the girl asked what he was doing here. The young man explained that his boss had sent him here to help. The brunette asked if it had anything to do with the lighthouse, and then immediately added, "Since when do they have such a surplus of people?" Raising his hand, the colleague calmly said that it was not just about the lighthouse. The son of the prophet entered the bureau. The boss ordered to evaluate what he was capable of. Then he asked what the beauty had been doing all this time. With some childish naivete, the stranger explained that she had seen local sights, eaten delicacies and desserts, and bought a few souvenirs. One of the bureau's teams also set up a mirror dragon and destroyed it, and soon chaos will begin in the city. And then she added that the Punisher came too late because she had already done all the work. The golden silkworm has gone into hibernation, the mirror demon has been destroyed, and who will be next? The Punisher said that he thought the prophet's son had done it, and the chief must have seen it coming, so he sent him to this city. The girl didn't understand what their boss might be up to, so she asked the appropriate question. But the colleague said that she should not worry, and this is a real bomb, enough to make the whole city stand on its ears, but you should still wait until the end of the auction. Then he ordered the girl not to rush, adding that he also wants to spread chaos, but they need information from the prophet and protection from his possible moves. Biting her lip, the beauty noted that this is actually true. Holding an object in his hands, the guard wanted to know what it was. Lingua One explained that they found it inside the mirror demon. It seems that it is something artificial, and therefore it is necessary to conduct an analysis to know for sure. A few seconds later, the same employee reported to someone that the anomaly was successfully eliminated. As for our heroes heading somewhere ahead, they were happy that they managed to cope with this difficult task. 2 days later, sitting in his room, the young man asked the system to open the inventory. The surprised guy said that it was a shame. He seems to spend a little, but the balance continues to decline. Although after a moment, opening some message, the young man began to rejoice. He understood that the more you spend, the more you get, and therefore this is the real god of donut. But I didn't have to be happy for a long time. At that moment, the boss entered the room, who warned that the auction would start soon, and therefore we should hurry. Moving along the corridor, Ji Xinglin explained that in order to avoid revealing their identities, everyone enters from a separate entrance, but first they need to pick up their masks. A couple of minutes later, the guys were already in the elevator, which very quickly took them to their destination. Before entering another floor, the guys met employees who asked if it was true that they were honored guests of the auction. And then, pointing to the masks, they explained that young people should choose what they like best. The choice was not great, and therefore the employees of the bureau immediately chose what could suit them best. While holding the item in his hands, Lin Guoyun thought to himself that there was a wave of spiritual energy coming from the mask. Perhaps it was enchanted by some spell. To find out, the guy decided to connect his own special look. But it wasn't just that, but the fact that the young man had bought something in the store, it allowed him to choose the skill of changing the identity and making it difficult to identify. To himself, our hero thought that this skill he bought in a hurry before the battle with the mirror demon, it turned out that it was perfect for evaluating items, just what you need for an auction. A few minutes later, the staff had already left the hotel because they were heading to the auction house. The driver was happy to say that personal transport was already prepared for the children and therefore asked the guests to sit in the car. It was interesting that the driver was not an ordinary person, but some kind of ghost who immediately asked where to go. The girl quickly packed up and said that they were expected at the Blackstone auction. The ghost did not argue but said that they would get there quickly enough. Leaning on the chair, the guy noticed that they had artifacts. A ghost driver, this auction house did not skimp on luxury. The girl explained that they have a unique technology. Many players prefer to buy items in this place, so they strengthened their influence. As for technology, we are talking about direct trading of points for the game. Looking at Lin Guoyun's smug face, the colleague asked what was wrong with him, to which he replied that he was just thinking of something very nice. Not much time passed, and the car in which the guys were traveling had already stopped at the entrance to the hall. Getting out of the car, the young man was surprised to note that he did not even think that this place would be so luxurious. A staff member standing on the doorstep asked the guests to come inside as soon as possible because the auction was due to start any minute. Just as the bureau staff was about to reach the door, they heard someone shouting to be let in as well. The man, who was literally tied up by the guards, stated that he needed to buy only one thing. He had money. The girl explained that it looks like someone from ordinary people found out about the auction. It's a pity that the local currency in this place does not mean anything. Lying on the ground, the unfortunate man said that his daughter is also a player, and he only needs one item. He does not want his native person to die. Our hero couldn't just leave after what he heard, so he activated the fleeting glance skill. A moment later, the young man found out that this passerby was Sumei's father. That was why Lin Guoyun froze in place and asked his companion to wait for him for a while. Approaching the guards, the guy said that they should let this man go because he wants to find out something. The guards did not understand what this guest was going to do, and therefore did not know how to behave. Sitting down on one knee, the teenager asked if it was true that the man had come here to buy an awakening item for his daughter. The man was simply distraught. He repeated over and over again that he could pay 1 billion to buy the right thing for him. Closing his eyes, our hero said that this is not necessary at all. After that, he reached into his pocket because he planned to get something out of it. The guy explained that it was a bottle of Jade Dew, one of the best awakening items, and he wanted Mr. Su to take it away. One of the guards, when he heard about the Jade Dew, fell into a kind of stupor, realizing that such a thing could not even be bought at an auction, and the master just took and gave such a good thing to a stranger. The employees were amazed, so they just stood there and watched what was happening, thinking about what would happen next if they already saw this at the very beginning. The employees were trying to figure out who Lin Guoyun was, since they had never seen him before. And the young man at this time carefully looked into the eyes of the man and continued to give him important instruction. A moment later, the young man placed the vase next to the unfortunate man, who did not fully believe in what was happening. After contacting the security guards, he ordered them to take Mr. Su home, but the most important thing was that no one even tried to take the jade dew away from him. Hearing how the man thanked our hero, he said that this was all unnecessary and asked the father to tell his daughter that the guy would wait for her in the bureau. Let him come and not be afraid. Ji Qinglin immediately knew that Su Mei was the player from the last quest that the young man had described, and he also confirmed that the girl had an amazing gift. After a while, our heroes were still standing near two large doors which were perfectly guarded. A moment later, employees began to push them, allowing guests to go inside. What was in the room was really amazing because it was richly and expensively furnished. Inwardly, Lin Guoyun thought that this was the Blackstone auction house. The players had established it even before the bureau appeared. The young man decided that since he had the opportunity to pay with achievement points, it was time to spend a lot of money. Gradually, the hall was filled with a variety of people, but of course, our hero did not know any of them. And even if I had, I wouldn't have recognized them, because they were all wearing masks. When the young man found his colleague, he went straight to her. Of course, the young man didn't want it to be assumed that they were together, so he just sat down next to her. A few minutes later, the spotlights illuminated the stage, which the presenter walked confidently to. Standing at the counter, the employee greeted everyone and said that the specialized auction of the Blackstone Trading House was about to start. And he warned that each guest should keep the number with them, which will help not to miss the lot they like. The girl in a low voice told our hero that the organization has allocated 100,000 achievement points. The cost of the lighthouse is about 50,000. If there is money left, you can still buy something valuable. And the host already mentioned that the first item, the 5-ghost bone jar, is a low-grade magic artifact. Inside, small spirits are cultivated that can use the 5-ghost transference technique. The price for using it is raw meat. The starting price is only 3,500 points. All of a sudden, the crowd immediately started holding up signs and calling out their price for this item. At this time, Lin Guoyun was thinking that a low-grade magic item was worth about 10,000 points. And even then, with restrictions on usage, things like the white tiger seal would be suitable for both attacking and defending. But something like this was almost impossible to get. And while the guy was busy with his thoughts, the host shouted that the first lot was sold. The man continued to say that today's auction is very lively, but not everyone understands that the first lots are just a warm-up. Then he said that now there would be something very interesting. Removing the fabric, the host added that he was opening one of the main lots of the evening. This is a high-grade magic sword of Guyue. The spirit of the ferocious Kaiming beast is contained inside, terrifying and unparalleled. It drives away hundreds of ghosts. As the young man spoke, a very strange energy began to concentrate around the object. This was immediately felt by the young man, who thought that it was a very sinister aura. But the sword is called the Pearl of the Auction for nothing. He wanted to learn as much as possible about the item, so he activated his glimpse skill again. Thanks to this nuance, our hero managed to find out that this thing is legendary. Even in a damaged state, it remains so. Such items were actually amazing, and therefore in a second the host said that the auction begins. The starting price was at 30,000 achievement points. At the same time, the crowd in the hall began to shout how much they were willing to pay for this lot. Suddenly, one of the contestants held up a sign with the number 16 on it and stated that he was willing to pay 100,000. The room fell silent. Even the host didn't know what to say best in this case. Ji Qinglin took his hand and reminded him that they couldn't waste their money, so they needed to save it to buy a lighthouse, because that was why they were here. The young man reassured his colleague, noting that he himself knows this, but he wants to buy such a thing at his own expense. Words in this case were superfluous, and therefore the host of the event simply hit the podium with a hammer. The man happily stated that such a large bid is very pleasing, because it shows that the goods at the auction are actually amazing. And then he said that the buyer under number 16 offers an excellent amount, although perhaps there are those who can outbid this bid. There really were some. The old man who was sitting a little further away said that he was willing to pay 110,000, but Lin Guoyun was still very excited, so he easily said that he was willing to give $150,000 for this item. Looking at the guy, the gambler was angry, noting that the boy did not go so far and therefore offered 160,000. Offering 200,000, our hero, with a certain irony in his voice, said that you should not delay if there is still no money, and therefore it is best to surrender to the youth. The crowd did not believe that anyone would be willing to pay so much money for such a lot, especially since the sword did not cost so much. At the same moment, a man approached the host and began to whisper something in his ear. A moment later, the man explained that the bet of the player under number 16 exceeds the balance on the account, and therefore first they should check whether he has such an amount. The old man immediately started laughing, saying that this was a real upstart with no money in front of him. Then he added that it was an empty bluff, and for such a thing in the House of Blackstone, they are severely punished. Our hero maintained complete composure because he knew perfectly well the balance of his balance, which is why he asked how the check would take place. A minute later, the assistant brought out a beautiful big ball on the stage. The host explained that the guest needs to put his hand on this crystal. He will scan the balance. You should not worry because other information cannot be requested. The guy was calm, but asked the system to exchange the 1 million points that he had. And then Lin Guoyun walked with a confident step towards the people who were already waiting for him. The young man knew that he wasn't deceiving anyone, so he calmly placed his hand on the ball. In the next instant, the room was lit up with a bright golden glow that literally blinded the participants. At the same time, a display board appeared with the 1 million mark on it. The old man, who until recently had been as pompous and disrespectful as possible, now couldn't believe what he was seeing. Some of the men in the audience said that they had never seen such a sum in their entire lives, while others noted that they were looking at a person with a gold level or even someone with a dragon level. Removing his hand from the crystal, our hero dispassionately asked about the fact that now there will be no more questions for him. The host was embarrassed for such a situation, and therefore he stood and coughed, thinking how to play this story. Finally, he smiled, saying that everything was fine, and therefore we can continue this beautiful evening. And then, remembering where they'd left off, he said that buyer number 16 had offered 200,000 for the lot, and maybe someone wanted to compete with him. Once again, the room was completely silent for what seemed like an eternity. The man smiled, noting that no one really wanted to fight for the lot anymore. He immediately raised his hand, which indicated that the sword was about to belong to the young man. Pointing to the beautiful artifact, the host said that Gu Yui's sword was now being sent to the young man. The audience was different people. Despite this, they respected decency and therefore began to applaud. As Lin Guoyun bowed, he said that he was pleased and thanked everyone. And the host has already hurried to announce the next lot. This is a middle-class material, blood red vine. Its initial bid is 1,000. Despite the fact that a whole hour of the auction had already passed, the bidding was quite brisk and active, and the participant did not have to be bored. As for our hero, he was a little upset because almost all the things that were displayed in this hall could be exchanged in a regular store, although the young man hoped for something very valuable. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of a man who announced that the next item was special. Even the experts of the Blackstone House couldn't give out an accurate report about it. Despite this, all players are sure that it contains a powerful spiritual energy, which they do not even have to doubt. But the most important thing is that this item responds to most anomalies. As for its starting price, it is only 1 point. As Lin Guoyun clutched his shoulder, he thought that he was feeling really hot, so it was probably the distress beacon that was reacting. To understand what it was, the teenager activated a fleeting glance, but was surprised to realize that even the system didn't know what the item was. Picking up his sign, the young man decided that it was better to overdo it and therefore offered 10,000 for this thing. The crowd didn't understand what this young player was doing because it was a mere trinket in front of them. And while the host was saying something, our hero decided to raise the bid to 50,000 in order to accurately pick up this strange thing. Closing her eyes, Ji Kinglin said that this lot was offered for 2,500, but the guy increased the amount to 50,000, which is really crazy for such a person. The host immediately shouted that he was in a hurry to congratulate player number 16 on purchasing the mysterious stone seal for 50,000. Once again, there were rumors in the hall that this player had either lost his mind in the dungeon or was a figurehead for this auction house. But the young man did not care. He shouted that the most important thing was that he managed to get the right lot. Suddenly, the host said that probably all the guests were waiting for the main lot of the evening. We are talking about a lighthouse that can be observed by everyone. There is no need to talk about its value because the object is special. Many people know that this artifact bears the mark of the prophet himself. Without exception, the Bureau of Anomalies, the cult of the end of the world, and the new organization evolutionists are all hunting for the knowledge of this great prophet. Therefore, the starting price starts at 100,000, which is an excellent mark for such a great item. No sooner had the man announced that the auction had begun, as the audience vied with each other to raise the numbers and call their price. Lin Guoyun thought to himself that these customers had never placed a bid before, so they were really waiting for this particular item. A moment later, the young man's boss also joined in, offering $200,000 for this artifact. But the bidding did not end there. Moreover, those present again began to name their price because they really wanted to get the lighthouse. The girl explained wistfully that their organization had underestimated the value of this lot, but they needed it at all costs. It seemed that the young man had some kind of plan because he asked a friend for his tablet, after which he told Ji Qinglin not to worry because the young man wouldn't let his father's creation go to anyone else. And holding up the sign, he said in an indifferent tone that he was offering $500,000 for this item. Everyone was expecting anything, but it wasn't like that, so they opened their mouths in surprise. This figure was also discouraged by the host, who asked our hero again about whether he had not mixed up anything. But the teenager explained that he actually called the figure equal to 500,000, adding that this lighthouse should belong to him. After a moment, the man asked who in the hall is ready to beat this bet. The players had nothing to offer, so they quickly lowered their numbers. And the host, lowering his head, said that in this case, they want to congratulate player number 16. And then he shouted joyfully that this lot is considered sold. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. As the lights in the hall went out, turning the room into something very dark. The guests did not understand what had happened, and therefore immediately began to nervously wonder what kind of games they were playing. Ji Qinglin said that everything was done at the highest level, so if something like this happened, then someone must have interfered. Although after a moment the hall was again lit up with bright light, which made the audience breathe a sigh of relief. But it didn't last long, as the guests immediately turned their attention to the stage. Looking into the glass casket, the host screamed in horror that the lighthouse had disappeared somewhere. Lin Guoyun jumped up from his seat and couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible in such a heavily guarded place. He couldn't let it go, so he immediately activated the yin eyes to help him. The young man began to carefully scan the audience, realizing that the thief is one of them. Suddenly, our hero noticed some suspicious servant, saying that something was wrong with her and asked her to put the tracker back. Smiling maliciously, the villain said that she was actually exposed. She did not manage to leave as easily as she wanted. Throwing up some kind of handkerchief, the girl shouted that in this case she would generously give all those gathered interesting gifts. And then something indescribable began to happen, because the hall was filled with some monsters. The young man said that some undead appeared in front of him, and in addition to that, there were also 4 knights. The worst part was that the visitors were attacked by snakes, scorpions, and other insects that were poisonous. The hall was literally swarming with these little troubles, from which there seemed to be no escape. Leaving, the villain said that she had done her part, and therefore players can have fun with her cute wards. It's time for her to go about her business. Our hero ruthlessly stepped on all these harmful mosquitoes, realizing that he has only one task. So Lin Guoyun ran as fast as he could to catch up with this bad-looking brunette. Brandishing something, the young man shouted that the thief should immediately give up the lighthouse, which does not belong to her. But the plan failed because in the next moment, a bully appeared in front of our hero. This knight wasn't going to give up so easily, so he was already ready to start the fight. Seeing that Ji Qinglin had come to the rescue, he was relieved that they should take 2 knights each to deal with them quickly. After a few moments, the guy had already spun up the energy flows, realizing that it was necessary to eliminate the opponents as soon as possible. At the same time, the knight knew that he also had something to show. Lin Guoyun attacked very quickly, and he tried to pick out the opponent's weak points so that he could move on to the next one as quickly as possible. At some point, the teenager actually managed to stop this detractor. But it was necessary to finish the job, and so the young man decided to use his signature technique with energy. Turning his head, Lin Guoyun asked his companion how she was doing, noting that he had managed to deal with 1 knight. Standing in the counter, the beauty pretended that she did not understand what her colleague was talking about at all, because she had already completed her part of the work. Looking at Ji Qinglin in horror, the guy said in a trembling voice that she was just cheating. But there was no time for a showdown, because our hero was about to be attacked by another knight. The young man was well aware that he could deal with all the enemies, but only it would take a very long time. And I didn't want to spend it, which is why our hero came up with a great idea. Lin Guoyun looked at the startled host, who had a sword-shaped artifact next to him. The young man knew that this item belonged to him, but just in case, he decided to ask if he could use it, hearing that it was not just possible to do it, but even necessary. The guy realized that this is actually a powerful weapon, so he immediately took it. Suddenly, the player felt such a powerful surge of strength as never before, he realized that now things will go much faster. The young man walked confidently towards his opponent to show Tom that jokes in such a case are bad. The powerful sword energy literally sliced through space, proving just how powerful the teenager was. The knight was watching the boy closely, but he was still standing there. Lin Guoyun was sure that the opponent would attack sooner or later, but that didn't happen. As for the guy, he noted that this sword has an incredible power, and this is despite the fact that it is slightly damaged, but a legendary weapon is a legendary weapon. You can't argue with that. Perhaps this fight would have lasted for a very long time if the guy hadn't heard an important message. The dispatcher reported that things were bad in Zhongqing, as there were so many monsters on the streets. Among them, there are those who belong to the Echo level. To the Bishop level, they have all already started attacking civilians. There was a panic in the city, and it's all very scary because it could turn into a large-scale disaster. At the same time, a stranger was happy about what he was seeing, saying that it was necessary to introduce a little more chaos and panic. Ji Qinglin suddenly spoke up and reported that death cult member Evil Blood had just attacked the auction house and stolen the lighthouse. The dispatcher explained that she would pass on all the information to her superiors, and employees should immediately start acting. Feng Xinzi added that because of the Mirror Demon, Zhongqing's squad had suffered heavy losses, and they couldn't handle all the monsters on their own. Our hero at this time thought that the monsters were out of control. There are not enough operatives. The young man paused for a moment and looked carefully at what was happening around him. After that, he happily announced that he had an idea, because the buyers at this auction were all gamblers. But he didn't finish, because he turned his attention to a stranger who was asking for an antidote and a rescue. In just a moment, Lin Guoyun was telling all the players sent out to come to the table to get a free antidote. Picking up a megaphone, the young man continued to shout that no one should pass by so as not to miss such a unique opportunity. Jumping to their feet, the participants shouted that they needed these magic pills and as quickly as possible. Holding out his hand, the young man explained that he would give the antidote as promised, but that these people also had to do something for the common good. And then he said that their task was to destroy the monsters that appeared in the Jiangqing area. Lin Guoyun offered his colleagues not only an antidote, but also money, so for an Echo-level monster, he pays 1,000 points, for a Knight-level monster, 5,000 points, and for a high-level bishop, 30,000 points. The guys immediately began to confer, realizing that this is a great job. In addition, it is much easier than passing the task, and it pays well. The players agreed, but asked where the guarantee is that our hero will not escape after the monster uprising is suppressed. Pointing at the girl, the teenager explained that there was a Human Protection Bureau official next to him. Even if the participants didn't believe him, they should believe Ji Qinglin. The beauty understood that this is the moment when it is necessary to remove the mask. Showing her ID card, the boss said that this task is considered an official assignment from the Bureau for the Protection of People, and therefore they ask everyone to fully cooperate. The old man said that there were not a couple of monsters in the city right now, but a real wave, and he estimated that if everyone completed the task, the young man would have to pay about 2 million. And then he asked if the guys were not confused, the Bureau would actually be able to cover such expenses. Thinking for a moment, the blonde decided what to say in this case. Touching the crystal, our hero said that it is only some 2 million, and therefore you cannot worry about this. A second later, everyone was watching what the ball showed, although it was something incredible. As for Lin Guoyun, he was smiling as he asked a rhetorical question about whether the players were satisfied now and whether they would have any more doubts. An hour later, something indescribable and eerie was happening in the city. Falling to the ground, the resident said with horror that she sees a real monster in front of her. The goblin stood over the unfortunate woman, noting that now he could have a good meal. However, salvation was close, because behind the girl, there was already one of the players who was ready to fight this opponent. The young man was happy because after destroying the monster, he was able to add another 1,000 points to his piggy bank. While informing the coordinator of the situation, the player noted that there were no more monsters on Changning Street, so he wanted to know where to go next. Feng Xinzi, who was coordinating absolutely everyone, asked if the guy wanted to rest because he belongs to the Silver Ring, and he has already defeated 3, he still has spiritual power for further struggle. The young man laughed and explained that as long as he was paid, he had more than enough strength, he could still take on 5 monsters. Wiping away the invisible sweat with her hand, the girl noted that then the player can go to the East Street. There is a monster of the night level. Already 2 players are waiting for help. Suddenly, the young man took off from his seat and ran to where the dispatcher told him to go. Under her breath, the beauty muttered that she had no idea where Lin Guoyun found such guys, because one of them was crazier than the other. Just then, the brunette got a call from the person she had just thought of. When he was fighting his enemies, he wanted to know how they were doing in general. The joyful dispatcher replied that everything is excellent. The mass participation of wolves effectively curbs the spread of monsters. The affected area has significantly decreased, but at the expense of achievement points for awards. Since all this was the idea of the guy and his amateur work was not registered in advance, the organization may not be able to reimburse the costs. The young man calmly stated that this is not important at all. The most important thing is that the problem is solved. I immediately asked the system to open the achievements interface. Watching how the rewards are added, the young man happily said that he spent less than he earned, and this cannot but rejoice. At this time, Ji Qinglin, who was standing at the back, asked the dispatcher if the source of the mutations had been found out. The girl replied that thanks to the information, they narrowed down the circle to the cult of the end of the world. The analysis department has already established the reason. The culprit is a temple-level monster from the same cult. A moment later, she added that the man's code name was the pianist. The guys immediately froze in place because this person had a temple level. Feng Xinzi went on to say that the last time the pianist appeared was in the North American city of Muto. More than 300 dead, the city was completely destroyed. With a wistful voice, the guy said that now they want to do the same in this city too. But the caveat was that Lin Guoyun couldn't understand the real reason behind what was happening. Suddenly, the young man was touched by the hand of his boss. She said that the Doomsday Cult believes that chaos is the truth, so they seek to destroy everything and hasten the arrival of the end of the world. However, this time, they definitely won't succeed. According to the data, as the melody continues, the pianist will summon more and more powerful monsters, eventually temple-level and higher-level creatures. And again, the dispatcher intervened, who said that one of the soldiers of the last frontier detachment had already moved to Jiangcheng, and before his arrival, they should try to stop the piano players playing at all costs. This was the first time he'd heard of it, so he wanted to know who it was. The girl explained that the last frontier is the elite of the Human Protection Bureau, only 5 people, all players of the law level. These guys are the last and true frontier of humanity. Scratching his head, the young man honestly admitted that he could stall for time, but he had no idea where to look for this pianist. Feng Xinzi at this time stated that now they are tracking the location of this person, doing similar things for anomalies from monsters. They have already managed to determine the approximate area. The employee asked her colleagues to go to the western sector. When the exact coordinates are known, she will immediately call them. A few minutes later, Li Cha in the form of a bat was already flying over the night city. The youth reported that he had arrived in the western sector, but there was nothing suspicious in the area. Although after a moment, the demon became alert because there was something that caught his attention. The sound of music was coming from somewhere, and given the difficult situation in the city, it was clear who had turned it on. After that, the young man reported that he had found the pianist. He was on the roof of the buildings of the grain trading company, and therefore he was ready to start the isolation procedure. Upon hearing this, Feng Xinzi shouted that it was impossible to act, because this villain was an anomaly in the shrine, and therefore the player would not be able to defeat him alone. Going into battle, the guy said that nothing is impossible for the hero. Therefore, as he accelerated, the young man headed for the enemy's lair, confident in his abilities. But after a moment, Li Cha looked at everything that was happening in a strange way. At this moment, the ill-wisher declared that at last at least someone came to his hands and was not afraid of it. He added that the dogs of the Public Security Bureau had made themselves felt, and he was already tired of waiting for guests. The Punisher was watching the young man closely. He was so confident that he just stood there and smiled. And so he immediately began to perform some strange manipulations, knowing that he would not be interrupted anyway. As soon as he was next to Li Cha, the man said that after all, the fight gives him great pleasure, and therefore they will do it. And then he hit the player who was close to him with all his strength. The devil, who had always thought of himself as strong and resilient, now understood that everything had its limits. The player was thrown back as far as possible to the next wall, which indicated the strength of the opponent. Li Cha literally slammed into the wall, but he couldn't do anything about it as he was no match for his opponent. It was not easy for the Bureau employee. Despite this, he was not going to give up or retreat. Opening his fist, the Punisher said with boredom in his voice that he had hoped to have fun, but he got some weakling. Returning to the roof, the villain carefully looked at the pianist, and then he threatened Tom that if he didn't want to die, he had to play much faster and better because Tom was sleeping on the move. Realizing that it is not necessary to anger the ill-wisher, he immediately accelerated significantly. At this time, our heroes were standing on another roof and carefully watched the fact that something resembling a funnel appeared in the sky. In response to Lin Guoyun's question about what it was, his boss stated that it was very similar to a portal, although she couldn't say for sure. Suddenly, the dispatcher spoke. She told the guys that there was another wave of the shrine level. This is the end, moreover, this time for sure, and therefore asked her colleagues to leave as quickly as possible. The blonde understood that her colleague was panicking, so she asked again about the motto of their team and heard that it was calmness, objectivity, and honesty in any situation. Then she asked me to tell Feng Xinzi what really happened. It turned out that the piano player's playing had sped up dramatically, and compared to Mudo City, the opening of the portal for summoning the shrine-level anomaly started 2 hours earlier. Judging by the speed of the portal's expansion, the second anomaly in the shrine will arrive in half an hour. The last line of defense will not reach there for at least an hour. You need to hold out for at least half an hour. Li Cha, who also heard everything the dispatcher said that he was greatly underestimated. Our hero understood that the demon would not just give up, so he asked where he was. At the same time, Feng Xinzi explained that Li Cha was the first to discover the location of the piano player, and that he was the only one holding back all this terror, so he needed backup. The Punisher, who had been away for a while, returned to the roof. Running up to the piano player, he began to call him a jerk, demanding that he play even faster. An employee of the bureau, who had already managed to recover a little, was watching everything that was happening. At this moment, the ill-wisher felt something, and therefore sent a stream of negative energy in the direction of the enemy. Despite the fact that the demon was standing at a safe distance, he knew that he might not become one in a moment. And it was true because there was an explosion very close by. The Punisher immediately asked with anger in his voice how it was that the bureau employee was still alive. The guy replied that the hero does not leave the stage at such a key moment. As for the villain, he said icily that if he did, he would break every bone in the boy's body. But the young man was not going to stand there just like that. He knew how to fight back and did everything in his power. Although the demon was well aware that there was a strong opponent in front of him, the young man mustered all his willpower, as well as all his skills, to block this strike and hold on until help arrived. The Punisher, in turn, did not understand what was happening, whether the opponent wanted to exchange blows at the cost of injury or simply lost his mind. But Li Cha didn't spare himself for the sake of the common good. So as soon as he rose above the rooftop platform, he immediately started throwing punches. The young man chose a wise tactic because he did not hit the villain, but the pianist, realizing that he is the root of all problems. The dispatcher reported in a moment that the game was broken, so at this speed they will be able to reach the last line of defense. The ill-wisher was angry. He did not expect such a move, and the demon at this time said that if they want to stop him, they need to start now. Therefore, the bureau employee immediately began to attack. Realizing that he had already done one good thing, it is fair to say that the Punisher's attack went well enough. Although Li Cha could see him speeding up to launch a counter-strike, the man grabbed the guy and shouted that he didn't even think to move because he is just an ordinary and meaningless trifle. But the demon was tough, tempered by many failures, and now the boy fought like a real beast. Even so, the opponent was much stronger, grabbing the young man by the throat and shouting out which organ to start with. The young man felt bad, but he did not give up, continuing to say the most indecent words to the opponent. The Punisher said that the guy still can't do anything. Moreover, no one will save him. But in the next instant, a powerful stream of energy was directed in the direction of the villain, which forced him to loosen his grip. Pausing for a moment, the man asked the guys who they were and why they decided to interfere. Ji Qinglin explained with a cheeky tone that they were the ones who were going to stop the bad people. For a moment, there was complete silence on the roof as the ill-wisher considered his words. At the same time, the dispatcher warned her colleagues to be careful, as they were in 7th place in the ranks of the Chaos Peddlers of the Apocalypse cult, codenamed Punisher. Over the past 2 years, he has staged 7 massive battles, in each of which more than 10 people were killed, and he is also one of the organization's most wanted criminals. The system immediately notified Lin Guoyun that there was a melee fighter with a reinforced body in front of him. The known abilities are blood control and super regeneration. The estimated level of strength, this is the peak of the golden rank, and some even suspect that he has already stepped half a step into the realm of law. And now this villain who had come to believe that he was invincible was carefully sizing up the young men in front of him. At the same time, the demon lying on the ground was thinking that it couldn't even move. He didn't know if he had lost too much blood or if his injuries were too severe. As for the Punisher, he hurried to address our hero by name and used his real name. This surprised and alarmed the teenager, who didn't understand how the man knew his name. Stretching his neck, the man said that the boy is impossible not to know, because he is the son of a prophet from legends. The boss separately ordered to look after him. However, the Punisher has never been able to restrain himself, and therefore will show everything that he is capable of. Lin Guoyun didn't seem to fully understand what he had just heard, so he just stood there. Seeing that the villain was very close, he thought that it was too fast, so much so that he didn't even expect it. A moment later, the opponents clashed in a fight that was very powerful. Despite all his skill, our hero immediately received his first damage. The girl who was standing off to the side immediately turned to her friend. But the young man did not want to be worried about him, so he immediately shouted that everything was fine with him. He thought to himself that this guy was absolutely stronger than him, and that was a fact. Lin Guowen was hoping for a little respite, but then he saw the enemy coming at him with great speed. The Punisher, delivering another blow, said that he plans to use the peak of the golden rank. Our hero looked on in horror, as he had never seen anything like this before. However, the Punisher flaunted himself, hoping that this battle would end very soon and end with his victory. But the young man also knew a lot of things, although he was angry that the opponent was as fast as possible, which hindered him. At the same time, the young man's speed was also something to be envied, as he had dodged a perfect punch a second ago. The Punisher, who couldn't attack forever, was now sitting on the other end of the roof. The man said that the boy dodged deftly. I wonder if he can dodge the next blow as well. And without saying a word, the villain began to attack again, and there was a feeling that the strength in him only increased. Lin Guoyun's face was filled with fear, as this attack was much stronger than the previous one. Ji Qinglin, who had been just standing there until now, decided that they were all representing the Bureau, and therefore it was necessary to start acting. The girl was not only clever, but also skillful, and therefore she managed to make the Punisher forget about another opponent and even began to hide from the attacks of the beauty. The manager coped with her task perfectly, giving her colleague time to recover a little. The man, realizing that now he had two rivals, asked the blonde if she really decided to look for death for herself. Then he directed a powerful stream of bad and strong energy at her. But Ji Qinglin was prepared for such a thing, so she neutralized everything that was sent to her. Turning around, the Punisher tried to figure out what technique the Bureau employee had used, whether it was teleportation, half-elementalization, or perhaps turning into thunder to gain colossal speed. Lin Guoyun didn't know what it was, but the dispatcher immediately explained that the Bluebird had obtained a unique ability in the previous dungeon, and she added that this is a deeper resonance with the element, which allows you to partially transform the body into an element for a short time and get the corresponding amplification. Feng Xinzi explained that the earth gives heaviness when it is needed, and water gives a chance to be flexible. And mastering the lightning element gives you terrifying speed and destructive power. The ill-wisher did not know about all these nuances, and therefore carefully watched the girl, thinking about what to do next. After that, the opponents quickly headed towards each other to strike again. It was actually something powerful and indescribable. It seemed that none of them would be able to win this battle. Li Cha, who was still lying on the ground, was watching all of this carefully, but there was nothing he could do. He only thought that it would be much easier for him if a leg or an arm, or even something, started moving. With anger at himself, the young man tried to do something. He scolded himself for being a weakling, who, like before, would watch his comrades die, which was something unacceptable. And while the young man mentally addressed the demon, saying that he can take everything that is needed, the opponents continued to fight. The girl managed not only to successfully repel attacks, but also to strike. Ji Qinglin knew that she was capable of many things, but she didn't know how long her strength and endurance would last. Suddenly, the beauty was distracted by something, so she turned around and looked at something. The reason was that the manager first heard a sound and then noticed how something viscous and heavy enveloped the leg. The Punisher was happy. He smiled maliciously and said that now his bird was caught in a cage. Ji Qinglin realized that she couldn't move despite doing her best. The man claimed that the weak point of the half-element of lithium is the part of the body that is still ordinary flesh. And then he went on to say that now the blonde should come up with parting words for herself. The employee of the Bureau thought to herself that everything that was happening did not please her at all, and she could not think of anything. All of a sudden, Lin Guoyun blocked out the familiar and the leader in one person, realizing that it was his turn to fight. The young man turned to his colleague and said that he was grateful to her for the fact that she was able to buy him some time. At that moment, the Punisher lunged at the person in front of him because it didn't really matter to him who he dealt with first. However, the guy was not at a loss because he had rested a little and was now ready for any development of events. In just a moment, the opponents were ready to deal each other crushing blows. It was something powerful and indescribable, as if two opposing elements had come together to prove who was the true master of the situation. Lin Go-eun had many techniques, so he decided to use a rage strike. Thanks to this, the young man managed to throw his opponent back, throwing him off balance. Although after a moment, the man realized what was going on, and therefore regrouped to deliver his own blow. Looking at the young man, the Punisher said that finally at least someone started using their skills. This meant that the most interesting part of the show was now beginning. Suddenly, the pianist, who had been resting because he was out of action, now began to play with renewed vigor. This caused a large portal to form in the sky with renewed vigor. Feng Xinzi immediately shouted that the piano player's summon was being restored, and the time until the second shrine level anomaly appeared was being shortened. Looking at his colleague, the guy said in a resolute tone that he was leaving this musician to her. The beauty did not argue or say anything. She replied that she could handle everything. At the same time, our hero thought that now there is only one way to stop this anomaly. As Ji Xinglin left, she realized that their bureau was very lucky to have this young but capable person. But that wasn't what she was worried about, so she decided that this guy would definitely survive. The Punisher, who knew that they would now be fighting one-on-one, asked Lin Go-eun if he thought he could take him down alone. Pointing to someone, the young man calmly stated that he had a partner. The man stared ahead in disbelief, though he remained completely silent. The reason was that Licha was slowly rising up from the ground, but he still managed to recover. The villain did not expect such a development, and therefore frantically asked how it was possible that this boy was still alive. Smiling, the devil proudly declared that he was a true hero, and heroes win, they have no other choice. And then, picking up speed, he rushed in the direction where the enemy was. Our hero stood aside. He did not want to interfere with his colleague because he saw that he was determined. Although I suddenly changed my mind, realizing that the situation with the portal is getting worse by the second. The Punisher was strong, moreover. His strength apparently was spent very slowly. Therefore, it is necessary to act quickly. Lin Go-eun was especially furious and wanted to finish this battle as soon as possible, as there were other things to do. And the anger paid off because the teenager managed not only to hurt the opponent, but also to deprive him of his hand. The exasperated Punisher immediately asked where the guy's strength came from and why his sword looked so strange. Our hero said that it was useless to explain this to the villain. Anyway, the man is a beggar, and therefore he probably did not see anything like this. Perhaps he did not even hear about it. At this moment, Licha flew up to the scene of the battle, who was carefully watching his teammate and opponent. In an icy tone, the guy turned to his colleague, saying that they should not give this person time to recover, and therefore suggested that they immediately attack together. But at the same moment, the villain put up a defense, because he realized that it would be very difficult to cope with two employees of the Bureau. Although the man did not outwardly intend to show fear, he said that if someone thinks that it is so easy to overcome him, this is a big delusion and illusions. Licha was tired of the intrusive opponent and shouted loudly for him to finally shut up. The Punisher clearly wasn't prepared for this guy to recover so well that he could land perfect punches. But it was true, even this time the devil managed to do his plan. He wounded the ill-wisher. However, the man laughed and said that the blow was good, but it was too small to cause serious damage to him. At this moment, our hero arrived in time, who was not going to stand aside. The young man used his techniques, knowing that if they kept up this pace, they would eventually be able to win. Unexpectedly, Lin Go-eun threw a punch that the opponent definitely didn't expect. He let his guard down. The devil was a little disappointed, noting that this kid had managed to take away his target. Licha knew that his help was not needed, as this fight was almost over. The young man was sure that the villain was dead, although he continued to stand still, which was something strange. The guys were also surprised by the fact that a moment later, the man shouted that he had prepared an unusual surprise for the Bureau's employees. The guy had never encountered anything like this before, so he looked at the man carefully. It all looked unreal and strange. The young men managed to destroy the enemy, but he was still in order, not counting the fatal wounds. But then something began to happen that couldn't be described in words. The young man saw how some strange rods or threads began to envelop the place where the Punisher was. Moreover, they were aimed at our hero, who could not get out of this trap. After a few more seconds, the teenager realized that he could not get out on his own. He could not see anything. From the outside, it looked as if a huge cocoon had formed, which was tightly closed, not allowing anyone and nothing to enter. Licha, who was watching, started to call out to his companion, realizing that he hadn't done anything yet. The young man knew that this was the Punisher's trick, although he did not know how he managed to do something so terrible and frightening. The devil immediately ran to where this cocoon was located. He understood that it would be very difficult for a friend alone. That was why the player forcefully hit this strange ball with his sword. But the effect was the opposite. The guy was thrown back, which means that it will not be possible to get inside. At this time, Ji Qinglin, who had almost dealt with the pianist, couldn't understand what was going on behind her back. Turning around, the beauty asked the player what this cocoon is, how they can destroy it. Neither did Lin Guoyun, who was inside asking the villain what kind of strange place this was. The man calmly explained that this was his soul space. And then he added that it was very quiet here, and therefore no one would interfere with them. He was aware that he had been trapped to cut off his companions and prevent them from interfering in any way. And the Punisher kept saying that only here would they be able to fight with their souls. The young man had never heard of such a thing and asked without embarrassment what it was all about. The Ill-Wisher said that when his body dies, this space is activated, dragging the owner and the one who dared to kill him. This was not the most pleasant news for our hero, because he clearly did not expect anything like this. For a moment, Lin Guoyun felt as if he was losing his balance and falling somewhere. Looking around, it turned out that the men were standing on different scales. Again, the man explained that these scales measure the weight of their souls. The party whose soul is heavier wins, and the winner gets everything from the loser, including abilities, life, experience, and combat skills. Lin Guoyun stared at his opponent in surprise, not understanding how this could even happen. But he added that the ability given to him by the game of original sin allows him to judge such human non-entities as a boy. Their cult of the apocalypse is the real chosen of heaven, so it's time to start measuring. After a moment, the bowls began to wobble, and our hero could hardly stand on his feet because he was not ready for this. Although at that moment it was difficult to understand who went down and who went up. Looking up at the guy, the villain said that he understood that Lin Guoyun was wearing some good equipment. But at the end of the day, he's just a rookie, barely a player. He is also a Punisher who has collected countless souls, and therefore the weight of his own is many times greater than the weight of the boy's soul. Very soon, everything that belongs to a beginner will become the property of a powerful player. The young man wasn't going to give up, so he started saying that the Punisher claims that in this place, they are actually comparing the weight of the soul. After that, he put his hand on his bracelet, but at the same time did not take his eyes off the enemy. In the next instant, the guy forcefully tore open the amulet. This action led to the fact that the scales began to actively move, changing their position. The man didn't expect this. He was angry that in his place some boy started setting the rules. Lin Guoyun was more confident in his own abilities than ever, as he knew exactly what he was planning to do next. The young man said that the Punisher has no idea who he contacted, adding that he was very unlucky. The man was watching a strange phenomenon that he had never seen before. He didn't even understand what it could be. Looking at the arrow of the scale, the villain shouted about how something can exceed the weight of hundreds of thousands of souls. It's clearly something abnormal. But our hero calmly explained that everything is actually extremely simple, because this is not an ordinary soul. And in an icy tone, he said that the opponent can observe the real God. For the first time, the face of the Ill-Wisher was frozen with real horror as the words spoken by the young man began to sink in. The man understood that the bowl on which he was standing was sinking lower and lower by the minute, and it was impossible to stop it. The Punisher saw dozens of hands reaching out to him and heard Lin Guoyun's voice saying that the outcome was already clear. But the villain shouted that he didn't believe it, because he couldn't lose, because it was his game with his rules. Our hero explained that once he sat down at the gaming table, it does not happen that only to win and not to lose. The man himself put everything on the line, so there are only two outcomes. Therefore, for the Punisher, the game is over and he will no longer be able to take revenge. The game is always either all or nothing. This is the law and no one can change it. When it was over, Lin Guoyun looked at the vortex he had created and wondered if the god who had helped him was ready to leave as easily as he had appeared. Suddenly, the system alerted the player that there was a terrible anomaly. He began to lose control of his own body. At the same time, the dispatcher was nervously saying that the portal opening level was at 90%. Presumably, in 3 minutes, the second shrine level anomaly would arrive. Ji Qinglin said that they did their best. She added that they couldn't break through the wall of law to harm the piano player, and they were only able to delay the process until then, so she wanted to know how much longer until the last line of defense arrived. But the dispatcher explained that the signal is very distorted, and therefore she cannot say for sure. Although this was not necessary, since the guys had already observed something strange and indescribable. Startled, the girl began to ask what kind of situation this was. Feng Xinzi explained that this is an anomaly of the shrine level. On the other side of the portal, Everything itself is tearing and expanding it. Li Chao was angry that there was nothing else they could do, so he even more desperately rushed towards the direction where the pianist was sitting. However, he immediately cursed that this wall of law was so powerful that it was impossible to pass through it. The assistant was worried as if she was next to the guys. She said that they would not have time to do anything. The monster practically invaded the city, and therefore the Bureau's employees could not prevent it. They had only heard what Feng Xinzi had said about a shrine-level ice giant possessing the law of cold. In 1 minute, a storm of fierce cold will sweep away half the city, and therefore it is necessary to escape. One of the residents was watching carefully in front of him, not understanding what was going on in this place. The snow was getting heavier by the second, and the helicopter, which was already on its way, was struggling through the storm. At the same time, the young man who was sitting in it said that there was no need to despair and lose heart. The reason is that the outcome of this battle has already been decided, as he has arrived at the place of calamity. Leaping up from her seat, Feng Xinzi happily shouted that Mr. Pojin had arrived to help. Jumping out of the helicopter, the young man said that they are the heralds of civilization, the conductors of order. Therefore, everyone should tremble, hate, and despair his atrocities in the name of protecting order and civilization. The hero saw that he must do everything possible to save the city and help people in this difficult moment. That was why, without further ado, the young man immediately struck the opponent. Li Chao, watching what was happening, asked if this was the last line of defense for humanity. At this time, our hero was lying on the ground. He realized that all the fog around him had dispersed. It seemed that the danger was left behind. However, this was not the case. The system sent a notification again and again that an invasion had occurred. The player almost has no control over his own body. After a moment, the young man opened his eyes, which were burning in a very strange way. As for the ice monster, it immediately moved away from the crushing blow and was about to charge in. Despite this, the dispatcher said that according to the simulation of the battle, Mr. Pojin could destroy the giant in 1 minute. And then, by dealing with the pianist and the Punisher, they could put an end to this supernatural catastrophe. Looking around, the devil fearfully asked when and where the creepy cocoon disappeared. Moreover, the pianist's hands started to shake, and the playing became very slow. Ji Qinglin told her companion to be on the lookout, as she had a very bad feeling about this. The demon immediately pointed at what was right in front of them. It was Lin Guowun, who was saying that he had come back to eradicate evil. The girl again shouted at her colleague to stay as close to her as possible, because this was not their colleague. This was someone completely different. However, the entity that possessed our hero behaved absolutely naturally and naturally. He immediately began to attack the guys who had not yet managed to move away from the previous battle. Li Chao, who had seen a lot of things, now couldn't understand who possessed Lin Guoyun. What was doing such things? Feng Xinzi immediately explained that the call went unanswered. The geyser meter was sounding an alarm, and the distortion level was skyrocketing. And she shouted that she could see the level of a bishop, the level of a shrine. The system also notified us that our hero was out of control. In front of the guys from the Bureau is another anomaly with the shrine level. The pianist seemed to be reacting to this entity as his playing became even louder and faster. The glow above the roof was getting stronger and clearer by the minute. The demon didn't understand what this fight was about, but he didn't like the situation. All this did not inspire the manager, who carefully watched the musician. The girl said that the pianist started to tremble, more like he reacted out of fear. The power of the essence that possessed the guy was indescribable. He felt like the owner of this place. Then he started shouting that it was all a real audacity. Sitting on the ground, Li Chao said that they only felt a residual wave of power, and already such overwhelming power, and immediately fell silent. Opening her eyes slightly, Ji Qinglin noticed that it was a calamity star, an anomaly of the disaster element level. The entity that was in the young man at that moment declared that the renegade must be destroyed. What was suspicious was that the anomaly was targeting the piano player, which it immediately destroyed. The surprise supervisor said that one hit and an instant kill. At this moment, the dispatcher spoke up again, stating that the piano player was actually destroyed. Lin Guoyun's distortion level was still rising, classified as a second disaster, recommended for elimination. The creature knew that it was unlikely that anyone would be able to handle it, since its level was too high. The girl said with horror in her voice that this anomaly had noticed them, while the demon confirmed that he couldn't even move for some reason. The situation was becoming more dangerous by the minute, and the staff realized that they were very weak compared to this indescribable creature. The guys saw that the blow was delivered to them, and therefore did not know what would follow next. The anomaly was carefully looking ahead, but it was impossible to predict its global plans. A minute later, the rescue came, and the players noticed how a bright energy stream was directed in the direction of the monster. Pojin proudly said that his colleagues should not be afraid of anything, since he had already dealt with such a thing, and therefore he would cope this time. Ji Qinglan was glad that they had received help, but at the same time, she also felt sorry for Lin Guoyun, who had become a hostage to the situation. All of a sudden, everyone's attention was drawn to the fact that the other party had managed to defeat the ice giant, which was already a great success. But the problem remained. Pojin raised his head, and he wanted to understand what kind of anomaly they were facing, because only in this way can they overcome it. At the same time, our true hero was in some kind of cocoon. He did not realize how something could take over his body. The young man struggled with all his might, but it didn't seem to bring any success. Suddenly, the system congratulated the player on completing the task of setting up a supernatural disaster, and 3 million points were awarded for this. With sadness in his voice, the guy said that he didn't understand what was the use of all these merits right now if he couldn't buy anything anyway. But at the same moment, the young man had an idea, and a brilliant idea came to his mind. The young man asked the system to immediately open the achievement reward for cursing the cult. After reading everything that was written on the screen, Lin Guoyun said with a smile that it was still too early to put an end to it.